The news cycle is spiraling as the Daejeong serial killer adds even more names to his gruesome list. With no clear connection between victims, the public is terrified that these are just mindless, indiscriminate crimes. Our girl looks absolutely haunted, her mind racing to make sense of the senseless violence surrounding her. Standing before Kim Unni's funeral altar, she wonders if her friend was merely a victim of a copycat. Outside, the city remains indifferent, with people going about their lives while a predator hides in plain sight. She returns to the WBC headquarters, hoping the familiar grind of work will dull the sharp edge of grief. With a soft click, she sets down her ID, trying to reclaim her identity as a professional journalist. The sound of typing fills her office as she stays fueled by caffeine, hunting for a hidden pattern. News of a slaughtered family surfaces, proving the killer isn't planning on stopping his trash-tier spree anytime soon. Her chair creaks as exhaustion hits her, making her realize how deep this rabbit hole actually goes. Saya La is hitting a wall, her head throbbing from the sheer weight of the investigation. It feels like the entire world is spinning out of control while she drowns in her own thoughts. Suddenly, a voice snaps her back to reality, leaving our girl completely dumbfounded and wide-eyed. Her colleague Yoon Johan looks worried, asking if those nasty headaches are starting to act up again. Turns out they aren't at the office, but grabbing a meal in a loud, crowded restaurant. She tries to play it cool, waving him off and claiming she was just lost in thought. Johan isn't buying it, reminding her that the last time she said that, she ended up losing her lunch. Another coworker chimes in, noting that it's only natural considering the trauma she faced just weeks ago. Even with good food and drinks on the table, the atmosphere remains heavy and suffocating. Sayla stares off, knowing that some scars from this job just don't heal with a simple meal. Sayla flashes back to a happier time, sharing drinks and laughs with her dear friend and Johan. Her friend was always the life of the party, laughing without a single care in the world. But that laughter was silenced forever when Sayla had to identify her cold, battered body. The medical examiner asks for a final confirmation, his clinical tone making the nightmare feel all too real. Through her tears, she confirms the identity, heartbroken by how pale her once vibrant friend has become. The horror intensifies as she notices a cryptic number carved right into the back of the victim's hand. This is the work of Number, a trash-tier monster who treats human lives like a simple tally. Back at the table, Johan wonders aloud exactly how many people have fallen victim to this psycho. Their coworker grimly adds that the death toll has officially crossed 40, including all the sick copycats. Another colleague laments how the world is going crazy, wondering why the police are so utterly useless. Her colleague vents his frustration, downing his drink while wishing those bastards would just face a firing squad already. Sayla remains cold and numb, pointing out that even a death sentence won't bring her friend back. The group falls into a heavy silence as the weight of the tragedy crushes the mood at the table. She reflects on how useless it is to just react to crimes after the damage is already done. Gripping her head, she wonders if they need a fundamental way to weed out future criminals before they strike. Her gaze turns predatory as she considers the dark idea of hunting down killers before they draw blood. Johan watches her closely, sensing that something dangerous is brewing behind her intense, unwavering stare. She admits to the group that these dark thoughts have been the only thing occupying her mind lately. The city streets feel colder and more unforgiving as the group finally leaves the restaurant for the night. Johan tries to break the tension, calling out to Sayla as they step into the dim night air. Johan tells our girl to take the bright path home since it's packed with security cameras for safety. He pauses for a second, looking like he's got something heavy on his mind before stopping her. Our boy shoots his shot, suggesting she find someone nice who might be closer than she thinks. Sayla just laughs it off, thanking him for the concern without realizing he's talking about himself. He watches her walk away with a bittersweet smile, clearly hoping his message actually landed this time. Little do they know, a pair of dark boots is dangling from a rooftop right above their heads. The killer, known as Number, watches from the shadows, his cold gaze fixed on the unsuspecting pair below. Back at the office, the case files show there's absolutely no connection between any of the recent victims. La grinds through the night, obsessed with the ritualistic numbers carved into every single cold body. Even the profiler, Kim Deok-gi, is dumbfounded, admitting they have no clue if they're even chasing one person. Sayla flips through gruesome case files, her heart sinking at the sheer amount of blood spilled. She realizes these random killings are happening on a scale the city has never seen before. However, a glimmer of hope appears as she finds records of two people who actually survived facing Number. The first survivor, Lee Ja-yeon, trembles while recalling how she only escaped through pure, dumb luck. During the interview, Sayla listens intently as the girl describes a normal day turned into a nightmare. Tears well up in the survivor's eyes as she struggles to process the trauma of that fateful evening. She vividly remembers the cold steel of a blade pressing against her, certain her life was over. But instead of finishing her, the killer just stood over his other victim, leaving her traumatized. Next, Sai-la meets Choi Chang-won, who insists the path they took was a common route. He explains that he was just hanging out with his crew when the situation suddenly went south. Choi Chang-won recalls the chilling moment he realized the bustling street had suddenly gone deathly silent. As Sai-la takes notes, the survivor struggles to describe the overwhelming sense of dread that followed them. He remembers his crew being cornered in a dark alley, realizing their fate was already sealed by number. Our girl Sai-la can't help but feel dumbfounded by the sheer inconsistency of these brutal encounters. Looking at the blood-stained crime scenes, she wonders what possible criteria the killer uses to spare some. Standing behind the police tape, she questions why a ruthless predator would risk leaving any witnesses alive. Lee Ja-yeon breaks down, recalling the terrifying voice that whispered to her while she prepared for death. The poor girl was backed against a wall, certain that the hooded monster was about to strike. But as she looked into that glowing blue eye, the killer seemed to be searching for something specific. After hearing the killer was looking for someone else, Sai-la wakes up, gasping from the haunting nightmare. Sai-la is losing her mind because the police are gatekeeping the victim's numbers, leaving her completely in the dark. She lies there, wondering how a predator this bold can even operate within the borders of Korea. The killer is so brazen he doesn't even hide the bodies, almost like he's mocking the entire system. Back at her desk, she stares at the blank screen, desperate for any shred of evidence to surface. Our girl is dumbfounded to find her tip mailbox completely jammed with messages from the public. Her eyes widen as she spots something that looks far more serious than the usual trash tier rumors. Turns out, a mysterious sender claims to have the inside scoop on the ritualistic killer known as Number. She leans in close, praying this isn't just another sick prank meant to waste her time. Her fingers fly across the keypad as she decides to take a gamble on this unknown source. As the evening hours tick by, she introduces herself and asks for an interview regarding that cryptic email. Night falls over the city as the moon hangs low, setting a grim stage for this secret meeting. Our girl arrives at the location, feeling a surge of adrenaline because the lead is actually panning out. Little does she know, Number watches from the shadows, already planning his next move to gather more material. She remains blissfully unaware, convinced that digging deeper into this case will finally bring her the truth. The sound of her boots echoes through the empty street, marking every step toward a potential trap. Each click of her heels feels heavier, as the silence of the night begins to feel suffocatingly loud. Her heart starts to race, sensing that the atmosphere has shifted into something far more dangerous than before. Suddenly, she freezes when the killer's long, predatory shadow stretches out before her, signaling she isn't alone. She recalls the survivor's warning about how the busy streets suddenly empty out right before the killer strikes. Her breath hitches as she desperately commands herself to stay calm despite the sheer terror flooding her veins. Sai-la tries to convince herself the rhythmic footsteps behind her are just a mere coincidence. She remembers the survivor's story about a lone man following victims, making her blood run cold. Glancing back, she sees the dark figure lurking, realizing her gut feeling was right all along. Pure terror finally takes hold as she realizes the predator has officially chosen his next target. Before she can even scream, the killer lunges forward with terrifying speed, closing the gap instantly. She lets out a desperate cry as the monster finally makes his move to claim her life. His heavy boots slam against the pavement, signaling that there is absolutely no escape from this nightmare. Our girl hits the ground hard, staring up at the shadow that is about to end her story. As a gloved hand reaches out to silence her, she realizes just how close death truly is. Suddenly, Yoon Yo-han bursts onto the scene, throwing a heavy strike to keep the trash tier killer away. Lee Sai-la is dumbfounded to see her colleague Yoon Yo-han appearing out of nowhere to save her. Our boy doesn't waste a second, firmly grabbing her hand to pull her away from certain death. He urges her to move as they bolt down the dark alley with the killer right behind. While sprinting, she questions his presence, but he explains he was just nearby for work. Yoon Yo-han glances back and realizes with horror that this trash tier psycho is the infamous ritualistic killer. The monster doesn't let up, his heavy footsteps echoing as he relentlessly pursues his fleeing prey. Lee Sai-la knows they need witnesses and suggests heading toward a place packed with people. Yoon Yo-han agrees, hoping the crowded restaurant district will finally force the killer to back off. Spotting a narrow shortcut, they realize it's their best chance to reach the safety of the main street. She rounds the corner at full speed, desperate to escape the nightmare lurking in the shadows. Lee Sai-la stops dead in her tracks, her eyes wide with a sudden, chilling realization. She scans the area desperately, but the safety of the main street is nowhere to be found. Confusion washes over her as she realizes the shortcut didn't lead where she expected at all. Our girl is trapped in a trash tier dead end, surrounded by nothing but cold, unforgiving brick walls. She spins around to warn Yoon Yo-han, screaming that they have run straight into a lethal trap. Instead of helping, Yoon Yo-han swings a heavy pipe with a terrifying, cold expression in his eyes. A sickening crack echoes through the alley as the metal connects, sending blood spraying across the pavement. Her strength vanishes instantly, and she collapses onto the hard ground like a broken, discarded doll. Lying in a pool of her own blood, she stares up, utterly dumbfounded by this horrific betrayal. Yoon Johan casually brags about delivering her properly while the hooded killer finally catches up to them. Johan looks around and notes that this camera-free alley is the perfect spot for a little murder. Our girl Sayla can barely breathe, gasping out a desperate question as to why he'd betray her. The hooded killer scoffs, admitting he almost lost his cool because both sisters were way too perceptive. A wave of pure horror washes over Sayla as the pieces of this nightmare finally click together. She realizes her dear friend died by Number's hand, while Johan casually unsheathes a sharp blade. Johan admits he loves having a ritualistic killer around to take the fall for his own messy work. He drives the blade into her skin, carving a number to ensure the police blame the wrong man. As she screams, he explains that framing Number gives his trash-tier farm team some breathing room. Finishing his gruesome work, Johan steps back as the hooded killer gives him permission to finish her off. His eyes glow with a sickening obsession, declaring that her soul will finally be his once she dies. Sayla gasps for air, her body broken as Johan mockingly reassures her that the end is near. The hooded accomplice reaches down to finish the job, while Johan watches with a trash-tier grin. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoes through the alley, signaling the arrival of an uninvited guest. Johan and his partner freeze, sensing a presence that definitely wasn't part of their twisted plan. Our boy Johan is genuinely dumbfounded, wondering who would dare interrupt his private execution. The accomplice barks at the stranger to get lost, completely unaware he is shouting at a monster. The newcomer's hood shifts, revealing a chilling blue flame igniting within his cold, piercing gaze. That glowing eye locks onto them, radiating a murderous intent that makes the air turn frigid. Eerie numbers manifest in the air as the hunter identifies his prey, marking them for certain death. Number scoffs at the pair, finally tracking down the two rats who thought they could hide. Number is the destined murderer, a cold-blooded reaper whose very gaze promises a one-way trip to the afterlife. Surprisingly, a survivor named Soo Young claims she's actually thankful to the monster for his bloody intervention. Our boy's reputation precedes him as Sayla sits down to interview this traumatized yet grateful witness. Soo Young explains that the killer didn't just take a life, he actually saved her and her entire family. Sayla digs into the gritty details, asking if the man who died was her former lover. The records reveal the face of the victim, a man who appeared ordinary but harbored a cruel streak. Soo Young scoffs at the term, remembering the absolute shit show that trash-tier bastard brought to her front door. A flashback reveals the ex-boyfriend's true nature as he violently assaults her in a rain-slicked alleyway. Sayla notes that Number executed the man right there, ending the girl's nightmare in a single stroke. The Reaper was lurking in the shadows that night, stepping in to judge the girl's abusive tormentor. Sayla questions the girl's logic, wondering how a serial killer could ever be considered a legitimate savior. Soo Young just laughs it off, asking if the reporter is worried she might have been a victim too. The weight of the truth makes Sayla break a sweat as she realizes the complexity of this monster. Suddenly, the memory shifts to that fateful night when Johan and his muscle were cornering our girl. Sayla lay broken on the cold pavement, finally understanding that Number chooses his targets with terrifying precision. That's when the Reaper himself appeared, his eyes locked onto the real trash-tier murderer in the alley. Number stalks forward with a heavy presence, leaving Johan absolutely dumbfounded as his plan starts to crumble. One of the thugs grips a metal pipe, his knuckles whitening as he prepares for a desperate fight. Johan tries to maintain control, but he can feel the suffocating pressure of a true predator closing in. The trash-tier accomplice barks threats at the silent shadow, completely unaware that he's already stepped into his grave. The trash-tier muscle swings his pipe, thinking he actually stands a chance against a literal monster. Number doesn't even blink as he counters with a strike that sends the thug reeling backward. He coughs up blood, his overconfidence instantly replaced by the cold realization of his own mortality. Johan stands there absolutely dumbfounded, watching his hired help get dismantled like a fragile toy. The Reaper stands over his prey, the alley echoing with the sounds of a one-sided slaughter. His glowing blue eye pierces through the dark, scanning for the sins hidden within his targets. A spectral mark appears, designating the fallen thug as the first soul to be harvested tonight. He looks toward our girl Sayla, silently confirming that she isn't the one he's hunting. Suddenly, a glowing 4 manifests over Johan, marking him as the next piece of trash to be discarded. Number grips his blade, ready to finish the ritual and send Johan straight to the afterlife. Number declares that Johan is the next target for elimination, his blade already thirsty for blood. Johan can barely breathe, realizing the legendary ritual killer is actually standing right in front of him. Before the traitor can even beg for mercy, Number lunges forward with the speed of a predator. Johan tries to react, but he's outclassed as the killer's glowing blue eye tracks his every move. Eerie spectral numbers begin to manifest in the air, signaling the start of a grim, supernatural execution. Our boy, Number effortlessly weaves through Johan's desperate, trash-tier counterattack like he's dancing through raindrops. The realization of his impending doom finally hits Johan as he sees the Reaper closing the distance. With a surgical strike, Number drives his curved blade home, proving deception can't save you from steel. Johan lets out a guttural scream, his blood painting the alley as the ritual reaches its peak. The glowing numbers shift and settle, marking the successful harvest of another corrupted soul. Our boy doesn't just rely on steel, launching a devastating kick to keep the momentum going. The trash-tier accomplice gets folded like a lawn chair, realizing too late he's completely outclassed. Sayla watches from the dirt, her mind racing as she counts the grim tally of the ritual. Standing between the two traitors, Number finally has the rats exactly where he wants them. With his blue eye flaring, he truly looks like the destined murderer everyone has been whispering about. Sayla is left dumbfounded, finally connecting the dots about the monster standing right in front of her. She remembers how the case files were a mess, with victims having absolutely nothing in common. This killer stayed a ghost for years, effortlessly slipping through every police net they tried to cast. Every survivor's testimony pointed to a terrifying pattern of him appearing exactly when the chaos peaked. It's as if he possesses a supernatural foresight, knowing exactly how every bloody encounter will end. Soo-young explains that after the killer vanished and the cops swarmed in, they found something truly disturbing. Looking back at the crime scene, it turns out the dead man wasn't just some random street thug. Inside his bag, the police discovered enough gasoline and burners to turn the entire neighborhood into an inferno. Sayla listens in horror, realizing the monster she's hunting might actually be a twisted kind of guardian. Soo-young recalls her ex-boyfriend grabbing her hair, unaware that death was standing right behind him that night. If the killer hadn't slit that bastard's throat first, the encounter would have ended in a much worse tragedy. Without that intervention, Soo-young's entire family would have been burned alive inside their own home by the lunatic. Back in the present, our boy Number looms over Johan like an inescapable shadow of final judgment. The traitorous rat tries to defend himself with a tiny blade, but his trembling hands betray his terror. Number doesn't waste words, delivering a bone-shattering strike that sends the trash-tier journalist flying into the dirt. Our boy doesn't hold back, delivering a bone-shattering kick that leaves the trash-tier journalist gasping for air. Johan's hand claws at the dirt, his pathetic attempt at a counterattack completely crushed by Number's overwhelming presence. Watching from the sidelines, Sayla is absolutely dumbfounded as she starts putting the pieces of this puzzle together. An outrageous thought crosses her mind, one so insane she can't seem to shake it off no matter what. She wonders if it's possible that this monster can actually see the future and the murderers yet to strike. In this blood-soaked alley, the hierarchy is clear, as Number stands tall over the human garbage he just dismantled. The realization hits her that the numbers represent a tally of future crimes this vigilante is destined to stop. He looms over his prey with cold indifference, looking like a god of death ready to deliver final judgment. With a sharp click, he activates a recorder to ensure every bit of the traitor's downfall is documented forever. He calmly notes the date and time, marking the exact moment Johan's miserable life reached its inevitable dead end. Number checks the ID, confirming our boy Johan is officially the fourth target on his hit list. He explains that taking out this trash-tier traitor will save 4 innocent lives from a grisly fate. The cold steel of a blade presses against Johan's throat, signaling the end of his deceptive games. Number pins him down and calmly asks if he has any last words or final wishes before dying. He even offers to grant a small request or deliver a message if it's within his power. Johan can only choke on his own blood, his body failing as the reality of death sinks in. The traitor just laughs, mockingly asking who would ever go to their grave willingly, like a coward. Number stands over him like a silent reaper, completely unmoved by the dying man's pathetic attempt at defiance. As Johan's eyes begin to glaze over, Number simply acknowledges the man's final, bitter sentiment. He stares down one last time, confirming if those spiteful words are truly how Johan wants to go. Johan stares up in pure shock, finally realizing that his silver tongue can't save him from this reaper. The sharp edge of the blade presses deep, signaling that the time for games and deception is officially over. Panic floods his eyes as he tries to stutter out a plea, desperately hoping for a moment of hesitation. Number doesn't hesitate for a second, letting the steel do the talking as blood sprays across the dark alley. The traitor can only choke and gag, his body failing as the cold reality of death takes hold. He reaches out with a trembling hand, pathetically begging for just one more chance to live through the night. Number looks down with total indifference, calmly explaining that showing mercy to someone like him is simply impossible. A final, violent splash of red marks the end of the man who thought he could play everyone for fools. The curved blade drips with fresh blood, having fulfilled its purpose in purging the trash-tier traitor from the world. As the killer disappears into the shadows, Sayla stands frozen, watching the man who betrayed her finally pay. Number drags the trash-tier traitor deeper into the shadows to finalize the grim details of his ritual. He leans over the body with cold indifference, his blade ready to leave a permanent mark of judgment. With steady hands, he carves the number 4 into the skin, officially cataloging his latest kill. Sayla watches, dumbfounded, and asks why he is letting the other accomplice escape without a chase. Our boy calmly explains that some people simply aren't targets, viewing his violence as a necessary balance. She struggles to process his twisted logic, where killing one person serves to save another somewhere else. It is a dark game of chess where every piece taken is a calculated move for the greater good. Number remains silent as the weight of his philosophy hangs heavy in the damp alley air. While his logic is impossible for any normal person to accept, Sayla begins to understand his perspective. Looking at the carnage, she realizes the killer is strictly bound by a set of his own rules. Sayla steps forward, desperately offering to help because she can no longer ignore the world's rot. The haunting memory of her friend's brutal murder flashes back, reminding her why she started this hunt. She believes that if she can identify these monsters early, she can finally stop the cycle of blood. Recalling past scenes where the law arrived too late, she realizes traditional justice is often just a facade. She offers her skills as a reporter, promising to either hide his tracks or amplify his dark message. Our boy stands over the traitor's corpse, silently judging if this reporter is actually cut from different cloth. He coldly questions if she truly shares his twisted mindset, or if she is just another trash-tier talker. Sayla is momentarily dumbfounded by the sheer pressure he radiates as he moves closer to her. Sensing her resolve might be real, he decides that using words will be a faster way to proceed. With a sharp click, he prepares to reveal the truth that will change her life forever. Number towers over Sayla, coldly asking if she has any final words before he decides her fate. Sayla is completely dumbfounded, her mind racing as she tries to process the killer's sudden, chilling question. A dark, suffocating pressure begins to leak from him, signaling that he is no longer playing games. As his killing intent flares, he prepares to explain the twisted logic behind his ritualistic bloodbath. He believes that in this trash-tier world, the only absolute truth is that every single life is equal. While the law struggles to define justice, our boy ponders which souls actually deserve to keep breathing. If he cannot distinguish good from evil, he will simply erase the numbered targets that cross his path. His mission is simple, yet brutal, as he aims to save as many innocent lives as humanly possible. To protect those who can still be saved, he has fully embraced his role as a necessary monster. Meanwhile, the media reports that his ritualistic crusade is unfortunately inspiring a wave of pathetic copycat killers. The news reports a grim discovery on the night of the 14th, involving a sudden police dispatch. Yang Soo-young listens as the anchor claims Number has supposedly claimed 2 more victims in cold blood. The truth is far filthier, revealing a conspiracy where Yoon Yo-han used a hired thug for murder. It is officially labeled a pathetic copycat crime, leaving the waitress frozen as she processes the deception. These trash-tier criminals tried to mask a personal conflict by mimicking our boy's ritualistic style. Unbeknownst to the public, the real killer is right there, calmly sketching in his private journal. He drinks his coffee in silence, seemingly bored by the media's desperate attempts to understand him. While the media asks for a professor's insight on the killings, the real predator just listens. His records go back over a decade, proving he is cut from a much darker cloth than copycats. He focuses on the specific details of his caramel-drizzled coffee, his mind already hunting the next target. He notes that the simplest thing on the menu is a cranberry chicken sandwich. Even the side of waffles and eggs feels like a calculated part of his routine. Our boy times his meal perfectly so he can finish right as his coffee runs out. He always picks the second seat by the window to maintain a perfect vantage point. From here, he watches every worker and customer, memorizing their movements like a predator. The busy intersection outside provides a constant stream of potential targets for his next ritual. He stares out the glass, his mind disconnected from the peaceful atmosphere of the cafe. Suddenly, his blue eye flares up as he activates his supernatural perception. He can feel the life force of everyone nearby, locking them all into his sights. The entire street is now just a map of prey, each soul marked by his dark intent. Number scans the room, mentally labeling a girl with a choker as his second priority target. He shifts his focus, noting that another target is usually near the government complex exit. This man with the slicked back hair is 4th on his list, just another soul waiting for judgment. Even the waitress, Yang Soo-young, is part of his mental map, though she isn't his primary focus today. Our boy wonders if these few are really the only marks left in this entire district. Suddenly, he catches a glimpse of something unexpected that completely shifts his priorities. His eyes lock onto a man in a suit whose ritualistic number is flickering with intense energy. Meanwhile, Yang Soo-young returns with his order, only to find the seat unexpectedly vacant. She stands there dumbfounded, wondering how her customer could have vanished into thin air so quickly. All that remains is a full cup of coffee and enough cash to cover the bill. A rowdy group of thugs clinks their glasses, celebrating another day of being absolute trash-tier humans. The Hanshin gang is out in full force, making sure everyone in the bar knows exactly who they are. Right across from them sits the Gugjae gang, another group of lowlifes cut from the same cloth. The atmosphere turns toxic as the two groups start a shouting match, completely ignoring the terrified civilians nearby. The poor waiter approaches with a trembling heart, hoping to de-escalate the situation before things get bloody. Suddenly, a bottle flies through the air and shatters, sending shards of glass toward the innocent bystanders. One of the thugs just sneers, clearly enjoying the chaos he is causing while looking for a fight. Realizing the situation is spiraling out of control, the other customers scramble to escape the inevitable brawl. The waiter stands there frozen, realizing that his polite requests for quiet are falling on deaf, violent ears. The lead thug just demands more beer, proving that some people are just born to be trouble. Our boy from the Hanshin gang brags about how his expensive lawyers landed him a sweet probation deal. He smirks while drinking, knowing he narrowly escaped a heavy sentence for his recent drunk driving stunt. Turns out, he left a young girl bleeding out on the asphalt after a brutal hit and run. Instead of feeling remorse, this trash-tier human wonders why people expect him to fix what is already broken. He recalls the girl's father wailing in the hospital, begging for justice, while his daughter lay there crippled. The thug just felt annoyed, thinking the old man should just accept their bad luck and move on. He laughs, explaining that a little physical intimidation from his crew finally shut the grieving father up. After downing an ungodly amount of soju, the group is finally ready to call it a night. The city lights flicker as the predator prepares to return to the streets he treats like a playground. Despite being wasted, he hops behind the wheel again, while his low-life friends cheer him on. The Gugjae thug mocks him about the police, but our boy just tells him to beat it. He peels out onto the main road, the engine roaring as he ignores every traffic law in existence. Despite the alcohol clouding his vision, he grips the wheel with a reckless and arrogant confidence. His eyes start to grow heavy as the exhaustion and booze finally catch up to him. He slams his foot down on the gas, desperate to feel the rush of the speed. The car becomes a lethal blur, narrowly missing the curb as he tears through the quiet night. Bystanders can only watch in disgust as the local menace treats the public streets like a personal racetrack. Cold sweat beads on his forehead when he realizes he is slowly losing control of the vehicle. Suddenly, a chilling voice from the shadows of the back seat commands him to turn the vehicle immediately. The Hanshin thug is dumbfounded as Number presses a blade to his throat, forcing him to steer. Tires scream against the asphalt as the luxury sedan suddenly yanks into a sharp, violent turn. Pedestrians dive for cover, terrified by the reckless driving that turns the quiet street into a death trap. Inside, our boy Number keeps his blade steady against the Hanshin thug's throat, maintaining absolute control. He coldly dictates the route, ordering the trash-tier gangster to head toward the outskirts without hesitation. The thug can only curse his luck, realizing he's trapped with a monster who isn't playing games. A strange blue light flickers, a supernatural signal that only those tied to the ritual can truly sense. Number explains that this flickering is a grim omen, proving the thug's time is rapidly running out. The gangster's eyes widen in pure terror as he realizes his fate is already sealed by a higher power. Looking at the skid marks, Number reveals that the thug was destined to kill someone within hours anyway. He demands the driver move to the passenger seat, offering him one final chance for any last words. Number starts a grim countdown, forcing the thug to floor it as the final seconds tick away. The Hanshin thug is sweating bullets, realizing he's just a pawn in a game he can't win. As the countdown hits 1, our boy prepares to deliver a swift, ritualistic judgment. Number remains cold and detached, his eyes showing he has zero sympathy for this trash-tier criminal. The car tires scream against the asphalt as the vehicle loses all semblance of control. They drift wildly across the lanes, a metal coffin hurtling toward an inevitable, violent conclusion. The thug realizes too late that his final chance for mercy has officially expired. Number slams the gangster's head into the frame, making sure he feels every bit of the impact. The thug cries out in agony, but his pleas fall on deaf ears while the ritual continues. With a precise strike, the blade draws blood, marking the beginning of the end for the thug. Number drives the blade home, ensuring this trash-tier thug finally pays for his crimes in blood. In a desperate, final reflex, the gangster slams his foot down, but it's far too late for salvation. The car screams across the pavement, leaving charred rubber trails as it spins completely out of control. It finally slams into the curb with a bone-jarring thud, ending the high-speed chaos in an instant. As the smoke clears, the vehicle sits motionless, a silent witness to the brutal judgment just delivered. Our boy effortlessly takes the wheel, looking completely unfazed while the thug bleeds out beside him. He checks the time with cold precision, noting that the flickering has stopped but the ritual remains. The dying gangster coughs up blood, desperately gasping to know who exactly sent this monster after him. Number realizes that even if he delays the inevitable, the predestined count for these criminals never changes. Without a hint of hesitation, he swings his blade one last time to complete the grim ritual. The thug screams in defiance, but our boy's blade is faster, ending his pathetic struggle for good. He stares back with glazed eyes, finally understanding that there's no escaping this grim and predestined fate. With the ritual complete, the blood-soaked car sits idle as the life drains from the trash-tier gangster. Number calmly checks his phone, ensuring everything is proceeding according to the plan before fading away. He peels away from the curb, leaving the scene of judgment behind in the quiet of the night. The city remains oblivious to the justice served in its dark corners as the sun begins rising. Later, he stops by a cafe where Soo-young greets him warmly, completely oblivious to his recent bloody work. He leaves the payment on the counter, keeping his interactions brief and his presence as ghostly as ever. As he descends the stairs, he finds Sai-la waiting, her eyes searching for the truth he hides. Looking at her, he realizes it's finally time to make a decision that will settle things very soon. As Number heads down the stairs, he nearly runs into Soo-young, who is struggling with heavy boxes. She offers a quick apology while trying to squeeze past, unaware of the killer standing right there. Our boy pauses, his supernatural perception kicking in as he visualizes her role in the grand design. Suddenly, a sharp sting of pain shoots through her head, making her flinch at the worst possible moment. Her foot slips on the cold metal step, and she realizes she is about to take a nasty fall. The boxes fly into the air as she loses her balance, gravity finally winning the battle. Number just watches with a cold, indifferent expression, showing no intention of helping the poor girl. She tumbles backward while the ritualistic number 26 glows faintly, signaling her place in the sequence. His eye reveals a hidden mark, proving that every movement here is dictated by the ritual's dark rules. The boxes crash against the floor with a loud bang, echoing through the stairwell as she hits the ground. Soo-young winces as a sharp pain flares up, her body reacting to the ritual's dark influence. She looks back in a panic, certain that gravity is about to win this clumsy battle. Suddenly, our boy catches her arm with predatory speed, preventing her from taking a nasty spill. She stammers out a flustered apology, feeling completely dumbfounded by the stranger's sudden, silent help. The cafe manager rushes over in a panic while Number just stands there with an indifferent expression. Soo-young bows and apologizes for the mess, her voice trembling as she tries to save face. Our boy remains silent, his cold gaze fixed on her, as if he is reading her very soul. As they gather the scattered cards, he realizes she is already locked into the ritual's grand design. He notes her beige, curly hair, memorizing every physical detail to ensure the sequence remains perfect. Even her worn-out sneakers and height are logged, confirming her role in the upcoming dark events. Number is certain he isn't remembering wrong. This girl was definitely the first in his dark sequence. Our boy knows these numbers are absolute, never shifting once the ritual marks a target for death. Soo-young apologizes for her sudden headache, completely unaware her life is tied to a much larger design. He stares her down with clinical detachment, his mind already processing her role in the upcoming slaughter. A name tag reveals her identity as Mo Ji-hyun, the final confirmation our boy needed to proceed. His mental files show her sketch, proving that Ji-hyun is the key to completing his ritualistic masterpiece. A flashback triggers, showing a time when her friend, Kim Unni, tried to help her with eye drops. Soo-young squirmed from the stinging liquid, a trivial discomfort compared to the fate she is walking into. Back then, a simple countdown was enough to stress her out, long before things turned truly trash tier. She claimed to be fine, but she is just another lamb being led to the ritualistic slaughterhouse. The stinging liquid hits her eye as she screams, deciding to just handle the drops herself later. Her cry echoes through the staff room, a sharp contrast to the quiet cafe atmosphere outside. Our girl rubs her eye in frustration, wondering why they have been stinging so much lately without any reason. The manager suggests she might just be suffering from dry eyes or staying up way too late at night. A coworker steps in to help, offering his own pack of artificial tears to soothe her irritated eyes. She beams with gratitude, thanking him for the small kindness while clutching the tiny bottle like a lifeline. The mood shifts as the television reports on a murder cover-up designed to frame the infamous ritual killer. They watch the rerun in silence, listening to a professor discuss the unprecedented scale of these random killings. The mention of a specific case from 2012 catches her off guard, pulling her deeper into the grim broadcast. She stands there completely dumbfounded, the weight of the news hitting her harder than any physical pain ever could. Soo-young vents to her manager about how the constant fear makes it impossible to go anywhere safely anymore. Realizing how late it's gotten, she decides it's finally time to wrap things up and head home. Our girl offers a quick goodbye to the staff, trying to keep her tone light despite the grim news. She descends the stairs into the night, leaving the relative safety of the cafe behind for the dark streets. Her coworkers watch her go, wondering if she's heading to another job or just struggling to make ends meet. They pity her for working so hard at such a young age, noting how she hides pain behind smiles. But as she walks, the world starts to blur, and the weight of her unspoken trauma begins to surface. Suddenly, a wave of nausea hits her, and she struggles to keep herself from breaking down right there. She desperately tries to steady her racing heart, reminding herself to use the breathing techniques she learned to survive. With a shaky exhale, she fights to regain control before the darkness of her past completely swallows her whole. Soo-young takes a deep breath, trying to shake off the lingering dread of her recent panic attack. She realizes these episodes still haunt her, serving as a grim reminder of the hell she once endured. Her mind drifts back to a time when she was constantly rushing, desperate to keep her life together. Back then, a trash-tier boss would slap her across the face just for being slightly late to work. She had to endure the abuse from this tattooed thug just to keep her job at the stall. To our girl, physical pain was nothing compared to the mental exhaustion of her daily reality. She convinced herself that enduring a few slaps was a small price for working extra hours. By playing along with his twisted rules, she could earn just enough to survive another day. Whenever her energy flagged, she'd give herself a small pat-pat to keep from breaking down. Even if it was forced, she'd look at her smiley pin and remind herself to keep moving forward. Our girl is just trying to keep her head down while grinding through another exhausting shift at the stall. She focuses on the orders, but a sudden feeling of being watched makes her skin crawl with unease. One of the customers stares at her with a look of realization that sends a chill down her spine. When he suddenly calls out a name from her past, Soo-young feels like her heart just stopped beating. She tries to ignore the recognition, but the cold sweat on her neck betrays her growing sense of panic. The group at the table is completely dumbfounded, wondering why their friend is making such a scene over a server. Another guy joins in the scrutiny, trying to figure out if she is actually someone they used to know. The man in the suit doubles down, claiming they were middle school classmates and refusing to let the matter go. Soo-young realizes that no matter how far she runs, the shadow of her past is always right behind her. Her mind flashes back to the hateful graffiti scrawled on her old desk, reminding her why she had to disappear. Back in 2012, the police finally hauled Mo Hyun-cheol away, leaving a permanent stain on his family's name. Now, this trash-tier customer shouts that she's the killer's daughter, exposing her secret to the entire stall. Soo-young feels a wave of nausea, desperately trying to keep her composure as her world collapses. The surrounding crowd starts whispering, shocked to learn that a murderer's child is actually serving them food. Her vision blurs as the trauma of her past stings her eyes like a physical blade. The man just smirks, acting like he's doing her a favor by recognizing her after all these years. Other patrons look on with disgust, wondering how she has the nerve to show her face in public. A high-pitched ringing fills her ears, drowning out the cruel laughter of the people around her. She stands frozen in the center of the tent, feeling every judgmental gaze piercing through her like needles. Outside, the indifferent city streets continue to hum, while our girl's life shatters into a million pieces. Soo-young stumbles into the dark alley, her lungs burning as she tries to escape the judgmental crowd. She clutches her head in agony, the trauma of being a murderer's daughter finally breaking her spirit. Suddenly, she remembers those cold, piercing eyes that have been haunting her every waking moment. Our girl collapses against the cold brick wall, wondering if she will ever find a moment of peace. The narrow alleyway feels like it is closing in, trapping her in a nightmare she cannot escape. High above the filth, Number watches her every move with the cold indifference of a predator. He notes her every detail, from her messy hair to her worn-out sneakers, confirming she is the one. A sudden noise echoes through the silence as a discarded box shifts, signaling his presence nearby. His supernatural perception activates, locking onto her soul as the ritualistic marks begin to manifest. Soo-young gasps in terror as glowing numbers materialize in the air, marking her for a dark, predestined fate. Number stares down in silence, wondering about the true identity of the girl he just marked. Our girl is left trembling, her mind racing as she questions who this hooded figure really is. Suddenly, the past rushes back like a flood of blinding camera flashes from a decade ago. The police struggle to contain the mob as they escort her father, the nation's most hated monster. Reporters scream for answers, but the trash-tier criminal remains chillingly silent even after his confession. Back home, her mother breaks down while the public demands to know why a killer deserves protection. Little Soo-young points at the screen, her heart sinking as she recognizes her own father on the news. At just 8 years old, her world shattered, forcing her to trade her name for a life in hiding. In the present, she pleads with her boss on the phone, desperate to keep her fragile life together. She clutches her old scrapbook, the only remnant of a childhood stolen by her father's blood-stained legacy. Soo-young watches her mother desperately scream over the phone, fighting for a paycheck while their world falls apart. Our girl spent those early years in a total daze, barely able to process the trauma around her. She tried to deny the horrific facts, even as the gruesome reality of her father's crimes stained her mind. By age 14, the school desk of the murderer's daughter was already covered in trash-tier insults and death threats. Behind the principal's door, the local parents are losing their minds, demanding she be kicked out immediately. She stands frozen, hearing them claim she's cut from the same cloth as her monster of a father. Suddenly, a girl she once considered a friend marches down the hall with eyes full of burning resentment. Soo-young tries to speak, but the girl's cold glare makes it clear that their friendship is long gone. A brutal slap echoes through the hallway, marking the moment she realized she'd always be an outcast. In the present, she looks at her old ID, desperate to keep Mo Ji-hyun buried in the past. The teacher reveals that Hae-jin's older brother was actually a victim of the university murders years ago. He explains how much the brother adored his sister, making Soo-young's presence a constant, painful reminder. When asked if she knew about their bond, our girl can only sit there in stunned silence. Soo-young tries to defend herself, explaining her father abandoned her long before the killing spree even started. She recalls only seeing his face on the news, surrounded by a swarm of cameras and police officers. The teacher coldly dismisses her, warning that her lack of knowledge just sounds like a trash-tier excuse. She stares back, completely dumbfounded that her own abandonment is being used against her like this. The word excuse echoes in her mind, cutting deeper than any physical slap ever could. She finally snaps, questioning if she's truly a villain just for the crime of being born. He remains unmoved, stating that those who are grieving will never have room for her personal grievances. The teacher just shrugs her off, claiming that her miserable circumstances are simply a matter of bad luck. Our girl wishes she had the vocabulary to express the sheer intensity of the resentment boiling inside her. Her hand trembles as she clenches the desk, a single name echoing like a curse in her mind. It is the name of the monster who destroyed her life, Mo Hee-han Cheol, the father she truly despises. Later, the world continues its peaceful pace in a park, oblivious to the girl's internal devastation. She sits isolated on a bench, watching the happy crowds while feeling completely disconnected from humanity. Suddenly, a sharp pain flares in her eyes, as her reality begins to distort into something supernatural. The pedestrians are suddenly branded with glowing numbers, revealing the hidden timers of their impending deaths. She gasps in pain, her head throbbing as she struggles to process this terrifying, ritualistic insight. Exhausted, she slumps back on the bench, haunted by the realization that her life is becoming a nightmare. Soo-young is reeling, wondering if this supernatural nightmare is actually her new reality. She starts figuring out the trick, realizing that squinting her eyes brings those haunting numbers into focus. The numbers vary in size and intensity, making her realize this isn't just a simple clock or timer. She collapses on a bench, desperately hoping this is just some weird, rare disease and not something worse. The weight of it all makes her want to scream as she tries to make sense of the chaos. Just then, our boy Baek-min shows up, casually asking if she's drowning in worries again. She brushes him off as a mere baby, though he reminds her she's only a month older than him. Even though she called him there, she keeps up the prickly attitude while they sit in the park. Suddenly, he tosses a small box her way, catching her completely off guard. She's dumbfounded when she sees it's hand cream, wondering why he's suddenly acting so thoughtful. Baek-min reminds her that tomorrow is her birthday, wondering why she's acting so surprised. Soo-young is caught off guard, her face flushing as she realizes he actually remembered. He suggests grabbing some food and hitting up a PC cafe like they used to do. He stares at her intently, his sharp eyes searching for what's really bothering her. Suddenly, he panics when he sees tears welling up in her eyes. Asking why she's crying, she desperately tries to laugh it off, claiming it's just a weird reaction to the gift. Baek-min stays silent, clearly not buying her flimsy excuse for a single second. Her mind flashes back to the trash-tier treatment she's endured, from her father's shadow to public harassment. Sitting on that bench, she finally admits that things have just been incredibly heavy lately. They sit in silence under the trees, the weight of her secret still hanging in the air. Baek-min recalls a guy named Kim Min-soo, wondering if he was the one from Class 5. He sighs, telling our girl that out of everyone, she just had to run into that trash-tier guy. Soo-young clenches her hands, admitting that those old memories still make her feel physically sick and helpless. She remembers the principal's office, where a group of angry women gathered to demand her middle school expulsion. These parents were relentless, arguing that even if it wasn't her fault, they had to be realistic. They cruelly questioned if a child with a father in prison could ever grow up to be stable. With money tight and no education, they assumed she would eventually slip into a life of crime. But Soo-young tells Baek-min she was determined to prove them wrong and live a healthy life. She just wanted to be a normal, independent adult, far away from the dark legacy of her family. Looking out at the park, she vows she will never become a cold-blooded murderer like her father. Baek-min sighs, wondering why she feels the need to prove herself when she is already enough. Soo-young just laughs it off, teasing him that a student like him wouldn't understand the real world. Our boy decides it is time to stop the heavy talk and just have some crazy fun instead. He offers his hand, promising that a day of pure joy will prove she is a healthy person. Soo-young blushes, considering their options like a board game cafe or hitting up a PC room. He jokingly shuts down the gaming idea because she is trashed here at shooters, sparking a playful argument. They end up at the PC cafe anyway, where Soo-young screams in frustration during a heated match. Next, they hit the karaoke room, pouring their hearts out and failing to hit those high notes. As night falls, they wander the neon-lit streets, cooling off with some snacks after their wild marathon. For a brief moment, the weight of her father's shadow vanishes, replaced by the simple joy of ice cream. Soo-young's eyes widen as a chilling sensation washes over her, signaling that something is horribly wrong. Suddenly, a ghostly timer manifests in her vision, counting down the final moments of a life nearby. As the clock ticks down to 3 minutes, Baekmin remains completely oblivious while enjoying his sweet treat. She looks visibly shaken, making her friend wonder if their fun night has suddenly taken a dark turn. He asks if she is truly alright, while our boy keeps munching away, unaware of the supernatural countdown. Even though he acts casual, he starts feeling a heavy pressure, wondering if someone is actually tailing them. They continue through the crowded alley, passing by a suspicious man who seems a bit too interested in them. The duo keeps moving forward, but the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a blade. Behind them, a couple of trash-tier thugs realize they almost blew their cover and laugh about the call. One tells the other to quit being a moron and stay sharp as they continue their creepy pursuit. A hidden lens tracks their movement, with the observer demanding a steady shot as they walk away. The footage reaches a trash-tier streamer who begins dissecting their night for his growing audience. He finds it twisted that our girl is out here living such a happy, normal life. Though the recording ends, he mentions a tip that they were spotted heading toward the nightlife district. He plays it off as typical teen trouble, but he's clearly hunting for a way to spark outrage. The real bombshell is the filming date, which happens to fall on a very dark anniversary. That day marks the memorial for the 13th soul taken by the infamous killer Mo Hee-han Chol. He highlights the chilling fact that Soo-young has now reached the same age as that ill-fated victim. He mocks the world's unfairness, bitter that a killer's bloodline laughs while victims' families still suffer. With a final, gritty shrug, he tells his viewers that this cruel reality proves God is truly dead. The comment section is a total war zone, with some calling for blood, while others try to stay sane. People are actually arguing that evil is in the blood, claiming the killer's DNA is a ticking time bomb. Our boy Baekmin wanders through the quiet neighborhood, completely unaware of the digital storm brewing over his head. He passes by some trash-tier locals who are busy making trouble, but he's got his mind on other things. Meanwhile, the authorities are struggling to hold back the vultures, trying to turn a tragedy into viral content. The cyber wrecker is loving every second of it, hyping up his audience for the big reveal. As more people talk about karma, a finger presses the doorbell to a home filled with heavy secrets. Soo-young's mother answers the door, looking exhausted but relieved to see a friendly face like Baekmin. She welcomes him into their cramped home, immediately asking how her daughter is holding up these days. Little do they know, the internet is already deciding that Soo-young deserves whatever misery comes her way. Baekmin finds Soo-young trembling under a blanket, her face lit by the toxic glow of her phone. He asks if she hid her face properly, which only adds to her overwhelming sense of dread. She worries that if they were filmed together, the internet would claim they're hooligans or living together. Baekmin is dumbfounded that these people know nothing about her, yet they judge her so harshly. She remembers how those creeps from the tent followed her home, proving they were hunting for drama. Our boy tries to calm her down, insisting she shouldn't give those bastards the satisfaction of a reaction. He promises the vultures will eventually move on, but Soo-young knows the world isn't that kind to her. She confesses that she feels most betrayed by the concept of inherited karma, destroying her chance at a future. People have always cruelly whispered that she would never grow up normally, and would eventually follow her father. It breaks her heart that the world curses her for trying to live a healthy and happy life. Soo-young breaks down, wondering why she even bothered acting bright when the world just wants her to fail. Baekmin stands there dumbfounded, his heart aching as he watches his friend finally crumble under the pressure. Suddenly, her mother interrupts, looking completely drained as she asks our boy for a quick word in private. She points out the window at the vultures lingering outside, terrified for her daughter's safety in this madness. Since she has to work the night shift, she feels guilty leaving Soo-young alone during such a crisis. Baekmin reassures her he'll stay, but as he steps out, Soo-young remains paralyzed by her own despair. Just then, a supernatural timer flickering with 3 minutes and 32 seconds appears right above his head. The glowing numbers pulse with an eerie light, signaling a countdown that only Soo-young can perceive. She realizes with horror that the death timers are back, and this time, they're targeting her only ally. As the clock ticks down, our boy remains oblivious to the literal death sentence hanging over his head. Soo-young is absolutely desperate, pleading with him not to step outside into the gathering darkness. Outside, the neighborhood settles into a deceptive quiet as the sun dips below the horizon. Our boy Baek-min checks the fridge, but finds it's as empty as a trash-tier villain's promises. He knows he can't let her starve, so providing a decent meal becomes his top priority. A look of grim determination settles on his face as he prepares to face the world. Seeing the street is finally clear of vultures, he thinks a quick supply run won't hurt. He lets her know he's heading to the local mart and promises to return shortly. Soo-young remains motionless on the floor, seemingly lost in a deep, trauma-induced sleep. The lock clicks open as he decides to brave the outside for the sake of his friend. He steps out into the hallway, completely unaware that his life is now on a ticking clock. Baek-min opens the door only to find the vultures have already found their secret nest. A trash-tier intruder forces his way in, asking if this is where the serial killer's daughter hides. Our boy is dumbfounded as he realizes these creeps already know her real identity and his face. A greasy streamer shoves a camera forward, demanding a three-way interview with the infamous Mo Ji-hyun. Inside, Soo-young remains lost in her nightmare, completely unaware that the real monsters are at the door. Baek-min tries to stand his ground, shouting that they're trespassing and threatening to call the cops. These vultures aren't budging, planting their feet firmly to ensure the door stays wide open for their content. A heavy hand slams against the frame, cutting off any hope of a quick escape. One of the older creeps looms over him, his presence suffocating as he stares down our boy. Baek-min desperately reaches for the handle, but he's losing control of the situation fast. The trash-tier intruder stares coldly, completely ignoring our boy's desperate demands to let go of the door. Baek-min freezes when the man recognizes his school uniform, realizing this creep knows way too much. The man reminisces about how his own daughter attended that same school over a decade ago. Our boy is dumbfounded as the vibe shifts from simple harassment to something much more personal and twisted. Turns out, Soo-young is now the exact same age as the man's daughter when she was murdered. He rants about the world's unfairness, his grief curdling into a dark, vengeful obsession right before our eyes. Suddenly, the intruder loses his patience and violently shoves Baek-min aside like he is nothing. He marches into the home, hunting for the girl while our boy scrambles to find his footing. The creep relishes the irony of the killer's daughter being within reach, his shadow swallowing the room. He pulls out a heavy hammer, deciding it is finally his turn to deliver some sick, vigilante justice. The intruder swings his hammer with a sickening thud, letting years of bottled-up hatred finally explode. Baek-min collapses instantly, his head split open as the other trash-tier thugs watch the vigilante justice unfold. Hiding just inches away, Soo-young trembles while watching her only protector's life leak onto the floor. The man looks utterly possessed, demanding to know why anyone would risk their life for a killer's daughter. He drags our boy up by his shirt, unaware that a glowing death timer is counting down his final moments. While he rants about settling the score, Soo-young stalks behind him, her fear replaced by a sharp, murderous intent. Baek-min's eyes grow heavy as the timer hits its final stretch, the world blurring into a haze of pain. In that moment of peak trauma, Soo-young's vision finally snaps into focus, revealing the hidden truth of the ritual. She recalls seeing these numbers before, realizing now that every second of their friendship was a ticking time bomb. It turns out the fate of everyone around her has been written in these glowing digits all along. Baek-min's life is literally ticking away, with barely a minute left before the ritual claims him. Soo-young realizes the world only sees her as a monster's spawn, a target for the cyber wrecker's lens. The internet's trash-tier comments prove they just want someone to blame for their own miserable losses. If the world wants a villain, she decides she might as well give them exactly what they're asking for. She grips the kitchen knife, ready to end the cycle of pain by becoming the monster they fear. Suddenly, a cold hand clamps down on her wrist, stopping her from throwing her life away so easily. Soo-young stares at the steel, dumbfounded as she sees her own fractured reflection staring back at her. The blade also reflects the crazed face of the grieving father who pushed her to this breaking point. Number effortlessly takes control of the weapon, his presence chilling the very air in the room. He calls her by her father's name and asks if those pathetic thoughts are really her last words. Number strikes with clinical precision, making it clear that her pathetic attempt at suicide won't happen today. He looms over her, coldly stating that her personal sob story and reasons for dying mean absolutely nothing. To him, she's just a piece of a larger ritual, and her individual suffering is beneath his notice. He tosses her aside like a broken doll, showing no mercy to the girl who just tried to quit. Turning his attention to the trash-tier audience, he drives a blade straight through the streamer's precious smartphone. Our boy doesn't care about clout or justice. He only cares about the rules of his dark game. The vultures realize they've stepped into a lion's den and start panicking as the blood-stained steel glimmers. The streamer flees, more worried about his ruined YouTube career than the literal killer in the room. Even the grieving father is left dumbfounded, realizing his quest for revenge just hit a supernatural wall. Soo-young collapses, her lungs burning as she realizes she's been granted a terrifying reprieve from the abyss. Soo-young is completely broken, her mind fractured as she stammers in absolute terror. The grieving father loses it, screaming that he is going to end her life right then and there. She just lies there, bloodied and dazed, waiting for the final blow to land. Suddenly, our boy steps out of the shadows and puts the old man in a lethal chokehold. Number coldly informs the man that he is not the only one who plays by these rules. With a sickening crunch, the life drains out of the father as he realizes he messed with a monster. The threat is neutralized, leaving Soo-young staring at the dark figure standing over her. She looks up with glazed eyes, desperately trying to figure out who this masked savior actually is. He does not offer comfort, just a chilling gaze that makes her wonder if she is truly safe. He notes she is still breathing and that her ritual numbers have not vanished from his sight yet. Soo-young lies there absolutely dumbfounded, her mind racing as she tries to process the chaos around her. She suddenly realizes that the terrifying numbers floating above everyone's heads are visible to more than just her. Our boy stands there like a grim reaper, confirming that he shares this cursed, supernatural sight. His glowing blue eye pierces through the dark, proving he is far from a normal human being. He coldly explains that the massive number over her head represents the thousands of lives she will eventually take. Meanwhile, the news reports on the ritualistic killings, focusing on the mysterious numbers carved into every victim. Trauma floods back as she remembers the professor's analysis and the cold, trash-tier treatment from her old school. The weight of being a future mass murderer hits her hard, making her world spin in total disbelief. Looking at the bodies around him, she realizes this monster is here specifically to hunt people like her. As her vision fades, she spots her own death timer ticking down, signaling that her time is almost up. Baekmin lies broken on the cold ground, his life timer ticking away the final seconds of his existence. Soo-young watches her only friend fade, her heart shattering because she can't bear to leave him behind. Our boy looms over her like a shadow, the ritual's cruel countdown nearing its inevitable conclusion. He stares down with a gaze as cold as ice, asking if she has any last words to offer. Gathering the last of her strength, she prepares to speak even as her vision begins to blur. She desperately asks why he spared the man who tried to murder her friend so ruthlessly. It's a question fueled by a confusion so deep, she can't even make sense of it herself. Number finds her bizarre, questioning why she's worried about a killer's life while she's currently dying. He coldly reveals that those marked with number 1 aren't targets, no matter who they kill. The harsh reality of the ritual leaves her dumbfounded as the darkness finally starts to take over. Soo-young finally understands the twisted logic of the ritual as her strength completely fails her. Her hand falls limp against the cold ground, the light in her eyes finally beginning to dim. Our boy tightens his grip on his blade, ready to finish what the ritual started. As she slips further into the darkness, the world around her starts to blur into nothingness. He watches her fade with a cold indifference, waiting for the final moment to strike. Suddenly, something shifts in the air, catching even the stone-cold killer completely off guard. A massive blue number manifests with a heavy metallic clank, shattering the silence of the night. Countless glowing digits begin to swarm around her unconscious form like a digital storm. Number is left speechless as the ritual's energy surges around him in a way he never expected. A single, brilliant number 1 blazes above her, signaling a change that defies all the rules. Number finally accepts the situation, deciding to move forward with the ritual despite the unexpected turn of events. He remembers a time in a ruined classroom where he promised to take on this dark responsibility. If he was the only one capable of carrying the burden, our boy was ready to embrace it. Back then, he cried out, hoping to prove that the cruel cycle of numbers could actually be stopped. Returning to the present, he draws his weapon, his resolve hardened into a cold, sharp edge. Out of nowhere, the grieving father charges at him, his face twisted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Their blades meet with a heavy metallic screech as Number stands his ground against the man's desperate assault. The man howls that the girl is his alone, claiming his right to the vengeance he has sought for years. He screams that he will be the one to end her life, while our boy watches with indifferent eyes. The broken man begs Number not to steal the only thing giving his miserable life any remaining purpose. Number is completely dumbfounded as he realizes the target's timer just did the impossible and actually increased. He doesn't have time to process the anomaly before a brutal strike forces him into a defensive stance. The grieving father swings his hammer with a desperate, trash-tier strength that catches our boy off guard. Number quickly regains his composure and delivers a heavy kick that sends the old man flying backward. He tells himself to stay calm, remembering that he has witnessed a timer increase once before. Pushing the mystery aside, he decides to focus on the immediate threat and adapt to the shifting rules. He seizes the opening and prepares to deliver a final, decisive blow to end the man's suffering. Standing over his opponent, our boy knows he must fulfill his role regardless of the strange circumstances. As the hammer connects, a fleeting image of the man's lost daughter flashes through the dying man's mind. The broken father gasps out a final, tearful apology to his daughter before the light leaves his eyes. Police sirens scream through the darkness, signaling that the authorities are finally closing in on the bloody scene. The wailing sound echoes across the city as the law prepares to deal with the ritual's latest aftermath. Our boy stands amidst the carnage, looking down at the broken bodies of the girl and her protectors. Baek-min gasps for air, his life force fading fast as he pays the price for his loyalty. Soo-young lies battered and bloodied, her survival a miracle considering the trash-tier violence she just endured. Number finds the situation fascinating, his cold mind analyzing the strange anomaly he just witnessed with her timer. He wonders what makes this girl so special, especially after seeing her numbers fluctuate so wildly against the rules. As the sirens grow deafeningly loud, he remains composed, knowing he needs to move before he is spotted. He finally makes up his mind, deciding that Soo-young is an asset he is not ready to give up yet. With a sharp screech of tires, he makes his getaway, leaving the police to find nothing but corpses. Our boy peels away from the scene, keeping a close eye on the unconscious girl in his passenger seat. Soo-young looks like she's been through hell, her body finally giving in to the sheer exhaustion and trauma. The van disappears into the night, heading far away from the prying eyes of the local authorities. Suddenly, her eyes snap open as her survival instincts finally kick back into gear. She finds herself trapped in the back of a moving vehicle, surrounded by strange equipment and shadows. The girl groans in agony, desperately trying to figure out where she is and how she got there. Touching her neck, she feels the fresh bandages and realizes someone actually bothered to patch her up. She tentatively steps onto the cold floor, her mind racing with a million questions about her mysterious savior. Stepping outside, she's completely dumbfounded to find herself standing in the middle of a massive, decaying warehouse. She remembers being safe at home with Baek-min, making this nightmare feel even more surreal and terrifying. A heavy set of footsteps echoes through the silence, signaling that she isn't alone in this dump. Young Soo-young whips her head around, her heart hammering against her ribs as she senses a presence nearby. Our boy Number approaches with cold indifference, looking like the literal embodiment of her worst nightmares. Flashbacks of the brutal violence she just survived flood her mind, making her realize her precarious situation. Number notes that she's regained consciousness much sooner than he anticipated, his voice devoid of any warmth. Terrified of what this monster might do next, she bolts for the exit, desperate to find an escape. Suddenly, a thick cable snaps taut, cutting off her flight before she can even make it 10 feet. Young Soo-young lets out a pained cry as the tether jerks her back, realizing she's effectively a prisoner. Looking back, she sees she's literally leashed to the van like a stray while Number prepares to leave. Number coldly orders her to quit wasting her energy and get back inside if she wants to survive. Number sits back, his presence alone heavy enough to crush the air out of the van. He starts tinkering with his gear, calmly promising her safety as long as she keeps her mouth shut. Yang Soo-young can barely breathe, the cold reality of her situation sinking in as she clutches her tethered wrist. The van rattles with the sound of metal on metal, a grim reminder of the tools he uses. Trapped in this mobile chamber of horrors, she realizes there is nowhere to run from this silent predator. Catching his reflection, she feels his gaze even when he isn't looking, making her skin crawl with dread. Suddenly, a memory clicks into place, and she realizes she has seen this man before at her old job. The news reports flash in her mind, connecting this mysterious figure to the infamous ritualistic serial killer. Number claims to see things others cannot, his targets marked by a fate only he can execute. A terrifying vision of blood and thousands of future victims haunts her, revealing the true scale of his mission. Soo-young is shaking, her mind racing as she tries to process the sheer scale of the coming slaughter. She mutters under her breath, terrified by the thought of him really ending 4,000 lives. Our boy doesn't miss a beat, casually correcting her with the exact figure of 4,326. The precision of his count sends a fresh wave of horror through her as she sits frozen. While sharpening his blade, he ominously notes that the number was only the count before things recently changed. She looks back, her voice trembling as she asks for the terrifying meaning behind his past tense correction. He runs a finger over the cold steel, his focus entirely on the tools of his grim trade. He explains that those marked with the number 1 are safe from his blade, unlike the other targets. A memory of her own brush with death flashes back, reminding her of the thin line she walked. He admits that after she answered him, it felt like she knew exactly how to stay alive. Young Soo-young is dumbfounded by his casual tone, as if surviving the ritual was just some simple task. Our boy drops a bombshell, revealing that her friend Min is only breathing because of her actions. Relief washes over her as she realizes her loyal friend actually made it out of that nightmare alive. Number explains that the grieving father was destined to survive and kill, eventually becoming his next ritual target. the weight of being a target sinks in, making her realize how cold-blooded this entire game truly is. Suddenly, the realization hits her like a truck, and she turns back to demand the truth from him. He coldly admits to executing the man because he was about to end her life right then and there. She falls silent, staring at his grim collection of blades, while trying to process his twisted sense of protection. She wonders why the man's death timer never dropped, unlike the way hers did before she lost consciousness. He snaps back, asking if she is blaming him when she was the one who initially tried to kill. Our girl freezes as he starts dropping some heavy lore about the reality of their situation. He makes it clear that once a number is set, it's an absolute mark that never shifts. It doesn't matter if you're broken or buried. Your destined count is a fixed point in time. As he heads to the van, he explains that fate isn't something you just wiggle out of. She sits there trembling, realizing she's trapped in a car with a literal force of nature. Our boy slams his hand down, demanding her full attention as he reveals her unique status. He points out the impossible truth that she somehow managed to actually lower her own count. With a chilling gaze, he asks if she finally gets why she's so important to his ritual. Shez left sweating and dumbfounded. Realizing Shez the only glitch in his otherwise perfect system, he peels out into the night, leaving her to wonder what kind of monster she's truly dealing with. Soo-young trembles in the passenger seat, desperately asking where this cold-blooded monster is actually dragging her. Number keeps his eyes fixed on the road, nonchalantly admitting he doesn't even have a final destination in mind. He drops the bombshell that she is officially his shadow now, going wherever he goes from here on. With a chilling stare, he makes it clear that a glitch like her cannot be allowed to roam freely. Our girl tries to find a backbone, stuttering out a question about what happens if she simply refuses him. He tosses her a phone, mockingly telling her she is free to try her luck at escaping his grasp. She stares at the device, realizing that even with a lifeline, she is still completely trapped in his world. He warns her that returning to her old life means a permanent existence as a hunted, desperate animal. The news is already painting her as a killer, making it impossible to ever clear her name alone. He tells her to go ahead and fulfill the murderous fate society already expects from a trash-tier outcast. Number demands a choice, leaving her trembling as she stares into the abyss of her new reality. Internally, she begs herself not to listen to his poison, even as her options vanish into thin air. Slumped in the van, she resolves that she must escape this monster no matter the cost. She tentatively asks if they can stop at her house, her voice barely a whisper against the engine. Desperate for a sense of normalcy, she claims she needs her things and a final look at her mother. Her mind races with the logistics of packing, while her heart hammers against her ribs in pure terror. When he actually agrees, she sits there dumbfounded, unable to believe he's actually entertaining her request. The van glides through the darkening city as the weight of her situation finally starts to sink in. They arrive at her old apartment, a place that no longer feels like the sanctuary it once was. Clad in a beanie to hide her face, she stalks through the hallway like a shadow in her own life. Soo-young nervously adjusts her cap, praying the police have finally finished their sweep of the area. Number coldly notes he'll park in a blind spot to avoid any prying digital eyes. He gives her a strict 30-minute window to grab her things and vanish back into the night. To her shock, the plan actually works as she slips past the torn remnants of police tape. She stands in her trashed home, the silence a grim reminder of the chaos that destroyed her life. Our girl starts frantically stuffing a bag with essentials, focusing on survival items like ramen and hidden cash. Every second feels like an eternity as she realizes this is her only chance to ditch that monster. Her mind races with a plan to bolt in the opposite direction the moment she hits the street. She takes a heavy step forward, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. But as the reality of being a fugitive sets in, she wonders where she can even run to. A cold eye watches from the shadows, ensuring she doesn't try to slip away during her errand. Outside, his black van waits like a silent predator, ready to whisk her away to the next nightmare. He warns her that if she actually returns as ordered, she might just pass his twisted little test. Soo-young is visibly shaken, realizing her survival now hinges on the mercy of a calculated killer. He makes it clear that any thought of escape will be met with a swift and permanent end. Suddenly, a crazed figure emerges from the shadows of her trashed home, clutching a jagged, broken bottle. She spins around in pure terror, her heart hammering as she realizes she isn't alone in the apartment. The grieving father lunges at her with a desperate roar, his mind completely consumed by a murderous rage. She screams and shields herself, certain that this is where her luck finally runs out for good. The broken glass glints in the dim light as the attacker prepares to deliver a final, lethal strike. The crazed figure is actually Baekmin, who freezes in shock upon realizing he almost attacked his friend. Soo-young is completely dumbfounded, her heart still racing as she stares up at her only remaining ally. He nearly breaks down with relief, expressing how grateful he is to find her alive and well. Still shaken, she asks what he is even doing back in this dangerous, trashed-out apartment. She points out the jagged bottle, forcing him to sheepishly apologize for nearly taking her head off. He explains he only crept back to grab a bag he had left behind once the police vanished. Finding the door wide open made him think someone was inside, so he grabbed the first weapon available. He admits he was terrified those trash-tier bastards from the mob had returned to cause more trouble. Her relief turns to guilt when she notices the fresh, heavy bandages covering his battered face. He tries to hide his injuries, but the physical price of his loyalty is written all over him. Soo-young is eaten alive by guilt, realizing her friend paid a bloody price for just knowing her. Our boy tries to play it cool, acting like his mangled face is just a tiny scratch. He immediately demands to know where she's been hiding while the entire city was turned upside down. Relief washes over him, yet he warns her that her disappearance sparked a firestorm of nasty rumors. Shay's left speechless when he explains that everyone now thinks Shay's actually working with the ritual killer. Hoping to fix this mess, he starts digging around for a way to get her some real protection. He presents a detective's business card, hoping she can use it to silence the trash-tier media vultures. He stops mid-sentence when he finally notices the heavy luggage sitting in the middle of the room. A heavy silence falls between them as he realizes she isn't just visiting. She's planning a permanent exit. He finally finds his voice, questioning why she's packed up like she's never coming back to this life. Soo-young stands in heavy silence, her mind racing with the weight of her next move. Our boy Baek-min tries to snap her out of it, clearly sensing something is dead wrong. When she grabs her bags to leave, he desperately asks where she thinks she's going. She finally turns back, her eyes cold as she asks why he's still pretending everything is fine. She drops a bombshell, reminding him that he saw the moment she was stabbed. Baek-min is left completely dumbfounded, the harsh reality of her trauma finally sinking in. He recalls the warnings against using violence, even as his world continues to spiral into chaos. Sitting in his hospital bed, he stares at his phone, convinced that revenge is the only answer. The footage reveals Soo-young was ready to strike, proving she's cut from a much darker cloth. Suddenly, the screen cuts to black, leaving him alone with his twisted thoughts of retribution. Baek-min is left reeling as the examiner asks what happened after the footage cut out. The man casually plays with a yo-yo, showing a chilling level of indifference to the chaos. He explains that the phone was trashed, meaning the live stream ended right at the most incriminating moment. Our boy learns that the internet sleuths are already pinning the whole mess on the mysterious killer number. The examiner admits they have no clue if Soo-young is even alive or where she's hiding. Since the video stopped there, the public is already branding her a monster and placing the blame. He pressures Baek-min to find and convince her to talk since Number remains a total ghost. Footsteps echo through the quiet streets as the memory of that fateful night begins to resurface. In a flashback, Soo-young tries to vanish into the night before the cops can swarm the area. Baek-min desperately screams after her, needing to know if she really took a life that night. Baek-min demands to know why she's running if she's innocent, but Soo-young can barely look at him. Number coldly reminds her that choosing to flee means a lifetime of being hunted like a cornered animal. The internet is already tearing her apart, proving the court of public opinion has zero mercy for her. Our boy Baek-min refuses to believe she's a born killer, screaming that she shouldn't have to prove anything. He tells her to ignore the trash-tier comments, insisting he knows she would never actually hurt anyone. Soo-young finally snaps, letting out a raw scream of denial that echoes through the cold, empty alleyway. Baek-min stands there dumbfounded, completely caught off guard by the sheer intensity of her sudden emotional breakdown. She collapses under the weight of her secret, whispering that this isn't about proving innocence to the world. Covering her face in shame, she begins to admit the dark truth about her motivations during that night. In a chilling flashback, she confesses that her actions weren't meant to stop the attacker or save him. Soo-young admits she wasn't trying to be a hero. She just purely wanted to end that man's life. Looking into her own soul, she fears she's truly cut from the same cloth as her killer father. Our boy Baek-min stands there dumbfounded, unable to process the dark confession spilling out of her. She views herself as a destined murderer, a realization that makes her connection to the killer feel inevitable. She realizes that without the killer's intervention, her own dark impulses would have consumed her entirely. Taking a final, heavy step away, she prepares to leave her old life and her only friend behind. Soo-young grabs her suitcase and offers a tearful apology, insisting she has no choice but to leave. Baek-min desperately calls out her real name, pleading for her to stop before she vanishes forever. She refuses to look back, telling him not to waste his life protecting someone as trash-tier as her. In a desperate last resort, he shouts that her mother has collapsed and is currently in the hospital. Soo-young breaks down as the weight of her choice finally starts to crush her spirit. She remembers her mother's suffering, realizing her presence only brought more pain to her family. Through her tears, she explains that she refuses to become a monster, like her father. Our boy Baek-min stands there completely devastated, realizing his pleas have fallen on deaf ears. With a heartbreaking smile, she confesses her simple wish was to see her mother again. She takes a heavy step forward, finally turning her back on the life she once knew. As she walks away with her suitcase, she leaves her only friend alone in the cold alleyway. She reaches for the car door, knowing there is no turning back from the path she's chosen. Sliding into the seat, she finds herself sitting beside the very man who manages the ritual. Number coldly remarks that she's late, admitting he thought she might have actually run away. Soo-young questions if his true mission is to eliminate those who are destined to become murderers. Number remains cold, asserting that someone has to do the dirty work and he's the only one capable. She hopes that by staying with him, she can finally stop worrying about taking another person's life. He shifts the car into gear, casually telling her to relax because he has everything under control. As the van speeds away, he silently vows to execute her the second her kill count ticks up. Basking in the morning light, our girl feels the weight of her choice as her old world fades. Meanwhile, the medical examiner idly plays with his yo-yo while investigating a recently disturbed crime scene. He surveys the messy apartment, realizing their target was here and left in a massive hurry. He informs Sayla that the girl is definitely alive, though her suspicious behavior raises new questions. Sayla demands the CCTV results, hoping to catch a glimpse of where the girl might have gone. The medical examiner holds up a photo, his face obscured as he prepares his next move. It depicts Soo-young during her cafe days, looking completely oblivious to the dark fate following her. His eyes narrow with a cold intensity, urging his team to move faster before the trail goes cold. Meanwhile, Soo-young sits in the car, her eyes welling up as she realizes there is no turning back. The narrative shifts to a chillingly quiet hallway, where a past tragedy began to unfold. A terrified victim frantically dials emergency services, her voice trembling as she begs for someone to save her. She desperately provides her address, hoping the police can reach her before the monster outside breaks in. Tears stream down her face while she whispers that the killer is standing right outside her apartment door. Number stands there like a silent reaper, a dark silhouette waiting patiently for the ritual to begin. She bites her nails in a panic, wondering why the law is failing to stop this living nightmare. The victim's voice cracks as she begs the operator to explain why the law won't protect her. The police coldly remind her that loitering isn't a crime, leaving her completely defenseless in that dark hallway. She screams in pure desperation, asking if they really plan to wait until she's dead to finally act. Right outside her door, the killer waits with a chilling patience that would make anyone's blood run cold. Fast forward to the present, and a lone car winds through the mountains, far away from the city's chaos. 9 hours have passed, and Soo-young finds herself mindlessly eating just to keep her strength up. While she munches on her meal, Number sits in the back of the van, focused on his mysterious notes. The cereal is bland and soggy, a perfect reflection of the hollow life she's now forced to lead. She finally breaks the silence, asking our boy if there's anything else to eat besides this trash-tier breakfast. Number doesn't even look up, his cold focus remaining entirely on the ritualistic plans laid out before him. Number tells her to check the second drawer if she wants something other than her usual trash-tier breakfast. Soo-young just feels dizzy thinking about the endless cycle of eggs and chicken breasts she's forced to endure. She finally asks our boy if he ever gets tired of living off nothing but soy milk and cereal. He coldly retorts that he has variety, but honestly, the taste is the last thing on his mind. For a guy like him, the routine is everything, because it's the only thing that can be repeated. As she begrudgingly eats, he admits that unexpected variables are the only things that actually manage to bother him. It's now November 24th, marking the 4th day she's been traveling alongside the nation's most infamous serial killer. She realizes that while they are technically together, she's basically just dead weight doing absolutely nothing of value. Number warns her to stay hidden since the cops already know her face and are likely hunting her. He gives her a cold ultimatum, stating that if he isn't back by 1 a.m., she's on her own. Soo-young sits in the dark van, realizing that Number's routine is as cold and calculated as his kills. Our boy blends into the shadows, hunting for his next target among the crowd with terrifying, silent precision. She remembers him visiting her old workplace, realizing he was always there, watching her like a silent ghost. Back then, her life was simple, serving families and living a normal existence far from this ritualistic nightmare. She even shared laughs with her manager and coworkers, back when her biggest worry was just a shift. The weight of her reality hits her hard, as she lets out a heavy, trembling sigh in the silence. Clenching her fist, she's haunted by the crushing doubt of whether siding with a killer is actually right. Looking at the van tucked away in the grime, she wonders how her life became this trash-tier nightmare. Under the cold, indifferent night sky, she realizes there is absolutely no turning back from this dark path. Soo-young dozes off in the van while our boy looms over her like a dark, silent omen. She suddenly jolts awake, her heart hammering against her ribs as the reality of her situation rushes back. Number stands there, drenched in fresh blood, looking like he just crawled out of a literal slaughterhouse. He carelessly tosses his ruined, gore-stained shirt aside as if the lives he took were just minor inconveniences. The metallic stench of death fills the cramped space, making her stomach churn with pure, unadulterated dread. Trembling, she asks about his body count for the night while he settles into the seat beside her. He coldly confirms he took out 2 targets because their ritual numbers were reaching a critical, dangerous threshold. Even if force was required, he insists it was necessary, leaving her speechless and drowning in moral doubt. Suddenly, a searing pain spikes through her eye, signaling that her cursed gift is acting up again. Number immediately senses her sudden change in demeanor and turns his attention toward her. He asks what is happening while Su-young struggles to hide the agonizing pressure building behind her eye. As she finally turns around, her vision shifts and her eye begins to glow with an eerie light. A massive, glowing timer suddenly manifests right next to Number, leaving her absolutely paralyzed with shock. Everything starts to make sense as she finally deciphers the horrifying meaning behind these cursed, floating digits. She realizes these numbers are actually death timers, counting down the seconds until a person's life is extinguished. The tension peaks when Number coldly addresses her by her real name, Moji Haeon, shattering her facade. He looms over her with an intense stare, pressuring her to reveal exactly what her supernatural eyes see. Our boy has her cornered, and Su-young is left sweating bullets as her deepest secrets are laid bare. Su-young tries to play it cool, acting like she has no idea what he is talking about. Number just stays silent, his heavy presence filling the small space as he weighs her suspicious words. Deep down, she knows there is no point in lying, yet a gut feeling tells her to keep quiet. She decides that revealing the truth about the death timers will not do anyone any good right now. Suddenly, a jagged memory of a violent crash flashes through the darkness, accompanied by a sharp, stinging pain. Back in the day, a staff member asks if he is alright after a mysterious incident at school. Our boy just puts on a fake smile, insisting he is perfectly fine despite the obvious trauma. But the truth is, his eye would not stop stinging, marking the beginning of his own cursed journey. Back in the present, Number sits in silence, realizing their situations are cut from the same cloth. The city stays cold and heartless while the sun dips low, signaling another night of grim business. Our boy ducks into the shadows, ditching the van in a cramped alley to keep a low profile. Number tells Yang Su-young he is heading out for supplies, and claims he will be back soon. Sitting alone, she remembers the simple days at the cafe, before her life turned into this nightmare. Suddenly, her golden eye sparks to life, dragging her back into the world of those cursed death timers. She watches the glowing numbers haunt every pedestrian, realizing everyone is just a walking corpse on a clock. Yang Su-young starts piecing the puzzle together, noticing the units on the timers change at a different rate. It turns out the numbers shift from minutes to hours depending on how much time the victim has left. She figures if the gap is wide enough, the timer even tracks the days until their final breath. Su-young realizes the timers can stretch into years, making her wonder about the fate of everyone she knows. Our girl's mind drifts back to a time when her family was still whole, before everything went south. She remembers standing with her parents, just a normal kid, unaware of the monster lurking right beside her. Suddenly, the vision shifts, and she is left dumbfounded by a chilling realization about her own past. Her mother looked so worn down back then, clearly hiding a mountain of stress behind a fragile mask. Young Su-young asks if she is doing alright, sensing that something is deeply wrong with her mother. Her mother just laughs it off, teasing her about not eating enough while she is living on her own. But those eyes did not lie, reflecting a deep-seated exhaustion that no amount of fake smiles could cover. The peaceful memory shatters as a violent pounding on the door echoes through her mind. Su-young cowers as the sound of violent banging echoes through the thin walls of her memory. A voice outside snarls, threatening to make her pay if she ever dares to report him again. Huddled under her blanket, our girl desperately hopes that her threats of mutual destruction will keep the monster away. The door handle rattles violently as the aggressor challenges her to actually try and stop him. She trembles in total darkness, realizing that her words are useless against someone who has completely lost it. The face of her tormentor looms large, screaming that he will slaughter her and everyone she loves. Suddenly, a golden timer appears in the air, ticking down with a mechanical precision that chills her bone. She sees the same cursed numbers hovering over every single person passing by in the street. Back in reality, Su-young is left completely dumbfounded as her golden eye reveals a terrifying new truth. Yuna spots the trio and is dumbfounded to see their countdown numbers are identical. She can't wrap her head around what's happening as she stares in disbelief. Looking closer at the flickering numbers, she realizes they aren't ticking down like mere seconds. It hits her that they only have 8.5 hours left before disaster strikes. As the group heads off for shopping, our girl wonders if she should actually tail them. She hesitates, remembering a fallen comrade and feeling like there's nothing she can do to help. For a moment, she just sits there in silence, weighed down by the grim reality of it all. Suddenly, she throws the door open, decided that she can't just sit back and watch. She sprints after them, screaming internally, that she's putting everything on the line right now. Her sudden movement catches the eye of a mysterious man who seems to sense her desperation. Yuna bolts through the streets, unaware that her desperate sprint is being tracked by a pair of sharp eyes. The mysterious man realizes she isn't just running away. She is actively hunting someone through the crowd. As she navigates the busy walkway, our boy keeps a safe distance, lurking like a predator in the shadows. A strange blue flame ignites in his eye, signaling that his supernatural senses are locked onto his target. He finally closes the gap, satisfied that he has finally tracked her down after all this time. Meanwhile, deep inside a bustling shopping mall, the atmosphere is far less intense but equally tense. Unseo tries to relax while the little girl picks out clothes, but she can't shake her frustration. Suddenly, her phone starts ringing incessantly, cutting through the mall's noise and putting her on edge. She stares at the screen in disgust, while the older man beside her watches her irritation with concern. When he suggests calling the police on her stalker, she simply sighs and admits it is someone different. Unseo vents about how that trash-tier stalker is leaking her number in public restrooms and chat rooms. Her phone is a mess of spam, with reservations for funeral homes and skincare shops piling up. The older man is dumbfounded, asking why anyone would go to such lengths to harass her like this. Unseo admits she has no idea, her mind flashing back to a grim memory of a past tragedy. She decides to hide out here for now, begging him not to tell anyone else about her situation. Nearby, Yuna is shamelessly eavesdropping while sipping her drink, her eyes widening as she hears the juicy details. It finally clicks for our girl that the woman at the next table is being stalked by someone dangerous. She looks over at the little girl shopping, terrified that the stalker might target the innocent family too. Yuna feels a surge of panic, thinking it is utterly unfair for such a young kid to be involved. Suddenly, our boy looms over her, coldly confirming that there are indeed 3 targets, including the kid. Yuna nearly jumps out of her skin, her heart hammering, as our boy suddenly demands the absolute truth. He wastes no time, pressuring her to reveal the exact numbers she saw hovering over the 3 targets. It is pointless to play dumb now since he knows she followed them specifically because of those timers. She clenches her fists tightly in her lap, feeling completely cornered by a man who sees through her. Trembling, she finally cracks and asks how he could possibly know about the secret ability she keeps hidden. Our boy explains he recognized her internal struggle and saw her staring at the space above his head. He notes how odd it was that she accepted such a supernatural reality without a hint of doubt. Even while staring death in the face, she treated those impossible numbers like they were perfectly normal. Yuna realizes she cannot stop the coming disaster alone and contemplates finally sharing her heavy burden with him. Their conversation is cut short as Unseo and the kid prepare to leave, forcing them back into action. Yuna jumps up in a panic, realizing they can't let the target slip away while they're just sitting there. She finally gives in to his pressure, shouting that she'll cooperate because this trash-tier situation is getting out of hand. As they rush through the mall, she promises to explain the mechanics of her weird ability while they move. Our boy processes the grim news that the family only has until 10 tonight before they're all dead meat. She mentions the family was being harassed by a stalker, suspecting that Creep might be the cause of everything. While she's convinced the stalker is the culprit, our boy already seems to be one step ahead of her. She's left dumbfounded by his confidence and asks how he could possibly know who the real threat is. He points toward the balcony at a suspicious man, noting he's literally labeled with the number 3. Yuna freezes in shock as she realizes that number perfectly matches the count of the intended victims. Up on the railing, a masked man in a red hoodie watches them, looking like a total nightmare. Yuna starts sprinting, desperate to reach the family before that red-hooded creep makes his move. Suddenly, our boy snatches her back by the collar, demanding to know where she thinks she's going. Gasping for air, she insists she has to warn them about the stalker watching from the balcony. She thinks filing a police report is the answer, but our boy's cold gaze suggests she's being naive. He sighs, telling her that even after everything, she still hasn't grasped the true nature of this threat. Yuna stands there completely dumbfounded, wondering what could possibly be more important than the stalker. Meanwhile, Unso is so distracted that she accidentally slams right into a passing stranger. She tumbles to the floor, frantically apologizing while her family watches the clumsy mistake unfold. From a distance, our boy watches the scene with a knowing look that makes Yuna's skin crawl. As the stranger helps her up, the entire family gathers around, totally unaware of the invisible clock. Unseo tries to play it cool, but the stranger's presence feels suffocatingly close as she looks up. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she realizes something is horribly wrong with this supposedly accidental encounter. She lets out a blood-curdling scream, catching the stalker off guard as he watches from the stairs. The stalker clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing his cover is blown before he could even strike. Trembling, she points him out to her family, desperate for them to see the monster in the red hoodie. From the shadows, Yuna watches the chaos unfold, wondering how the stalker could be so incredibly bold. Our boy stands beside her, his cold gaze fixed on the scene as if he expected this mess. He notes that she finally got what she wanted, though his tone suggests a much darker outcome. Yuna frantically checks the air, her special sight searching for any change in those cursed death timers. Her heart sinks when a massive golden clock appears, proving that the countdown to their demise has accelerated. Time is literally ticking away as the display watches mock the impending doom of the family. Yuna gasps in horror, realizing the countdown has shifted, leaving them with even less time than before. Our boy walks calmly, noting that once fate sets a number, it usually becomes an unchangeable law. No matter what they try, the stalker's mark and that 7-hour deadline remain carved in stone. The image of the masked stalker haunts the periphery, a trash-tier predator waiting for his moment. Our boy decides that the only way to break this fixed fate is to simply kill the stalker. He considers her death perception a massive advantage, turning a curse into a tactical tool for his hunt. With the clock stopped at 3:30, the window for their survival is rapidly closing. Since the time hasn't shifted further, he realizes there is no need to rush his preparations. Yuna remains dumbfounded, watching him stay so composed, while a literal death timer ticks in her eyes. Our boy tells Yuna to keep a close eye on the trio while he makes his final preparations. He warns her to stay low-key so the trash-tier stalker doesn't catch on to their presence. Yuna panics, wondering how they'll reconnect after he snatched the SIM card right out of her phone. Turns out he already planted a tracker on her, proving he's always 3 steps ahead. She is absolutely dumbfounded by his cold-blooded methods and complete lack of boundaries. While she calls him a creep, he coldly reminds her that he never promised her freedom. He points out that despite her complaints, she is staying by his side of her own volition. Yuna realizes she is now an accomplice to whatever dark plans our boy has in store. He gives her one last chance to back out, refusing to let any hindrance ruin his hunt. She knows the only way to stop the timer is by ending the stalker's life for good. Yuna wonders if simply locking the door and calling the police would be enough to stop the stalker. Our boy just looks down, his silence speaking volumes about her naive way of thinking. He coldly reminds her that the police only ever show up after the damage is already done. Yuna is left dumbfounded, realizing her hope for a peaceful resolution was just a pipe dream. He senses a terrifying level of devotion from the killer, who is clearly cut from a different cloth. Deep in his lair, the stalker has been meticulously planning this murder for a very long time. The creep grits his teeth, knowing that a simple lock is a joke to someone this obsessed. His fingers tap rhythmically against the keys as he digs deeper into his target's private life. He pulls up the building's floor plan, mapping out every single exit for the upcoming hit. The apartment complex sits quietly, completely unaware that their sanctuary has already been compromised. The clock is ticking down, leaving just over an hour before the predicted disaster finally strikes. 2 officers finish their sweep, while the anxious older man watches them from his doorway. He is visibly shaken, asking the cops if they are really planning to leave them alone. The officers just shrug it off, clearly thinking this is just another routine call they can ignore. Unseo listens as they explain they can only act if the stalker actually shows his face. She bites her lip in frustration since the creep has not been spotted since the mall incident. They remind her to keep the smartwatch on, treating the life-threatening situation like a minor inconvenience. Trying to stay brave, she comforts the little girl and tells her they must stay inside. The cops promise one last patrol, but their casual tone shows they do not sense the storm. As they walk away, the heavy silence of the hallway confirms they are officially on their own. The cops finally head out, leaving the hallway empty and the family completely vulnerable. A shadow lingers behind the barred windows of a nearby room, watching the scene unfold in silence. Our girl Yuna peeks out, making sure the coast is clear before she makes her next move. She lets out a heavy sigh of relief, knowing she barely avoided being spotted by the authorities. Looking around the dusty, abandoned room, she realizes this construction site is the perfect place to hide. She remembers the black-haired guy's cold warning, telling her to see the harsh reality for herself. Staring at the massive apartment complex, she figures guarding the front door is the only way to stop it. However, his intense gaze haunts her, reminding her that fate isn't something easily changed by just standing guard. She scratches her head in frustration, feeling sick about the idea that someone actually has to die today. If killing the stalker is the only way to save Yunseo and her family, she might have to commit. Yuna resolves to help even if she lacks the strength to do it alone. Meanwhile, the trash-tier stalker creeps through the shadows, carrying tools for his sick plan. Our girl checks the time and realizes she only has 39 minutes left before the countdown hits 0. She watches through the bars as the creep moves closer to the family's front door. Suddenly, his heavy footsteps come to a halt, right in front of the neighboring unit. Yuna freezes in terror, realizing he has stopped just a few feet away from his target. The sound of tearing tape echoes through the hall as he prepares to seal his victims inside. She tries to get a better look, but finds herself blinded by his suspicious movements. Turns out the psycho is covering the windows with tape to ensure no one can see the horror inside. With the glass completely sealed, The countdown feels more like a death sentence than ever before. The trash-tier stalker slides a mysterious tube through the bars, beginning his lethal work in the shadows. Inside the quiet apartment, the shattered glass serves as a grim omen of the violence about to unfold. He lingers for a moment outside the window, ensuring his handiwork is set before moving to the next phase. The psycho pulls up his mask and stalks down the hallway, confident that his trap is now perfectly set. Yuna watches him retreat and wonders if the nightmare is finally over, though her gut says otherwise. The clock ticks down to a mere 26 minutes, turning every second into a desperate race against fate. Unseo catches a strange scent in the air, her senses screaming that something is horribly wrong in their home. She turns to her father and asks if he smells it too. While the little girl watches in silent confusion, panic sets in as the father realizes the air is thick with the unmistakable, suffocating scent of leaking gas. He stumbles toward the kitchen, feeling dizzy and wondering if he was truly careless enough to leave the valve open. Yuna cautiously peeks through the door, her gut twisting with the realization that something is horribly wrong. She calls out for the little girl, her voice trembling as the weight of the situation finally hits her. Inside, the father asks the girl to open the window, hoping to clear out the suffocating fumes. Suddenly, the glass shatters inward as a dark shadow lunges through the frame to claim its prize. Yuna spots the gas tank and realizes this trash-tier stalker used it to force the family into a corner. The little girl stands dumbfounded, staring at the predator who just breached the safety of her home. The psycho in the red hoodie lunges forward, snatching the girl before she can even think to run. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the hallway, making Yuna realize she is rapidly running out of time. She frantically rips the hose away, desperate to stop the gas before the whole place turns into a tomb. Our girl starts pounding on the door, screaming for them to open up as the nightmare turns real. Yuna gasps for air, her mind racing as she realizes the nightmare has officially breached the front door. She watches in horror as the stalker stands over a wounded Mincio, holding the little girl captive. The psycho just chuckles behind his mask, acting like this bloody reunion was a long time coming. He mocks them for trying to escape, claiming they should be on their knees, begging for mercy instead. He yanks the girl's hair, reminding her that he promised to end them for treating him like trash. With a crazed look in his eyes, the stalker prepares to finish what he started. A sudden, violent impact shatters the tension, catching everyone in the room off guard. Both Una and the killer stare down at the floor, completely stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The stalker stands there dumbfounded, his brain struggling to compute how things just went south so fast. Una spots a food waste bin nearby, realizing that even the smallest details can flip the script on fate. Una's phone suddenly vibrates, nearly making her jump out of her skin as she checks the glowing screen. The display shows a chilling command for a report, sent directly to a name she barely even recognizes. She is completely dumbfounded because this phone doesn't have a SIM card, yet the messages keep coming through. It finally clicks that this must be the mysterious number the protagonist was talking about just a while ago. Before she can process the mystery, the trash-tier stalker loses his mind, his face twisting in pure rage. Our girl doesn't hesitate for a second, throwing her entire weight into a desperate tackle to save the kid. She pins the psycho down and screams for the little girl to run as fast as possible. The poor girl doesn't need to be told twice, sprinting toward the exit with tears blurring her vision. She bursts through the door into the hallway, her heart hammering as she desperately searches for a way out. Back in the fray, Una takes a brutal hit to the face, the world spinning as she fights, staying conscious. The stalker lunges at Unseo, his eyes burning with a murderous intent that chills her to the bone. Una watches in horror, realizing the situation is spiraling out of control faster than she can react. He pins the terrified girl to the floor, looming over her like a predator about to strike. His grip on the knife tightens as he prepares to end her life right then and there. The trash-tier psycho screams in her face, completely consumed by his own twisted rage and bloodlust. Our girl spots a fire extinguisher and desperately yanks the pin, praying this gamble actually works. She unleashes a thick cloud of white powder, catching the stalker completely off guard. The stalker is completely dumbfounded as his vision vanishes behind the chemical fog, leaving him vulnerable. He stumbles back, hacking and coughing while the room descends into a chaotic, powdery mess. Una quickly checks if Unseo is okay and tells her to get out of there as fast as possible. Una's heart sinks as she realizes the situation is far from over. The mysterious death timer starts ticking again, giving her less than 13 minutes to prevent a tragedy. Time is literally running out, with the clock mocking her as it counts down to the final second. The trash-tier stalker recovers from the fog, gasping for air while clutching his blade with murderous intent. Our girl stands her ground, keeping the extinguisher aimed at the psycho as they face off. She desperately screams at him, demanding to know why he would go to such horrific lengths. The stalker just looks at her with a confused expression, as if her morality is completely alien. Suddenly, a twisted grin spreads across his face, As he realizes she was the one following him, he taunts her, mockingly asking if she plans to report him or help write the murder headlines. Yuna is left completely dumbfounded by his sheer lack of remorse and the depth of his insanity. The stalker snaps, claiming he doesn't care, and mocking our girl for being powerless to stop him. He tightens his grip on the blade, knowing the police won't arrive before everyone is already dead. With a murderous roar, he lunges forward, determined to finish the job before help can ever reach them. Yuna barely has time to react as the psycho crashes into her with terrifying force. She freezes in pure shock, the reality of the situation finally sinking into her bones. In that split second, she starts to wonder just how many people have suffered like this. Visions of other trash-tier scumbags flood her mind, highlighting the endless cycle of suffering they cause. Yuna stumbles back in a daze while the stalker pursues her like a relentless shadow. The deranged man screams for her to return, his voice echoing with pure, unadulterated malice. Above them, a single light fixture flickers, bearing silent witness to the unfolding nightmare. The trash-tier stalker stands in the hallway, unaware that the mysterious man is watching his every move. He looks absolutely deranged, his face slick with sweat as he tries to maintain his grip on reality. Suddenly, the flickering light above him buzzes, adding a layer of tension to the suffocating silence. The creep starts scanning the area, feeling a sudden chill as if someone is breathing down his neck. The hallway stretches out before him, dark and empty, yet he can't shake the feeling of being hunted. He pauses in total confusion, wondering if his mind is finally starting to play tricks on him. A sudden, blinding flash from the ceiling light catches him off guard, momentarily searing his vision. The stalker is left dumbfounded, staring up at the fixture while trying to process what just happened. He eventually shakes it off, muttering to himself about whether the whole thing was just his twisted imagination. As the shadows deepen around him, the stalker remains oblivious to the fate creeping closer in the dark. Our boy finally makes his move, emerging from the darkness like a literal nightmare to corner the trash-tier stalker. He doesn't hesitate for a second, landing a heavy strike that sends the creep reeling back in pure shock. The masked hunter follows up with a series of brutal slashes, making sure the stalker pays for his crimes. Nearby, Yunseo is left completely dumbfounded, watching as the dark alley is suddenly painted with fresh blood. He coldly informs the wounded man that hell be allowed to speak only after the initial pain subsides. Looming over his prey, the dark figure asks the pathetic creep if he has any final words to offer. The stalker fumbles in the dark, his mind racing as he tries to understand who is dismantling him. In a fit of desperate rage, the coward swings his knife while screaming to know his attacker's identity. The flickering light above finally gives out, plunging the scene into a suffocating darkness that favors the predator. Left gasping for air in the shadows, the stalker realizes he's trapped with something far more dangerous than himself. The stalker is out of breath, his mind racing as he grips his blade for one last stand. Yuna tries to scramble away, knowing the trash-tier creep is still hot on her heels. Driven by pure malice, the stalker lunges forward and screams for her to come back. Suddenly, our boy in the mask intervenes with a heavy kick that sends the coward reeling. Yuna is left dumbfounded by the sudden violence, her heart hammering against her ribs. The impact sends the stalker crashing into the floor, right past the discarded fire extinguisher. The masked hunter looms over Yuna, noting how persistent she's been throughout this entire mess. He coldly reminds the bleeding stalker that all this pain could have been avoided by behaving. Spitting out blood, the broken man fumbles for words, desperate to know who is ending him. Yuna watches the grim scene, wondering if these people are even human after witnessing such brutality. The masked hunter plants his boots firmly, asserting total dominance over the pathetic scene unfolding on the floor. The trash-tier stalker shrieks in a panic, desperately demanding to know what this monster actually wants from him. Yuna's gaze drifts toward the flickering ceiling lights as the heavy weight of the situation finally sinks in. She reflects on her dark lineage, realizing she chose to follow Number despite her father's own murderous legacy. A haunting memory of past violence flashes through her mind, making her wonder if she's truly escaped her fate. Closing her eyes tightly, she tries to shut out the grim reality of the blood being spilled nearby. When she finally opens them, the cold realization hits that there is no turning back from this path. The masked man reaches out toward her, his silent presence enough to make our girl freeze in terror. She watches him dismantle the predator, deeply questioning his twisted logic of killing people just to save others. As the stalker is crushed, Yuna realizes she has become an accomplice to a man who plays God. Number leans in close, telling the trash-tier stalker he is going to ask him one last time. Yuna stands there completely dumbfounded, watching the cold-blooded efficiency of a man who kills to save others. She wonders if she actually hoped his twisted logic could create a world where her family stays safe. Number stares down the predator with a chilling gaze, asking if he has any final words before the end. The stalker is a broken mess, realizing too late that he is no longer the hunter in this alleyway. Nearby, Yunseo is a total wreck, trembling on the cold ground as the trauma of the night breaks her. Suddenly, a hand reaches out through the darkness, offering a shred of hope to the terrified, sobbing girl. Our girl Yuna steps up, asking if Yunseo can stand, while trying to mask her own internal panic. Yunseo looks up with tear-filled eyes, naturally wondering who these mysterious people actually are and what they want. Yuna just stammers, completely unsure how to explain that they are basically the vigilantes who just saved her life. Yuna tries to play it cool, asking the girl to act like they never even existed when cops show up. She quickly backtracks, realizing that asking a traumatized victim to lie to the authorities is a tall order. If she won't stay silent, Yuna pleads for her to at least keep their descriptions a total mystery. Yunseo stares back, her mind racing, as she realizes these strangers might be more than just random passers-by. The night air hangs heavy over the apartment complex as the weight of the situation finally starts sinking in. Shaking, Yunseo reaches for the handle and pushes her way back into the safety of her own home. Her heart drops the moment she steps inside, seeing the aftermath of the chaos they barely escaped. She rushes toward her father, who is hunched over and clutching a blood-soaked rag against his side. Panic flares as she checks on him, while he can only let out a pained groan from the wound. Watching from the shadows, Yuna stays silent, feeling the heavy burden of the secret world she now inhabits. Number coldly notes that the victim's wounds aren't fatal, and he'll survive with proper treatment. Without a shred of mercy, he brings his boot down hard to keep the trash-tier villain pinned. He makes it clear that saving the family only happens after they deal with these numbered scumbags. The stalker can only let out pained groans as his face is ground into the floor. Yuna stares down at the broken man, who spits out insults despite his pathetic state. He seems shocked she's still breathing, his eyes filled with pure, unadulterated hatred for our girl. He reaches out weakly, blaming her for ruining his perfect plan by jumping into the fray. The guy tries to act tough, asking if they even realize the kind of hornet's nest they've kicked. He screams about Yuna's dark past, trying to expose her secrets to her new lethal partner. Yuna remains silent, her mind racing as she wonders if she should finally end his miserable life. Number's cold gaze lingers on the mess, showing he's completely detached from the violence he just unleashed. He steps closer, bluntly stating that he couldn't care less about the trash-tier sob story the guy has. To him, it doesn't matter who the stalker is or why he decided to ruin these people's lives. Yuna stands over the bleeding mess of a man, her face a mask of pure, righteous fury. She screams that she has no pity for a coward who would actually try to murder a child. The stalker just wheezes through the blood, telling her to stop acting like she knows anything about him. Yuna is dumbfounded that the guy is still acting tough even when he's literally 1 foot in the grave. She warns Number that the police are closing in and they need to vanish before things get complicated. Our boy just looks back, insisting he isn't leaving until he hears every last word the scumbag has. He holds up a device, convinced he has just enough time to wrap up this grim interrogation. Yuna is completely shaken, unable to believe Number is actually asking that trash-tier stalker for his final words. Our boy remains ice cold, his expression making it clear that this isn't some hollow threat or a joke. He bluntly questions why he would even ask if he wasn't planning on following through with the execution. When Yuna protests against listening to a murderer, he simply tells her to leave if she can't handle it. He gives her strict orders to avoid the main stairs and head straight for the rooftop instead. Yuna stands there dumbfounded, struggling to keep up with his ruthless logic, while their time rapidly runs out. The rooftop is their designated escape route, the only way to vanish before the perimeter is fully established. Her heart sinks as the reality of their situation hits her, her eyes widening in pure, unfiltered panic. High-pitched sirens begin to wail nearby, the flashing lights reflecting off the surrounding buildings like a warning. Multiple police cruisers finally arrive on the scene, effectively trapping them inside the complex if they don't move. Yuna scrambles up the stairs, her heart hammering as she follows the orders of a total psycho. Our girl is visibly shaken, wondering if she just traded one nightmare for an even more calculated one. She finally reaches the desolate rooftop, the biting wind doing nothing to calm her frantic, racing thoughts. Yuna is dumbfounded by her own choices, realizing she only came here because the masked man commanded it. Looking around the barren concrete, she feels like a trapped rat, with absolutely no clear way down. Suddenly, the rhythmic wail of sirens cuts through the night, making her stomach drop in pure dread. Down below, the police arrive in force, their flashing lights painting the street in a frantic blue glow. She peers over the edge and realizes the perimeter is already set, leaving them with zero room for error. Yuna grows frustrated, unable to fathom why he is obsessed with a trash-tier stalker's final words. As fresh blood splatters, she knows they should be running instead of playing these twisted interrogation games. Number finally finishes his brutal work, leaving the trash-tier stalker broken while Yuna watches in absolute horror. Turning away from the carnage, she discovers a climbing harness and rope stashed secretly near the roof's edge. She freezes as heavy footsteps approach, her mind racing with the terrifying thought that she might be next. It turns out our boy was prepared all along, calmly explaining he stashed the gear here much earlier. He knows staying any longer is suicide since the police and CCTV make a ground escape impossible. If they don't move now, every lens in the area will have their faces burned into the system. Yuna is completely dumbfounded, realizing the only way out is a literal leap of faith into the dark. She panics, wondering how she is supposed to survive a drop that only a professional killer could handle. Without wasting a second, the rope is secured tightly to the railing, leaving no room for hesitation. Before she can even protest, the plan is set in motion as they prepare to vanish into the night. Number dives off the ledge with Yuna clinging to him, her screams echoing into the night air. She desperately pleads for a moment to breathe. But our boy isn't stopping for anything. His eye ignites with a blue glow as he focuses entirely on the dangerous path ahead. A random resident smokes nearby, totally oblivious to the life or death drama unfolding just feet away. He maintains his focus, waiting for the precise second to execute the final stage of his plan. The mechanical eye of a security camera looms above, threatening to expose their identities to the police. Turns out his timing is perfect as a cluster of moths conveniently obscures the camera's vision. Sensing the opportunity, he decides that the time to move is finally now. He strikes the wall with a heavy thud, using the impact to break their rapid descent. Yuna is left absolutely dumbfounded and teary-eyed, struggling to process the sheer insanity of their escape. They plummet down the building side, gravity threatening to turn our boy and his accomplice into street pizza. Yuna completely loses her cool, her terrified screams echoing as the cold night air whips past her face. He maintains a death grip on her, focusing entirely on the rope that stands between them and certain death. He slams his boots against the wall, using the impact to bleed off their dangerous momentum. This marks the start of the official case report, a night that will change everything for everyone involved. A nearby resident enjoys a quiet smoke, totally oblivious to the high-stakes escape happening just feet away. Even the mechanical eyes of the law are blinded as moths swarm the lens at the perfect moment. The police finally move in, finding a shivering Unseo as she tries to process the night's horrors. Minseo stares at the carnage, realizing that the trash-tier stalker who invaded his home has been utterly dismantled. Looking at the brutal wounds and the mark on his wrist, it's clear this guy was just a pawn. Number keeps a firm grip on Yuna while the authorities officially link this chaos to a serial murder. Word spreads fast that this was the work of Number, a name that carries a heavy, lethal weight. The apartment courtyard fills with dumbfounded onlookers as the scale of the night's violence becomes clear. Police cruisers flooded the parking lot, but they're already far too late to catch the real players. Two elite investigators step out of their vehicle, clearly cut from a different cloth than the local police. They secure a mysterious glowing artifact, hoping it holds the data needed to track their elusive prey. The lead investigator contemplates the situation, sensing that this case is far more complex than it appears. He confirms with his partner that the incident happened right here, staring up at the cold concrete tower. He uses a unique visual technique to scout the area, specifically checking for any compromised security cameras. He hums to himself while his sharp eyes scan for any trace our boy might have left behind. The investigators begin by scouting the perimeter, noting the surveillance cameras scattered around the apartment complex. They realize that despite the security, our boy managed to slip through the cracks without being detected. The female investigator approaches her partner, who seems more interested in the sky than the actual crime scene. She mentions she has the footage, but he's busy daydreaming about the shapes drifting through the air. He points out a cloud that looks like dog poop, showcasing his eccentric and trash-tier sense of humor. She isn't amused, arguing that real dog poop is much rounder before demanding he focus on the files. She hands over the tablet, explaining it only contains footage from the immediate vicinity to save time. He accepts the device with a smirk, clearly pleased with her efficiency despite his odd behavior. He then asks her to stash the glowing yo-yo, fearing the chief will flip if he sees it. Meanwhile, the local police keep the area secure, unaware of the high-level games being played right behind them. Inside the apartment, the forensics team scours the place while the local detectives realize they've been outplayed again. An officer reports that the culprit used a fire extinguisher to wipe away every single trace of evidence. Our boy Moon can't help but groan, feeling the weight of another dead end in this messy investigation. He rubs his eyes, wondering how a trash-tier case turned into such a professional vanishing act. Suddenly, the eccentric investigator Quan strolls in, casually asking where the victim's family is currently staying. The local detectives look completely dumbfounded by the man's lack of respect for the active crime scene. Quan ignores the tension, simply wanting the hospital address so he can track down the survivors himself. He checks his phone with a smug grin, clearly playing a much deeper game than the local cops. Moon snaps at him, reminding the flashy investigator that everyone else has been working since dawn. The forensic crew just watches the two clash, feeling the awkward tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Moon snaps at the intruder, asking if he'll take responsibility for contaminating the scene with his dirty shoes. Quan just wears a smug grin, sarcastically apologizing for interrupting the local team's hard work. He doesn't care about their trash-tier investigation, casually stepping right where he shouldn't, just to prove a point. Our boy Moon can only watch in silence as Kwon announces they're off to check the CCTV footage instead. The flashy investigator offers a mock bow, telling the frustrated local team to keep up the good work. Moon is absolutely fuming, while the female detective tries to keep him from blowing a fuse right then and there. The female detective suggests he didn't need to be so aggressive toward people who came all this way to help. Moon looks like he's about to explode when his partner mentions that Kwon actually seemed like a decent guy. As the investigators walk away, Moon's furious voice echoes down the hall, demanding that everyone get back to work. The female investigator notes the clear animosity, but Kwon just sighs, lamenting how some people just can't see reason. Kwon smirks, lamenting that he really wanted to be friends, but the local detective just wouldn't cooperate. He shifts his focus back to the tablet, meticulously scanning the grainy CCTV footage of the apartment stairs. His eyes glow with a predatory intensity as he realizes the local cops missed something huge. When the female investigator asks if they should check the hospital, he shuts the idea down immediately. He offers her the tablet, asking if she wants to see the ghost they're actually hunting. She's completely dumbfounded, her eyes widening as the pieces of the puzzle finally start to click. The footage clearly shows a hooded figure, our boy Number, moving through the building like a shadow. She admits the man looks familiar, even though his face is obscured by the darkness of the hallway. The timestamp confirms he entered the building at exactly 22:11, right before the chaos erupted. The real kicker is that he never actually left, meaning he vanished right under the police's noses. Kwon smirks and asks her if she can guess exactly where their target ended up. She ponders for a second before correctly guessing that the rooftop was his only real exit. He explains that while a lower floor exit was possible, the building's layout makes it highly unlikely. Looking at the security map, it's clear the blind spots are the only way out for a pro. Suddenly, they find a fresh scratch on the railing, proving someone definitely climbed over the edge. Kwon is thrilled, pointing out the evidence while she realizes just how bold this ghost really is. She's still skeptical, wondering how he could rappel down without being spotted by the lower floor cameras. If he dropped past the 4th floor, the sensors would have caught his movement instantly. Kwon just grins and suggests they take a closer look at the actual video files. As the footage plays, the grainy screen reveals the quiet exterior, where their target supposedly vanished. The apartment complex looks peaceful, but the swarming moths are the first clue to a master plan. The female investigator is left dumbfounded when she sees a strange flash of light on the security footage. Kwon leans in, realizing their target didn't just get lucky, he orchestrated the entire environment. He breaks down how the ghost accounted for every camera angle and the exact position of every witness. Every frame of the stairwell confirms that the security system was practically blind to his movements. While a resident enjoyed a smoke, our boy was rappelling right past him, like a literal phantom. The moths swarmed the camera at the precise second the power returned, creating a perfect window. Standing on the rooftop, Kwon notes that calculating all this during a high-stakes escape is impossible. It's clear this guy is cut from a different cloth, navigating through danger with supernatural precision. Kwon is left wondering if their target is actually a step ahead, by predicting the future itself. The female investigator looks up at her senior, sensing the weight of the mystery they are chasing. She questions if their target might actually possess a supernatural perception just like the one Kwon uses. Kwon just offers a chilling smirk, his eyes glowing red as he relishes finding a worthy opponent. The scene shifts to a quiet hospital, where the sterile air feels thick with an approaching storm. Yuna wanders the halls looking like a total wreck, clearly haunted by the blood on her hands. Suddenly, a hand waves from the side, snapping her out of her dark thoughts and back to reality. Turns out Kwon is waiting for her, acting way too casual for a man hunting a killer. He tells her to relax, claiming he just wants to clear up a few things with some questions. Yuna is instantly dumbfounded when a death timer appears. Realizing the Reaper is already knocking on the door, Kwon leans in close with a predatory gaze, asking how she is feeling while he dissects her reaction. Yuna tries to play it cool, stammering that she is fine and feeling much better now. But the death timer above her head keeps ticking down, mocking her desperate attempt to hide the truth. Kwon just stares at her, simply acknowledging her words while his sharp mind likely sees right through her. His eyes flare with a sinister red glow as he warns her to stop lying and answer honestly. Terrified and cornered, our girl can only offer a shaky agreement, while her heart hammers against her ribs. On the table sits a notebook containing a grim photo, a silent reminder of the blood already spilled. Yuna reflects on how many lies a person tells daily, wondering if it is just a handful of times. Turns out some studies claim people lie hundreds of times a day just to get through the routine. She swallows hard, realizing lies are often just a survival tool used to navigate a sudden, dangerous situation. Yet, as Kwon watches her with that trash-tier smirk, she knows some lies are born from poisonous malice. Yuna realizes that because everyone lies differently, standard statistics are basically useless in this grim world. Kwan's red eye glows with intensity as he claims he can see right through any deception. He possesses the terrifying ability to estimate the exact number of future lies a person will tell. The investigator decides to verify the facts, pulling up a tablet to cross-reference her shaky story. He shows her a grainy capture, asking if the physique matches the man she witnessed that night. Our girl nervously confirms the height but insists she never actually caught a glimpse of his face. She doubles down on the lie, claiming the darkness made the mysterious man's features too fuzzy to remember. Kwan simply acknowledges her answer, his predatory gaze remaining fixed on her as he processes the information. He shifts the focus, asking if Number had already subdued the stalker by a specific time. Yuna tries to keep her story straight, recalling that it happened shortly after the building's power cut out. Kwan presses her further, asking if the entire encounter lasted only about 3 to 5 minutes. He pulls up the footage showing Number entering the apartment exactly when the power cut out. Looking over the scene, he considers if the killer fled after predicting the future. The investigation hits a snag because moths conveniently obscured the cameras right when he supposedly left. Kwan calculates the timeline, noting a suspicious 15-minute gap between subduing the stalker and leaving. Our girl starts sweating bullets, realizing her simple story is being picked apart by a pro. She desperately claims she only saw him briefly and stayed in the hallway the entire time. Suddenly, the invisible counter in the investigator's mind ticks down as another lie is registered. He stares her down with those predatory eyes, knowing for a fact she is full of it. His ability confirms she was actually inside with Number, exposing her trash-tier acting. Kwan realizes she was hiding something from the cops and wonders what her real motive was. He pivots the interrogation, asking if she was actually the one being stalked this whole time. Our girl is visibly shaken, her trauma resurfacing as the pressure from the investigator becomes unbearable. He brings up the specialized gear found at the scene, noting how prepared the attacker seemed to be. Her hands tremble as she tries to deflect, questioning why any of these details even matter right now. Kwan just gives a chilling smile, explaining he is trying to figure out how the killer chooses targets. He points out the irony of the stalker becoming the victim, demanding to know why he was targeted. Seeing her crumble, he offers a way out by asking for just a rough guess instead of facts. Yuna shuts down completely, claiming the mere thought of that night is too stressful to even discuss. Kwan's ability stalls out because a flat-out refusal to speak does not count as a detectable lie. Kwan realizes he's hitting a wall and decides to change his tactics to break her resistance. He slides a photograph across the table, claiming he has one final question for our girl. It's a photo of Unseo, the girl Yuna saved from that trash-tier stalker just nights ago. Yuna is completely dumbfounded, her heart racing as she realizes the police are closer than she thought. She vividly remembers telling the girl to keep her mouth shut and pretend they never even met. Trying to stay calm, she claims she only recognizes the face from a recent news report. In reality, that family is just trying to move on, while the media circus surrounds their tragedy. Kwan leans in, asking if she's certain this isn't the missing daughter of a high-profile target. He catches her in a trap, noting the girl's face was actually blurred out in every broadcast. Panicked and cornered, Yuna snaps back, demanding to know why he keeps acting like she's a liar. Kwan stares her down, questioning why a victim would ever feel the need to lie to the police. His eyes flare with a crimson glow as his lie-detecting ability kicks into high gear. He has been obsessively scrubbing through every second of footage from the night the stalker was neutralized. There she is on the screen, our girl caught in the same frame as the target he is tracking. Kwan explains that many survivors share a secret bond, all owing their lives to the mysterious vigilante, Number. Yuna breaks into a cold sweat, remembering the brutal efficiency of her accomplice and the danger they are in. The investigator leans in closer, his voice dropping as he prepares to deliver a final, crushing ultimatum. He taps the photo of Yunseo, demanding to know if she truly saw the girl that fateful night. Cornered and trembling, she realizes that one wrong word will lead the authorities straight to their doorstep. Outside the cold walls of the police agency, the net is finally tightening around our unlikely duo. Kwan finishes the briefing on the stalker's demise, leaving the room thick with the scent of a cold case. The brass are losing their minds over this wild goose chase, fearing their elite reputation is circling the drain. They start digging into Yuna's family history, suspicious that the daughter of a criminal might be hiding something big. Kwan acknowledges the theory that she joined forces with Number, though he keeps his true thoughts hidden. A subtle, trash-tier smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to manipulate the narrative to his own liking. He faces a trembling Yuna while her death countdown ticks away, a constant reminder of her precarious situation. His calm expression never wavers, even as he prepares to deliver a verdict that will change everything for her. In a move that leaves her dumbfounded, he tells her he believes she isn't lying about her involvement. He reports back to the chief, firmly stating there is no evidence linking our girl to the mysterious vigilante. Turns out, Kwan is the ultimate wildcard, secretly scrubbing the CCTV footage to protect her from the authorities. Kwon warns Yuna to be extremely careful when she finally speaks to the rest of the police force. He flashes a trash-tier grin, telling her that repeating her current story is the key to avoiding trouble. During the official briefing, Kwon manipulates the room by suggesting they split the investigation into 2 separate parts. The female investigator stands by his side, looking troubled as she processes the suspicious direction of the case. Soon after, the duo leaves the scene to discuss the real situation while they are alone. Our boy Kwon leans back in the passenger seat, looking entirely too satisfied with his own web of lies. His partner isn't so sure, worrying that the witness Yoon Seo might eventually break and reveal everything they're hiding. Kwon dismisses her concerns, knowing he already handled the girl, and ensured her answers remained perfectly vague. To him, keeping Yuna hidden is a vital safety net, while he continues scrubbing her existence from the records. He realizes that following Number's trail is nearly impossible anyway, given the vigilante's terrifying ability to see the future. Our boy Kwon smirks, plotting to intercept the targets before his own colleagues in the police force can interfere. His partner remains silent while driving, clearly uneasy about the shady game they are playing with the law. Meanwhile, Number navigates the night with a sleeping Yuna, deciding it is finally time to hunt their pursuers. Back at the hospital, a heavy hand pushes open the door to a room filled with lingering trauma. Yuna finds Yoon Seo keeping watch over the wounded Min Seo, the atmosphere thick with unspoken questions and fear. Min Seo struggles to speak, desperately asking if the legendary vigilante Number was actually the one who saved them. Yoon Seo trembles as she admits the detectives are clueless about why the family was even targeted for death. Watching them, Yuna feels a wave of guilt, knowing the truth behind the violence is far more complicated. The girl clenches her hands, confused why the stalker acted without motive, and why Yuna claimed total ignorance. She cannot forget the trash-tier stalker's crazed face, wondering why he expected them to beg for mercy. The blood-stained evidence is a grim reminder that their lives were nearly snuffed out by a total stranger. Yuna looks at the broken man, realizing this twisted chapter might finally be closing for Min Seo. She pulls the trembling child into a tight embrace, trying to shield her from the lingering horror. Yuna whispers that the why doesn't matter as long as they survived this trash-tier nightmare. The little girl finally breaks down, sobbing with relief that her world didn't completely fall apart. Fighting back her own tears, Yuna promises to keep the scary things buried where they belong. Standing by Min Seo's hospital bed, she decides that this bit of peace is enough for now. Suddenly, the weight of countless secrets hits the floor like a thudding pile of discarded recordings. A mountain of evidence reveals just how deep the deception goes in this cut-from-the-same-cloth society. Meanwhile, our boy Number is gasping for air, his face battered after a brutal encounter in the shadows. Number gasps for air, in a classroom turned into a trash-tier slaughterhouse filled with his fallen classmates. Blood streaks down his face as he stares at the carnage, unable to process the absolute horror. He desperately calls out for Rudy and Hanul, but the silence of the dead is his only answer. Our boy screams at the killer, begging for an explanation for this senseless and blood-soaked betrayal. A cold woman with long white hair stands over him, looking completely unfazed by the surrounding death. She bluntly states that she finished the job because he lacked the spine to do it himself. The shock leaves him completely dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on the person he once trusted most. She offers him a choice, telling him to take her life if he truly despises her actions. A deafening shot echoes as the gun finds its mark, and the mysterious countdown ticks down to 116. The light in Number's eyes fades, leaving behind only the cold stare of a man who lost everything. Number sits in the van while Yuna rests, his mind clearly elsewhere after that traumatic flashback. He clutches his head, trying to shake off the ghosts of his past that keep haunting him. In the back, Yuna stirs awake, her body still exhausted from their narrow escape. Our boy wonders why these ancient, painful memories are suddenly bubbling back up to the surface now. He flips through his notebook, a grim collection of targets and locations that demand his attention. Realizing his work is far from over, he decides it's time to get moving and finish the job. The sudden jolt of the van fully rouses Yuna, who looks around in a dumbfounded, confused state. They navigate through a quiet industrial district, the van blending into the morning fog. The area is deserted, providing the perfect cover for 2 people who shouldn't exist. Number steps out to handle business, leaving a nervous Yuna to scramble after him. Number knocks on a shady shutter door while Yuna watches, wondering who they're meeting in this dump. The shutter slides up, revealing a mysterious figure with intricate tattoos who seems to know our boy well. The dealer greets him casually, mentioning it's been quite some time since their last shady transaction. Number ignores the small talk and hands over a bag, while the dealer teases him about his newfound fame. Inside the bag are several voice recorders, the tools of a trade Yuna doesn't quite understand yet. As Yuna stares in confusion, the dealer sighs, complaining that Number is still as boring and serious as ever. The tattooed contact hands over a red envelope containing the specific information number requested for his next hunt. He stuffs the intel next to the recorders and cold hard cash, ready to move on to the next phase. Suddenly, Yuna's eyes widen as a piece of the puzzle finally clicks into place within her mind. She realizes these are the exact same recorders she saw him carrying during their previous life-or-death encounters. Yuna jumps as the dealer notes she looks nothing like her father, catching her completely off guard. The dealer finds it fascinating that she's the only person our boy has ever actually spared. Yuna is left dumbfounded, wondering what kind of monster she's actually traveling with right now. Number tells her to just ignore the chatter and keep moving before things get even weirder. The dealer waves a tattooed arm, playfully telling the kid they'll definitely be seeing each other again. As they walk through the market, Yuna can't shake the feeling that she's entered a dark world. Soon, they're back on the road in their van, leaving the shady transaction far behind them. Yuna finally gathers her courage and asks what those mysterious voice recorders are really for. Number shuts her down instantly, claiming his methods and equipment are absolutely none of her business. She presses him, realizing with a chill that he's been recording his victim's final moments all along. Number lets out a heavy sigh, finally deciding to reveal the grim truth behind his collection of recorders. He explains that those recordings are actually dying messages for the people his victims wanted to reach. Some use their final moments to leave heartfelt words for the ones they truly loved. Others are far more business-minded, instructing their attorneys on how to divide their massive wealth and legacy. Then there are the ones whose hearts are filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated spite. These trash-tier souls spend their very last breath cursing the people they failed to take down with them. Yuna is left sweating, realizing just how deep and twisted this underworld business actually goes. As they walk, Number explains that his memos are the only clues left to find where they lived. He meticulously organizes the victims' data and their connections to ensure the package is complete for the broker. The tattoo dealer then handles the final delivery, making sure every message reaches its destination without a trace. Yuna points out that carrying recordings from a literal murder scene is just asking for a death sentence. Number coldly notes he scrubbed any evidence that would tip off the cops, but Yuna isn't buying it. Our girl just sighs, feeling like she's talking to a brick wall with this guy's logic. As they climb the stairs, she asks why he bothers with messages if his goal is just killing scum. She really doesn't see the point in being a postman for the dead, especially for trash-tier criminals. Yuna reminds him how close the police came last time because of one of these dying messages. She demands to know why he keeps taking these risks, but Number just stops and says they've arrived. Yuna stands there completely dumbfounded as the realization of where they are finally hits her. Number stands quietly before a memorial, looking like a completely different person than the cold-blooded killer she knows. He gently places some blue flowers in a vase, showing a rare, human side to his dark mission. Yuna watches him curiously and asks whose grave he's actually visiting with such care. Number admits he has no clue who was buried there, leaving her even more confused. He explains he's just fulfilling the final wish of a man he recently put in the ground. Our girl is completely dumbfounded that he'd risk his life for a dead man's request. She questions the point of it all, but Number just looks away, lost in his own thoughts. He remembers his mentor's cold lessons and how reasons for his actions used to matter more. Now, he simply chooses to carry out the final wishes of every soul he's forced to take. Back in the van, he tells her this is a personal rule he refuses to break. Yuna wonders if that applies even to the most trash-tier, cold-blooded killers he encounters. Number coldly states that morality doesn't matter, because a promise is a promise, regardless of evil. Number doubles down on his code, claiming he'll honor a dying wish even for a future murderer. Our boy is dead serious about sticking to this path, leaving Yuna completely speechless in the back. She can't wrap her head around it, thinking his logic is absolutely ridiculous and twisted. She previously assumed he was some dark hero saving families from trash-tier stalkers like Number 3. Yuna starts to worry if he even cares about the morality of the people he's hunting down next. Looking at his cold silhouette, she wonders what kind of trauma in his past forged such a monster. As the van rolls through the night, she questions what truly drives a cold-blooded killer like him. The silence breaks when Number bluntly tells her they've arrived and orders her to get out. They step out into the neon-soaked streets, ready to dive back into the city's dark underbelly. Surrounded by the mindless crowd, the hunt continues in a world full of hidden liars and targets. Yuna stands dumbfounded before the neon lights of a club, wondering why they've stopped at such a place. Our boy Number reveals that they're here to settle a final wish left behind on his grim list. They step inside where the clubgoers are lost in a trance, dancing away their worries under the strobe lights. Amidst the glitz, someone chugs down a bottle, trying to escape the harsh reality of the city. Number stares at a photo, focused on carrying out a revenge that the victim never got to finish. Perched in a VIP booth, the tattooed dealer watches the dance floor with the eyes of a seasoned predator. This man is clearly not someone to mess with, his arms telling stories of a very violent past. The bass thumps through the room as the crowd keeps moving, totally unaware of the danger lurking nearby. The dealer arrogantly orders another bottle from a waiter, feeling completely untouchable in his own territory. Just as he gets comfortable, Number settles in right beside him, signaling that the hunt has finally arrived. The scarred man lets out a heavy sigh, annoyed that he can't even have a bit of fun tonight. The tattooed dealer ignores the complaints, bluntly asking for the body count on the latest set of targets. He shares photos of a family, noting that some trash-tier client is using them as leverage for the job. Looking at the targets, the dealer admits he takes no pleasure in taking out ordinary civilians like these. The scarred man just laughs, asking if this broker and he aren't exactly cut from the same cloth anymore. It's purely about the logistics, as killing civilians is a massive hassle that keeps things from staying quiet. He asks when the job needs to be finished, wanting to get this annoying contract off his plate quickly. They listen to a recording that sets a 6-day deadline, a tight window for such a sensitive operation. The dealer heads back into the crowd, leaving the scarred man to prepare for a very long and bloody week. High above the dance floor, our boy and Yuna watch the scene unfold, finally spotting the man they're hunting. Number watches the club entrance from the shadows, his eyes locked on the prey moving below. The scarred man wastes no time, ordering his people to find the targets and report back immediately. Yuna asks if he's the one they're after, and our boy simply confirms the hit is finally on. She spots the number 34 hovering over him, fearing he's already marked his next victims for death. She's dumbfounded, questioning if his supernatural perception even works on something as static as a digital photograph. He clarifies that photos only show the timer at the exact moment the shutter clicked, freezing their fate. Yuna realizes that if a timer hits 0, there's no chance left to grant any dying wishes. This trash-tier client keeps chatting away, completely unaware that his own clock is ticking down fast. He suddenly stops, feeling a chill as if someone is walking over his grave right this second. Fearing they've been made, Yuna quickly ducks down, her heart racing as she tries to stay hidden. Yuna is shaking in her boots, thanking her lucky stars that the target didn't spot her hiding. The trash-tier client senses something is off, looking around the neon-lit streets with a growing sense of unease. Our boy tells her it's time to move now that they've locked in the target's death timer. Yuna is haunted by the memory of a previous victim whose final wish was to end this man. She questions if Number really executed that man just after he secured the target's location for his revenge. Looking at his cold silhouette, she wonders if letting the man have his vengeance would have been better. Number counters that there's no guarantee a killer driven by spite wouldn't just start a mindless slaughter. Shez left speechless, realizing that his logic is as cold and calculated as his lethal combat skills. He remains silent, the weight of his past missions hanging heavy in the air between them. Yuna realizes they need to use those mysterious timers to predict exactly how many lives are at stake. Number is drowning in a memory, wondering if leaving the target alone would actually make more sense. Hess back in that hellish classroom, surrounded by the cold bodies of his former classmates. The mentor stands over him, her coat stained with the blood of children she deemed unworthy of life. She looks down with that same icy expression, claiming her brand of slaughter is somehow different. She justifies her trash-tier morality by saying she only executes those destined to become murderers themselves. Our boy screams back through his tears, demanding to know how she's so sure without seeing the timers. She doesn't care about the numbers, believing these kids were always destined to rot from the inside out. He begs for a real answer, unable to accept the cold logic that ruined his entire world. Back in the present, the weight of those words still feels like a physical blow to his soul. He whispers the name of the woman who broke him, wondering if she was ever truly human. Our boy questions if anyone can truly distinguish between those who deserve death and those who save others. Yuna stands there dumbfounded, the weight of his dark philosophy hitting her like a freight train. He looms over her, demanding to know if she really thinks she can judge a person's worth. He snaps, asking how she can possibly decide who is good or evil just by looking at timers. His gaze turns predatory as he challenges her to explain how numbers alone define a human soul. Shay's left speechless, realizing the man standing before her is far more broken than she ever imagined. After a tense silence, she wonders if the difference between a saint and a sinner is actually obvious. He stares her down with those cold eyes, waiting for a justification that might never come. She firmly believes a trash-tier hired killer like him could never actually make a positive impact. Her mind drifts back to her childhood, where the streets were filled with the stench of smoke and decay. Yuna remembers how the toxic smoke from her childhood neighborhood used to make her throat and nose burn. She compares that stinging sensation to identifying bad people, claiming it really shouldn't be that complicated. Number just sighs in frustration, feeling like she's completely missing the point of his grim world. He tries to stay calm, dismissing her as just a clueless child who hasn't seen real darkness yet. Realizing it's a waste of breath, he decides there's no need to get worked up trying to convince her. He pivots, demanding a simple yes or no answer to a much more brutal hypothetical question. He asks if she'd kill one monster to save 33 innocent people from becoming his future victims. Yuna hesitates for a moment before finally admitting that she would indeed choose to end that man's life. Our boy simply accepts that answer, noting that her resolve is more than enough for what comes next. With their ideological clash settled for now, they arrive at the neon-soaked entrance of the Benia Club. Number tells Yuna she needs to step up, because her current skills just aren't cutting it yet. Our boy mentions taking her special eyes to the next level, leaving Yuna completely stunned by the prospect. They retreat to a secluded warehouse where the real training, or rather a twisted test, is about to begin. 2 identical pistols are laid out on a crate, looking cold and indifferent to the life or death stakes. Yuna stares at the weapons, her mind racing as she wonders why things just took such a dark turn. She tentatively asks what the point of this is, her voice trembling in the quiet, dusty air. Number casually presses a barrel to his temple, explaining that one gun is empty while the other is loaded. He sets the lethal gamble back down, making it clear that this isn't some trash-tier game of pretend. The ultimatum is simple. She picks a gun, and he will pull the trigger right against her own head. Yuna is left dumbfounded and sweating, realizing that her mentor is dead serious about this insane game of chance. Yuna is absolutely reeling, desperately hoping this is just some sick joke our boy is playing on her. Number remains cold, explaining that picking the empty barrel is her only ticket to walking away unscathed. However, if she slips up and grabs the loaded one, her lifetimer hits 0 instantly. He points to his temple, reminding her that her unique eyes are the only thing that can save her. The realization hits Yuna like a freight train, leaving her completely dumbfounded by the weight of the choice. She suddenly recalls the terrifying sight of her own death timer ticking down to nothing during her darkest moments. Number notes that while the logic is simple, it's going to burn through every last one of her brain cells. Her mind starts racing as she tries to piece together how her perception of death actually functions. She flashes back to a time she saw her own countdown, a memory that still haunts her very soul. Number pokes her forehead, snapping her back to the grim reality of the life or death gamble sitting before them. Number tells her to lock in and visualize those death timers right in front of her. Our girl shuts her eyes tight, desperately trying to manifest the supernatural sight she usually can't control. Suddenly, a golden countdown flickers into existence, proving her powers are finally responding to her will. She gasps in disbelief, realizing the terrifying numbers are back and clearer than ever before. Yuna describes the timers as floating on invisible glass, while Number keeps the pressure on her to focus. With the mood turning cold, Number demands she make a choice between the 2 lethal options. 2 identical pistols sit on the crate, one being a ticket to safety, and the other a death sentence. She finally stammers out her choice, picking the left gun, while her eye glows with a strange intensity. A 7-second timer appears as the cold steel of a barrel presses firmly against her temple. Number confirms her choice, ready to pull the trigger and see if her intuition was actually right. Yuna screams in pure terror as the countdown hits the final seconds with a gun to her head. She frantically yells that the numbers are dropping, desperate to stop the trigger from being pulled. Trembling and gasping for air, our girl realizes just how close she came to meeting her end. She demands to know if he actually intended to kill her, while he just stands there completely unfazed. Number casually explains that everything has a risk, even pointing the weapon at himself to prove a point. The mental toll is heavy, leaving her dumbfounded by the cold and twisted logic of her new partner. He tells her to apply this vision to every action, turning life into a calculated game of survival. By seeing the hidden traps and dangers, she can finally navigate the world without falling into a grave. It is all about finding the ideal route through the chaos to ensure she moves around safely. If she masters this, even a girl like her can handle high-stakes missions like a total pro. Yuna falls into a heavy silence, her mind struggling to process the sheer insanity of the situation. She finally admits she isn't quitting, convincing herself this is the only way to save innocent people. Yet, memories of being trampled by trash-tier thugs make her worry she will just mess everything up. She fears becoming a useless burden, but her partner looks at her with nothing but cold indifference. With a chilling glow in his eye, he explains that her failures won't change his ultimate success. He declares that nothing can stop him from eliminating his targets, leaving our girl completely dumbfounded. He tells her to stop worrying about pointless things because his plans are far from fragile. Meanwhile, the action moves to the neon-lit streets, where danger hides in plain sight among the masses. A scarred man in a tan jacket moves through the crowd, oblivious to the shadow behind him. Turns out, Number is already on the hunt, stalking the marked target through the busy night air. Number's method for seeing the future is a secret he shares with Jihaeon, making them truly unique. He navigates a world of blades, desperate to prevent any decrease in his tally of future murders. Failing to kill his targets is like being shackled to the deaths of the innocents he meant to protect. Our boy realizes that every survivor on his hit list is a direct threat to the lives of the blameless. He stalks the scarred client through the neon streets, refusing to let the target slip out of his sight. Moving through the masses, he understands that his mission requires a cold heart and an even colder resolve. Deep in the shadows, he vows never to compromise his beliefs. No matter how much the world pushes back, he won't allow the numbers to drop even slightly, as his entire existence depends on maintaining that lethal count. A can clatters loudly in the silence, and he instantly snaps into a defensive stance, ready for any threat. It is just a stray cat meowing, but he knows even a single drop in focus could prove fatal. The weight of fate begins to press down as the inevitable countdown starts to tick in his mind. Our boy narrows his eyes, sensing the shift in the air as his target finally makes a move. He lunges forward, but the target isn't some trash-tier thug. He's a professional who counters with lethal precision. Surprised by the speed, he barely manages to draw his karambit as the situation spirals out of control. The tattooed dealer smirks while trading blows, clearly enjoying the sudden dance of death in the alleyway. He mocks our boy for actually managing to dodge, realizing this isn't just another random stalker. The dealer admits he sensed a small fry following him but acknowledges that Number is surprisingly skilled. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns heavy as a lethal deadline manifests between the two killers. Brandishing his own blade, the dealer demands to know the identity of the masked man hunting him. Number steadies his breathing, realizing this is only the second time he's ever faced a true deadline. The door bursts open with a thunderous crash, signaling the arrival of a new nightmare. These trash-tier thugs are completely dumbfounded, their faces pale as they realize their hideout is compromised. The tattooed dealer steps in coolly, confirming with his crew that they've finally reached the right spot. Feeling the room is a bit too crowded, he coldly orders his men to wipe everyone out. Total chaos erupts as blades and batons clash in a desperate, bloody struggle for survival. Amidst the carnage, the dealer remembers his primary mission is to eliminate the manager specifically. He carves through the opposition with terrifying ease, his blade moving faster than the eye can follow. His mind drifts to a target with white hair, perhaps a lead to his past mentor. He asks his subordinates if they've spotted the mark while painting the room red with his blade. Finally, he spots the scumbag client cowering in the corner, realizing his hunt is almost over. The scumbag client is sweating bullets as a cold blade inches closer to his terrified face. He coughs up blood, realizing that his life of luxury is coming to a violent, messy end. Our boy Byomjun leans in close, completely ignoring the man's pathetic pleas for an explanation. Instead of answering, he ruthlessly shoves a sharp blade right into the trash-tier client's trembling mouth. The man's hands shake uncontrollably as he realizes that begging won't save him from this nightmare. Byomjun just scoffs at the idea of not killing, finding the concept of mercy utterly hilarious. He stares into the client's soul, mocking the very thought that a snake like him deserves mercy. He calls the man an interesting specimen, while practically feeding him the cold steel of his knife. Tears stream down the client's face as he continues to beg for a second chance hell never get. Byomjun remains unfazed, his cold gaze fixed as blood sprays across the room, finally ending the hunt. A man in glasses commends Byomjun for the clean hit, leaving the messy cleanup in his capable hands. The manager curiously asks about the identity of the trash-tier thugs currently littering the blood-stained floor. Our boy Byomjun doesn't even blink, his cold expression showing he couldn't care less about the lives taken. Surveying the carnage, he scoffs and dismisses the fallen men as just another random, low-effort job. Meanwhile, the night deepens over a suspicious building, where more dark business is brewing in the city shadows. Outside a club, a couple of unsuspecting targets loiter around, completely unaware that their time is running out. Yuna captures their every move on her phone, marking them as the next names on her lethal list. Our girl breathes a sigh of relief after counting 7 targets, feeling the heavy weight of her mission. Looking at her screen, she darkly muses that gathering these targets feels like a twisted game of collecting monsters. She knows some are still hiding inside, but realizes they'll eventually have to step out into the cold night. Yuna sits alone on the stairs, frustrated that her new ability hasn't kicked in after a full day. She stares at the unchanging numbers, realizing that simply following the ideal path isn't enough to trigger progress. While snacking, she recalls Number's advice about taking risks to force the numbers to finally shift. Suddenly, the memory shifts to our boy Number locked in a high-stakes clash with a lethal opponent. He moves with surgical precision, throwing a heavy strike to keep his enemy off balance. Number realizes Byomjun is cut from the same cloth, a true pro who won't go down easily. Locking eyes with his rival, he acknowledges that he's dealing with a professional killer just like himself. He muses that whether it's sports or mind games, everything boils down to a single, brutal truth. Every system with winners and losers is just a desperate scramble to seize the upper hand. It's all about the perfect timing, knowing exactly when to launch an attack or brace for defense. Number calculates exactly where to strike, visualizing the vital points needed to end this quickly. In the heat of the alley brawl, Every environmental factor and combat choice becomes a split-second calculation. Our boy knows that mastering these variables is the only way to survive a professional encounter. Byung-jun is left dumbfounded as his supposed advantage slips away and the rhythm shifts. Despite his confidence, the dealer feels a chilling sensation that something in this fight is fundamentally wrong. He believes Number should be lagging behind, yet the reality of the exchange tells a different story. The gap between their skills is closing rapidly, and Byung-jun fears his opponent is already reading him. Instead of just reacting to the dealer's strikes, our boy begins to dictate the flow of the fight. It's as if Number is seeing the future, dodging lethal blows before they even leave the dealer's hand. Byung-jun tries to dismiss the impossible thought, but Number's pressure is making him feel like trash-tier fodder. Our boy's perception sharpens as that familiar blue glow begins to dominate his focus. He understands that survival is a simple game, where hitting zero means the path is wrong. Now, he applies this cold logic to every movement, operating with the precision of a lethal machine. While Yuna still relies on her eyes to track the countdowns of those around her, Number knows that for them, the most important numbers are processed entirely within their own minds. His brain calculates every decision and its future consequence in a matter of mere milliseconds. This allows him to find the ideal path even as Byung-jun desperately tries to land a hit. Once that path is visualized, the outcome becomes a fixed reality that cannot be altered. A single, decisive strike cuts through the air, proving that the dealer's fate was sealed long ago. Number lands a nasty slash, leaving the dealer reeling as blood sprays across the room. Our boy doesn't give him a second to breathe, catching the dealer's pained expression in his sights. He follows up with a brutal kick to the chest, completely shattering the dealer's remaining defenses. The force sends Byung-jun crashing into the junk behind him, proving he's just another trash-tier obstacle. With his eye glowing blue, Number reveals his name is Choi Chang-hyuk and his target count. He explains that taking Byung-jun out is the only way to save 33 innocent lives today. Instead of fear, the dealer just grins, finally connecting the dots about who he's actually fighting. He starts laughing like a madman, claiming that everything finally makes perfect sense to him now. Comparing him to that cold-blooded albino mentor is a low blow that makes Number's grip tighten. Number is completely dumbfounded by the dealer's words, his mind racing as he tries to process the revelation. He immediately lunges forward, his hand clamping down on the man's collar with a grip like iron. Byung-jun just groans in annoyance, clearly tired of being manhandled by our boy despite the dire situation. Furious, Number demands he repeat himself, his eyes burning with a desperate need for the truth. He presses Byung-jun for answers about the albino mentor and what he knows regarding that mysterious girl. The dealer stays silent for a moment, his smug expression flickering as he realizes he's finally touched a nerve. Outside, the city remains indifferent to the life-or-death struggle happening within the shadows of the neon-lit skyscrapers. Nearby, the trash-tier thugs Byung-jun previously dealt with lie in pools of their own blood, completely forgotten. Byung-jun's mind drifts back to his days as a rising enforcer. Looking every bit the cold-blooded professional, he recalls the sharp crack of his pistol as he ruthlessly eliminated anyone standing in his way. Byung-jun looks completely dumbfounded as the memories of their first meeting start flooding back to him. He recalls walking into a bloodbath where the mentor had already slaughtered every single target in the room. She looked like a ghost standing among the corpses, her face splattered with the blood of her victims. When he asks who she is, she playfully claims to be a rival who just stole his paycheck. Byung-jun can't help but wonder if she was also sent there to handle the same contract. The mentor explains that she targeted them because they were the type of scum who bullied the helpless. He remembers the images of those trash-tier thugs using senseless violence against terrified children in the streets. The woman notes that since he showed up armed, he must have intended to kill them too. She gives him a haunting smile, while asking if he considers himself one of the good guys. Back in the present, Byung-jun remains silent, clearly shaken by the memory of that terrifyingly beautiful monster. Byung-jun mutters about their shared past in China, recalling how they both hunted the same target years ago. Our boy Number stares him down, unimpressed by the trip down memory lane while seeking real answers. Byung-jun claims he has no clue where the mentor is now since so much time has passed. Number's patience finally snaps as he realizes this trash-tier dealer is just stalling for time. He delivers a brutal strike, deciding that physical pain might be a better motivator than polite conversation. Despite the blood, Byung-jun just smirks and asks why Head ever give up her location to him. Number follows up with a heavy kick, determined to break his spirit and get the intel he needs. The force sends Byung-jun tumbling through the alley, his body crashing against the cold, hard pavement. He struggles to catch his breath, realizing that Number isn't playing around anymore. Number's eyes begin to glow with a lethal blue light as he prepares to end this interrogation permanently. The air explodes with a violent red haze as Number finally lets loose his pent-up rage. Byung-jun lets out a gut-wrenching scream, his body buckling under the sheer weight of the strike. Despite the pain, The slippery dealer finds a burst of adrenaline and scrambles toward the ledge to escape. Our boy winces in pain, realizing he strained his supernatural eyes far too much during the brief scuffle. He looks up only to find the rooftop empty, realizing the trash-tier informant has successfully slipped away. His mind drifts back to China, remembering when the mentor first taught them the true meaning of execution. Exhausted, Number slumps against the cold concrete, frustrated that they were both once cut from the same cloth. He focuses his remaining strength, figuring the rat is either heading to his private residence or his office. A black sedan screeches through the city, leaving the scene of the interrogation far behind in the dust. Inside, a battered Byung-jun tends to his wounds, cursing Number for being such a relentless monster. The driver is dumbfounded, asking who could possibly mess up his boss this badly, and Byung-jun simply blames Number. Just as he tries to catch his breath, his phone starts buzzing, pulling him back into the gritty chaos. Byung-jun picks up, hearing manager Kim on the other end asking where the hell he is right now. The manager sounds smug, claiming they finally caught the little rat that has been sneaking around since yesterday. It turns out our girl Yuna did not get far, now sitting battered and bruised in their clutches. Kim explains she is actually a high-profile target's daughter, the same kid who vanished right alongside their enemy. Hearing this, Byung-jun is absolutely stunned as he realizes just how much leverage he suddenly has over the situation. He lets out a dark laugh, thinking how things are finally starting to get interesting for a change. The car speeds off as he dismisses his driver, his mind already racing with a new, lethal plan. He warns Kim that Number is hot on his heels, ordering him to get the trash-tier thugs ready. Number rubs his eyes, feeling the heavy strain of his supernatural perception after years of relentless searching. Our boy hunkers down, knowing that letting this hard-earned lead slip away simply isn't an option anymore. He realizes he hasn't been this close to the mentor in years, and vows to finish it. On the other side, Byung-jun is practically gloating, eager to show Number exactly how they handle intruders. The sprawling city hides many secrets, but Number has finally pinned down the exact location he needs. He arrives at a desolate building, the air thick with the scent of an impending, gritty clash. The door creaks open as he steps into the darkness, fully aware he is being lured in. He descends the stairs, his heart cold as he prepares to face whatever trash-tier thugs are waiting. Peeking through the gap, he spots the players on the board and prepares his final, lethal approach. He finds Yuna bound while Byung-jun and manager Kim wait, making the leverage they hold painfully clear. Byung-jun smirks and welcomes our boy, clearly enjoying the fact that he walked right into the trap. Number freezes when he hears a familiar name, realizing the stakes are higher than he initially anticipated. Yuna looks completely drained, her face bruised as she stares back with eyes that have seen too much. Byung-jun mocks him, suggesting they are cut from the same cloth since he finally spared a survivor. The dealer offers a simple trade, promising to release the girl if Number just walks away forever. To drive the point home, manager Kim presses a blade against her throat, waiting for a single wrong move. Our boy remains silent, his expression hardening as he weighs the life of his accomplice against his mission. Suddenly, he coldly declines the offer, telling the trash-tier thugs to go ahead and do their worst. He claims her death would actually be a favor, leaving Yuna absolutely dumbfounded by his sudden, brutal betrayal. With a gaze colder than ice, he asks if they finally understand that he truly doesn't give a damn. Yuna is shaken to her core, remembering how Number once faced a barrel without even flinching. Byung-jun looks on in disbelief, wondering if this guy is actually insane enough to call his bluff. Our boy just starts walking forward, coldly accepting the dealer's violent challenge with a terrifyingly calm demeanor. He marches straight into the hornet's nest, completely unfazed by the sea of trash-tier thugs surrounding him. Byung-jun warns his men that fear is their only enemy, and they must stay aggressive to survive. He reminds the mob that even a monster like Number only has 2 arms to defend himself with. The dealer calculates that a synchronized strike from 15 men will definitely leave their target full of holes. The thugs ready their weapons and roar in agreement, preparing to swarm our lone protagonist all at once. Byung-jun watches with a grim expression, realizing this confrontation is about to get incredibly bloody and personal. Number tells him to start digging through his memories, because he won't stop until he gets his answers. Byung-jun spits out a curse, his pride wounded by the sheer audacity of the man standing before him. Number's eyes glow with a lethal blue light as he prepares to force the truth out of the dealer. Losing his patience, Byung-jun coldly orders his men to execute the girl to break our boy's focus. Yuna trembles in terror, her unique perception flaring up as the weight of impending death suffocates her. She desperately recalls Number's cryptic advice about understanding the difference between the numbers to survive this nightmare. The world turns into a chaotic mess of glowing countdowns, leaving her dumbfounded on which path leads to safety. Byung-jun doubles down on his murderous command, proving he is truly cut from the same cloth as the mentor. While Yuna struggles with her fear, Number reaches for his weapon with lightning-fast reflexes. The trash-tier thugs freeze in their tracks as a heavy click echoes through the warehouse, signaling a deadly shift. Number levels his gun at the dealer, while Yuna's golden eye finally begins to perceive the hidden truth. Yuna finally sees the path to survival as the countdown timer burns into her vision. Manager Kim is left completely baffled when his hostage suddenly slips through his fingers. Our boy doesn't hesitate for a second, leveling his piece with cold, murderous intent. A deafening blast echoes as he perfectly snipes the manager's arm to set Yuna free. Byung-jun realizes, with a sinking gut, that Number was never bluffing about his lethal precision. Suddenly, a heavy pipe swings through the air, aiming to crush our boy's skull. He takes a brutal hit to the side, causing his primary weapon to clatter away. Thinking fast, he lunges for his backup blade to keep the momentum alive. He carves through the trash-tier thugs with a savage strike, painting the floor red. As the gun hits the dirt, the remaining scumbags realize they've just unleashed a monster. A trash-tier thug screams for our boy to die, completely unaware of the storm coming his way. Number doesn't even blink, delivering a strike so fast it leaves the goon's head spinning. Byung-jun watches as his men try to swarm the monster, desperate to pin him down. Our boy's gaze sharpens, his mind already 3 steps ahead of these amateur killers. The dealer's eyes widen as he realizes the sheer gap in their combat prowess. Byung-jun screams for them to open fire, claiming the previous shot was just a lucky blank. Number plants his foot and reaches for his blade, ready to turn this warehouse into a graveyard. Yuna watches the carnage unfold, her heart racing as she tries to find an opening to escape. With a low, savage sweep, our boy carves through the mob, painting the floor in crimson. Byung-jun and the manager stand dumbfounded as their entire squad gets dismantled in seconds. Yuna takes the chance to bolt, knowing she is just a liability in this warehouse bloodbath. Byung-jun snaps at his manager to catch her, refusing to let his only leverage slip away so easily. Our boy doesn't give them a second to breathe, carving through the trash-tier thugs like they are butter. His eyes flare as he scans the room, instantly calculating the threat level of every scumbag present. With 15 targets left, he relies on his Kevlar suit to tank any hits that might slow him down. He notes 2 specific targets that need to stay alive, his supernatural perception marking them for mercy. A blade whistles past his ear, but he tilts his head with the cold precision of a machine. Byung-jun finally steps up, throwing a desperate punch that our boy sees coming from a mile away. He effortlessly weaves through the dealer's strike, making the high-ranking broker look like a complete amateur. Number clicks his tongue in annoyance, ready to end this farce and get back to the real hunt. Our boy's supernatural perception tracks the 16 remaining targets as he calculates the most efficient path through the chaos. He realizes this troublesome gang isn't like the usual trash-tier thugs who flee at the first sight of blood. With the mob closing in from all sides, he understands that his options for a clean escape are vanishing. Byung-jun strikes with desperate ferocity, his blade whistling through the air as he tries to reclaim his pride. Their weapons collide with a violent spark, each man pushing against the other in a brutal test of strength. The intensity of the struggle forces a pained cry from Number as he pushes his body past its breaking point. He clenches his weapon with a death grip, knowing that any slip-up now will result in his immediate demise. A spray of crimson paints the air when the overwhelming numbers finally manage to land a heavy, punishing blow. A haunting memory of the mentor surfaces, her cold voice echoing that he is simply too weak to survive. Despite the blood and exhaustion, he refuses to falter, fueled by a burning spite for his former teacher's words. Our boy Number moves like a ghost, snatching a trash-tier thug before he can even blink. He carves through the mob with surgical precision, leaving nothing but a trail of crimson in his wake. Byung-jun watches in horror as his men fall, realizing Number is operating on a completely different level, holding a blade to a terrified throat. Number coldly asks if the man has any final words left. Without waiting for an answer, he finishes the job and immediately calls for the next victim to step up. Meanwhile, Yuna is hauling it through the corridors with Manager Kim hot on her heels. She scans the hallway, her unique perception highlighting a specific door that might be her only salvation. Her eye glows with intensity as she locks onto the middle door, certain it's her best chance to survive. She lunges for the handle, desperate to put a barrier between herself and the pursuing suit. Manager Kim clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing the girl just managed to slip right through his fingers. Yuna slams the door shut, her heart hammering against her ribs as she tries to catch her breath. She scans the grim, industrial room, only to realize she has backed herself into a total corner. Her vision flickers with those cursed timers, confirming that every exit in this place is a dead end. Heavy thuds against the door signal that the suit is right outside, leaving her with nowhere to run. Panic sets in as she sees the countdowns ticking away, none of them offering more than a few minutes. She grits her teeth, desperately wishing the numbers would climb higher while she struggles to find a way out. Suddenly, she remembers our boy telling her how her number miraculously changed right before she lost consciousness. Her eye glows with that eerie light as she focuses on the hidden potential within her own strange gift. He had been dumbfounded that she actually managed to change her fate and reduce the time she had left. In that memory, he asks if she finally understands the true weight of her existence in this world. Yuna realizes that if she wants to survive, she has to stop waiting for a miracle to happen. The heavy door suddenly bursts open with a violent crash, ending her brief moment of contemplation. Manager Kim steps into the room, looming over her like a predator who finally cornered its prey. He coldly reminds her that after everything she's seen, there's no way he can let her walk away. The suit mocks her for getting tangled up with a total madman like our boy, who only brings death. He even brings up her dark lineage, sneering about her being the daughter of a notorious serial killer. Something inside her snaps as she refuses to let this trash-tier villain define who she really is. Thinking fast, she lunges for a nearby fire extinguisher, her only hope for a desperate counterattack. Before he can react, she unleashes a blinding cloud of chemicals directly into the manager's smug face. He's completely dumbfounded and blinded, giving her the split second she needs to make a move. Yuna keeps the pressure on, drenching the manager while he struggles to keep his eyes open. She snaps at him, telling the suit to stop laughing because his arrogance is exactly what started this. In her mind, everything that went wrong is the fault of trash-tier humans just like him. The manager tries to shield himself, but the high-pressure spray is relentless and completely overwhelming. He looks up in pure shock, realizing she isn't just trying to blind him anymore. Suddenly, the liquid hits an open fuse box, and the manager realizes he's in deep trouble. Yuna grits her teeth, pouring everything she has into this one desperate gamble for survival. The manager's heart sinks as he realizes the water she's using is about to cause a massive electrocution. A massive surge of electricity arcs through the room as the liquid completes the deadly circuit. He lets out a pained grunt, his body seizing up as the trap finally springs shut. The manager's feet hit the water, just as the electricity turns the floor into a lethal trap. Yuna watches the manager convulse, her desperate gamble finally paying off as the circuit completes its deadly work. She remembers how our boy never backs down, even when surrounded by trash-tier thugs in a losing fight. The manager gasps for air, realizing he almost met his end at the hands of a mere girl. It wasn't just about the death timers this time. She finally made a choice driven by pure survival. The sparking fuse box confirms her calculated move was the only way to shut down this predator for good. Somewhere nearby, Number senses the shift in the air, his glowing eyes reflecting a newfound respect for her. The blue energy of fate ripples through the shadows, marking the moment she truly cut herself from his cloth. Byung-jun is left dumbfounded by the sudden blackout, realizing his leverage just slipped right through his fingers. He frantically barks at his driver to get a light before the situation gets even more out of hand. Byung-jun panics in the dark, screaming for his men to light up the room before they're all slaughtered. Suddenly, a flash of blue light tears through the darkness as Manager Kim gets absolutely wrecked. Byung-jun realizes that the blackout was exactly what our boy needed to turn this place into a hunting ground. Manager Kim scrambles back, his only thought being to buy enough time to survive this nightmare. Yuna knows she just needs to stretch her lifespan a few more seconds to change her fate. The manager grits his teeth, refusing to believe he's being cornered by someone he considered trash tier. Yuna strikes with a ferocity that mirrors our boy, finally allowing him to move as freely as he wished. She catches a glimpse of his cold expression, remembering the lessons forged in blood and trauma. Number's eyes burn with a lethal blue light, signifying the end for anyone standing in their way. A final, blinding flash of energy cuts through Manager Kim, sealing his fate in the cold dark. Our boy moves like a ghost, systematically dismantling the trash-tier thugs who dared to stand in his way. Every strike is calculated and lethal, turning the pitch-black room into a graveyard for the disposable muscle. Byung-jun stands paralyzed as the screams of his men echo, realizing his entire operation is crumbling around him. The dealer is dumbfounded when a cold gaze locks onto him, realizing he can't escape this predator's reach. A sudden, violent impact sends the dealer reeling, his arrogance replaced by the raw terror of being hunted. As the world fades, the hunter whispers a specific date, marking the final moments of a life forfeit. Watching from the shadows, Yuna is completely dumbfounded to finally learn the true, legendary identity of her savior. The hunter grips the dealer's throat, making it clear that no amount of influence can save him now. Standing amidst the carnage, he offers the broken man a final mercy by asking for a dying wish. He demands a request that is actually within his reach before he carries out the final, lethal sentence. Number gives the dealer a final chance, demanding everything he knows about the mysterious albino figure. Yuna watches from the shadows, her mind racing as she tries to process the intensity of the situation. Byung-jun just laughs through the blood, mockingly asking if a simple wish for life would actually save him. Our boy remains cold, explaining that sparing him means 33 more innocents will eventually meet a gruesome end. He believes that wiping out these trash-tier monsters is the only way to ensure the innocent can survive. The dealer hacks up blood, finding the hunter's sense of justice to be nothing more than a sick joke. He sneers that he's never met anyone so clueless about how the real world actually functions. Number stands silent as the broken man questions if this crusade of his truly makes any sense. Byung-jun warns that he is merely a tool, and his masters won't stop just because he is gone. If one blade breaks, the people pulling the strings will simply find another to replace it. Number scoffs at the dealer's logic, asking if that's supposed to change his mind. He grabs Byung-jun by the head, refusing to let him hide behind excuses any longer. Our boy asks if he's really expected to just watch innocent people die right in front of him. His patience wears thin as he demands to know exactly when that disaster in China went down. While Yuna watches from the shadows, he presses for how the mob knew about her special eyes. The trash tier broker finally cracks, revealing that the mentor has already arrived in Korea. Number is completely dumbfounded by the news, his grip loosening as the weight of it sinks in. Sensing a momentary opening, the dying man reaches for a hidden blade tucked away in his sleeve. He lunges with a desperate strike, hoping to take the hunter down with him in one final move. The steel rings out as the hidden blade is sent flying, ending the dealer's final gamble. Number pins the trash tier broker down, his cold gaze demanding the truth amidst the carnage. Byung-jun just smirks through the blood, mockingly warning that the real nightmare is only just beginning. As his strength fades, the dealer realizes that this is a war between monsters he can't fathom. He scoffs that, if Number is struggling now, he stands no chance against the mentor's true power. The hidden blade clatters to the floor, marking the end of the broker's pathetic final resistance. With the interrogation over, the room falls silent, leaving only the stench of copper and failure. Byung-jun collapses in a heap, his role in this twisted game finally reaching its bloody conclusion. Our boy stands there for a moment, the weight of the mentor's return pressing heavily on his soul. He signals to Yuna that they need to move before the situation gets even more complicated. She hesitates for a split second before stepping through the mess, following her lethal protector into the night. Yuna questions the fate of the manager. Remembering his timer meant he wasn't meant to die yet. Manager Kim lies broken on the floor, a trash tier obstacle finally cleared from their path. Seeing him stumble, Yuna anxiously asks if our boy is actually doing all right after that brutal fight. He can barely respond, his lungs burning as he desperately tries to catch his ragged breath. Each step to stairs is a battle against gravity for his failing, blood-soaked body. He realizes that pushing his supernatural limits has come with a price he might not survive. Yuna is dumbfounded as she spots something terrifyingly wrong with her normally unstoppable companion. Without warning, his strength vanishes entirely, and he begins to tumble down the cold concrete steps. His brain has finally reached its absolute limit, unable to process any more of this lethal reality. As Yuna screams in terror, Number's mind sinks into a dark, silent abyss of total unconsciousness. Our boy sinks deep into the dark, buried corners of a past he tried to forget. He drifts toward the origin of his trauma, where his lethal story truly began. Even as a kid, he was obsessed with stories of violence, searching for a way to survive. A young girl with white hair finds him, her curiosity piqued by the silent newcomer. She seems genuinely thrilled to have a new companion in this dreary, forgotten place. When she asks for his name, the boy can only stare back with hollow eyes. Standing before a rundown orphanage, he realizes he has absolutely nothing to call his own. He admits he doesn't even have a name yet, just a blank slate in a cruel world. He tries to grasp a fading memory of a woman, but the warmth remains out of reach. Turns out his reality started much grittier, among the cold tents of a desolate homeless camp. The memory dives even deeper into the past, back to when life was measured in spare change. Our boy realizes that no matter how hard he tries, his life before this moment is a total blank. A concerned woman leans in, asking if he's okay, while a mysterious biker stands guard behind her. She offers a hand, a rare gesture of kindness in a world that usually just kicks him down. She invites him to leave the cold streets behind, offering a chance at something resembling a real life. He stares back, his hollow eyes searching for a reason to trust a complete stranger in this trash tier world. He wonders if that was the exact moment he chose to reach out and change his miserable fate forever. Later, while exploring his new surroundings, he stumbles upon something that would eventually define his entire existence. Tucked away in a dusty desk is a worn-out book, a hidden treasure in a room full of nothing. As he opens the pages, he finds himself captivated by a story that finally makes him feel alive. The book depicts a gritty world where a hooded vigilante delivers brutal justice to those hiding behind masks. It is a dark, violent story, filled with torture and blood, far removed from any typical children's tale. Our boy is completely mesmerized, finding a strange sense of comfort in the chaos on the pages. Every strike and every smash in the story feels like it is speaking directly to his hollow soul. He is so dumbfounded by the intensity that he does not even notice someone approaching him from behind. Suddenly, the mentor leans in with a playful grin, asking if he is actually enjoying the trash tier violence. She laughs at his startled reaction, clearly pleased to find someone cut from the same cloth as her. She points out the rugged hero, mentioning how handsome he looks while dealing out his own brand of justice. Turns out, she snuck the book in herself and knows a secret path hidden from the prying eyes. She leads him to a pile of rubble in the woods where a mountain of forbidden stories awaits them. Number panics, begging her not to snitch because he already got a massive scolding last time. She gives him a steady look and promises that she won't tell a single soul about his secret. Getting curious, she asks for his age, noting that he doesn't seem much younger than her at all. Our boy just stares blankly, the silence confirming he has no idea who he actually is. His file is a total mess, with the staff merely guessing he is around 5 or 6 years old. He sits before the kind woman, feeling like just another nameless face in this trash tier system. The walls are lined with memories of other orphans, all of them just passing through this grim place. She smiles warmly, assuring him that the teachers will eventually give him a name just like the rest. Looking at the decaying hallways, it is clear this environment is far from the sanctuary it claims to be. The mentor walks away, realizing our boy is a perfect blank slate, completely cut from the same cloth. Soa explains she is an outlier here since she still uses the name she had before arriving. She assumes our boy will be placed in the first floor classroom because he is the newest resident. Since she lives on the second floor, she playfully insists that he should start calling her big sister. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded, repeating the title as he tries to process this sudden social demand. She finally reveals her name is Soa, emphasizing that she is just Soa and nothing more. Looking for a connection, he asks if they can meet up again to share some comic books later. She agrees to the meeting, but only on the condition that he stops being so stiff and formal. Beyond the thick underbush of the facility, the world feels vast and intimidating for a small child. A narrow mountain path winds away from the orphanage, leading toward a quiet and hidden little town. Eventually, our boy stands before a chalkboard while the teacher introduces him to his new, trash-tier life. The facility houses nearly 30 kids, all divided between 2 floors in this secluded, fairy tale-like prison. This isolated dormitory was the only world our boy knew during his formative, trash-tier childhood years. Back then, he went by the name Da spending his free time clutching onto basic language books. His friend Han Gyul finds him outside, wondering why he's always buried in those pages instead of playing. Han Gyul urges him to hurry up because the rest of the kids are already heading off for lunch. Our boy explains he grabbed a new English book from the library to expand his limited horizons. Has determined to learn the language just so he can finally understand a specific book he found. Han Gyul is genuinely impressed, remembering how the kid couldn't even read a single word when he first arrived. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere breaks as someone roughly shoves past him, nearly knocking the book away. He stares after the man, feeling a strange tension as the reality of their crowded life sinks in. The English book hits the floor, a symbol of the knowledge our boy is desperate to protect. Han Gyul isn't having it, immediately calling out the bully for his trash-tier behavior and lack of respect. The culprit, a kid named Kang-chan, just gives them a cold, indifferent stare, as if they're beneath him. He plays it off like a total scumbag, claiming the book simply fell on its own without his help. Han Gyul snaps back, reminding everyone that Kang-chan clearly cut the line and shoved them aside like trash. The bully just sighs, telling them to drop it because he thinks he's the king of this orphanage. He remains silent for a moment, likely annoyed that these two are actually standing up to his intimidation. At the kitchen, he demands his meal, expecting special treatment despite his earlier stunt in the hallway. However, the girl serving food stands her ground, citing the teacher's strict rules about following the line order. She lists the names of those ahead of him, leaving the bully absolutely dumbfounded by her quiet defiance. Kang-chan freezes, realizing the teacher's rules are the one thing even a trash-tier bully can't ignore. Our boy and Han Gyul watch silently, savoring the rare sight of their tormentor finally backing down. He eventually slinks away, leaving the duo to celebrate a small victory in this oppressive orphanage. At the meal counter, Han Gyul praises the girl for her bravery while they collect their food. A rare, genuine smile touches Number's face as he expresses his gratitude to his closest friend. The girl remains humble, though her bandages serve as a grim reminder of the facility's harsh reality. They are warned to eat well, knowing the upcoming gym class will demand every ounce of their strength. From above, the isolated building looks less like a sanctuary and more like a cold, forgotten fortress. A sudden, sharp clang echoes through the messy classroom, shattering the uneasy silence of the facility. The chilling sound rings out again in the dark hallway, signaling that their peaceful moment is officially over. The metallic clanging echoes through the stairwells, dragging everyone toward the inevitable daily grind. Behind these heavy doors lies the true nature of this hellhole, where children are forged into lethal weapons. Our boy and Han Gyul trade blows with cold steel, their bond momentarily forgotten in the heat of combat. The instructor watches over the chaos like a hawk, ensuring no one dares to take a breather. Kang-chan takes a sharp hit, realizing too late that his size doesn't mean squat in a real fight. The instructor looms over the trash-tier bully, coldly ordering him to quit slacking or face the consequences. Even the girl is pushed to her absolute limit, her body trembling as she struggles through grueling physical drills. Time is the only thing that matters here, ticking away while they bleed for a future they didn't choose. A sharp clap cuts through the air, signaling the final stretch of their hellish afternoon training session. The staff member wears a mask of kindness, cheerfully reminding them they only have 10 minutes of suffering left. Our boy grips his blade, his eyes reflecting the cold reality of a world that only values raw strength. Steel clangs against steel as the facility's brainwashing begins, teaching them that the outside world is strictly off-limits. The orphans grapple desperately, knowing that any sign of weakness will be exploited in this hellish training ground. Number and Hangul trade strikes while being told that outsiders are too immature to ever understand their sacred mission. The staff member watches with a twisted sense of piety, warning them not to let ignorant values taint them. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a social studies teacher who claims to understand the trauma they have all endured. Kang Chan sits in the classroom, listening to her talk about the miserable lives they led before finding this place. Even the girl looks lost in thought, as the teacher acknowledges that while their pain differs, it is not their fault. Hangul stares ahead, hearing that their past suffering was just a byproduct of a world destined for total ruin. A lone child stands amidst the rubble of war, a grim reminder of the poverty that birthed these young killers. The teacher claims that most people are blinded by greed and marching straight toward their own destruction. Our boy looks completely drained, likely wondering if there is any truth to these dark, twisted lessons. She laughs while explaining that Godmother Charlotte built this orphanage specifically to save them from that fate. Suddenly, the classroom atmosphere shatters, as the cold crack of a revolver rings out during live-fire training. The young mentor-to-be practices her marksmanship, proving these kids are being raised as elite, cold-blooded killers. A facility staff member shows her a target, teaching her that anyone hindering their mission is a heretic. The room is packed with dozens of these hollowed-out students, all being brainwashed into becoming loyal apostles. She tells them they are the chosen ones, kept pure from the filth of the outside world. Even the trash-tier bully Kang Chan looks intense, fully embracing the idea that he is a world-changing hero. Hangul listens as she claims only children with their upright hearts can truly defeat the world's villains. The teacher insists they must obey every word and study hard to fulfill their glorious destiny. When the clock finally hits noon, the morning of heavy indoctrination finally comes to a temporary halt. She dismisses them for lunch with a smile, assigning homework to copy their sacred verses 3 times. Our boy sits there looking completely exhausted, clearly struggling to keep up with the facility's suffocating pace. The dormitories are just as bleak as the classrooms, serving as a constant reminder of their isolation. Treating fresh wounds becomes a daily ritual, though the sting of the antiseptic never gets any easier. Number asks if his friend is okay, but Hangul just brushes off the pain with a tired smile. Even the trash-tier bully Kang Chan is covered in bandages, proving the physical training is absolutely merciless. They only get 1 hour of rest to act like normal kids before the evening roll call begins. Once the lights go out, the staff remains on high alert to monitor their growing collection of apostles. Every exit is bolted shut, effectively turning the orphanage into a high-security cage for these kids. With cameras watching every inch of the perimeter, sneaking out at night is practically a death wish. Our boy lies awake in the suffocating silence, his mind refusing to switch off like the others. Hangul whispers from the bunk above, wondering why his friend is still tossing and turning. Number quietly asks if all that garbage the teachers preach is actually supposed to be true. His friend just yawns, clearly exhausted and annoyed that he's bringing up these deep doubts again. He pictures the classroom full of mindless students, all waiting for their eyes to magically open. Turns out, this grim reality doesn't match the heroic stories he read in his old comic books. Hangul peers down suspiciously, sensing that something is definitely off with his partner in crime. He even accuses a girl from the 2nd floor of poisoning Number's mind with such weird thoughts. A trash-tier villain in a pig mask gets absolutely wrecked within the pages of a gritty comic book. Our boy gets lost in the panels where a hero named Crow arrives to save the innocent. Crow delivers a brutal punch, showing zero mercy to the scum, who prey on the weak and helpless. The pathetic villain tries to buy his way out, desperately offering a cut of his dirty, ill-gotten profits. He even tries to bargain with half the loot, but the hero isn't interested in taking blood money. Crow coldly shuts him down, declaring that villains like him don't deserve a single second chance at life. Young Number stares at the word, wondering who the real villains in his own world actually are. Meanwhile, the teacher screams about their holy mission to purge the world of evil for their godmother. The lecture is suddenly interrupted when he notices Soa standing right in front of his desk. She looks down with a chilling intensity, making it clear that his playtime with comics is officially over. Soa slams the desk with a bang, snapping our boy out of his trance before he gets busted. Da is completely dumbfounded, wondering why his mentor is suddenly acting so aggressive toward him. Turns out, the kind staff member just popped back in because she forgot her bag in the room. She spots them together and asks if they are being diligent students by studying late. The lady smiles and tells them not to skip dinner, while Soa plays the part of a perfect student. The second the door shuts, Soa drops the act and aggressively grabs him by the hair. She scolds him for being a total idiot and nearly blowing their cover over a trash-tier comic book. She warns him that getting caught would lead to consequences much worse than just losing his property. If they get flagged now, their dream of finally leaving this hellhole becomes an impossible task. She complains about the struggle of smuggling gear in, while our boy just tries to recover. Number asks if she can take him along the next time she heads out. Soa is caught off guard, wondering why he's suddenly interested in leaving the facility. He points to the English book, remembering her stories about a place filled with endless knowledge. Our boy admits he's tired of the trash-tier lies from teachers and wants the truth. Soa stays silent, realizing they are cut from the same cloth when it comes to curiosity. She starts counting the days, realizing that the schedule might actually work in their favor. After a brief pause, she decides there's no real reason to keep him cooped up anymore. She suddenly gets pumped and tells him they're making their move this very night. Number is totally dumbfounded, stuttering that he isn't mentally prepared for such a sudden mission. She explains that if they don't strike now, they'll be stuck waiting for over a week. Our boy is completely thrown off by the sudden talk of conditions for their secret midnight escape. The full moon hangs high, signaling that the time for their risky maneuver has finally arrived. He stuffs a basketball under his blanket, hoping this trash-tier decoy keeps the guards from noticing his absence. As the clock nears 2 a.m., he recalls the strict instructions to be ready and waiting for her. He carefully cracks the door open, knowing he has to leave it unlatched for his mentor to enter. The tension is high as he worries about the night watch teacher catching them in this restricted hallway. Nearby, the oblivious teacher sips her drink, completely unaware that a breakout is happening right under her nose. He wonders how she bypasses the locked doors and CCTV without ever triggering a single alarm in this fortress. Our boy waits in the shadows, his heart racing as he second-guesses if they can actually pull this off. Suddenly, he spots her descending the stairs, realizing the mentor is just as punctual as she is lethal. Our boy panics, whispering a frantic warning that the teacher is stationed just a few feet away. He begs her to wait for a better opening so they can sneak past the desk undetected. Ignoring his caution, the mentor boldly strides right past the desk where the night watch teacher sits. He freezes in absolute shock, wondering how she could be so reckless in such a trash-tier hiding spot. As the silence stretches, he realizes the teacher hasn't moved a single muscle despite the noise. His eyes drift to the mug on the table, sensing something is horribly wrong with this scene. Turns out, the teacher is completely out cold, her life likely snuffed out by the mentor's hand. She calmly beckons him forward, telling him to quit stalling and step out into the hallway. With a chilling smile, she invites him to join her for a little midnight stroll through the facility. He stares at her in disbelief, realizing his mentor is far more dangerous than he ever imagined. The night watch teacher sits there completely lifeless, a trail of drool being the only thing moving on her. Our boy can barely find his voice as he whispers out to her, hoping for any sign of life. His hands tremble with pure terror, realizing the woman who was just guarding them is now just a corpse. He stares into her glazed-over eyes, the cold reality of his mentor's lethality finally sinking into his bones. Soa doesn't even blink, casually telling him to quit wasting time because their exit is finally open. He takes one last look at the tragedy behind him, feeling like a complete monster for just walking away. Every single door in this trash-tier facility is bolted shut, designed to keep the kids trapped like rats. Even the windows are reinforced with heavy padlocks, proving that nobody was ever supposed to leave this place. As they navigate the dark hallway, she explains how the teachers lock every exit to maintain their absolute control. She reaches for the final handle, ready to break the chains of their miserable existence once and for all. Soa points out a forgotten storage window, explaining that the staff's laziness is their golden ticket out. With a sharp snap, the heavy padlock is easily bypassed, proving that no cage is truly permanent. She reveals her genius, explaining how she secretly swapped the real lock for one she could easily manipulate. Looking at the broken metal, it is clear she has been planning this escape for a very long time. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering how a fellow kid managed to pull off such high-level sabotage. Soa just shrugs it off, admitting she has been hoarding useful junk from all over this trash-tier facility. Her stash is a literal criminal starter kit, filled with tools stolen right from under the teacher's noses. As she climbs out, she mentions a basement lab where she found the drugs used on their guards. Number realizes she is not just a survivor. She is a predator who has been studying their captor's weaknesses. Turns out, she even used the social studies teacher as a human guinea pig to test her concoctions. The timing had to be perfect, specifically aligning with the full moon when the guard rotations finally overlap. Soa, explains that if they didn't bail right now, they would be stuck in this hellhole for weeks. She pauses for a second, her sharp mind already calculating the next move in their desperate escape plan. Our boy starts getting cold feet, worrying if the drugged-up teacher might actually end up seriously injured. So just laughs it off, claiming she has refined her concoction through plenty of trial and error already. The poor teacher is completely out of it, and So knows she won't remember a single thing tomorrow. As Number prepares to take the leap, she warns him that the drop is much higher than it looks. Under the cold glow of the full moon, the stakes for their freedom couldn't be any higher. A security camera hums nearby, a mechanical eye that could end their journey before it even truly begins. So pulls him back, noting they need to wait out the 3 cameras guarding the perimeter ahead. So explains how the cameras rotate to kill any blind spots, requiring perfect timing to slip through. Our boy finally starts to grasp the sheer scale of the security they're up against. He thinks they're clear, but So sits back, warning that running now is a one-way ticket to capture. She points out the specific rhythm of each lens, breaking down the seconds with terrifying precision. Number is left completely dumbfounded as she rattles off complex intervals like it's second nature. She calculates the next opening is hundreds of seconds away, leaving him questioning her sanity. Since they have a 3-minute wait, she tells him to get comfortable while he nervously agrees. Hes amazed, wondering just how many times she's practiced this escape to master the math. She starts mumbling numbers under her breath, keeping a rhythmic count that keeps them on track. Turns out she isn't calculating at all. She simply sees the world through these supernatural timers. So casually mentions she's been a wanderer since childhood, forcing the facility to ramp up its security measures. She laughs about her explorer's spirit, while our boy just stands there feeling completely overwhelmed by her intensity. Her gaze turns cold as she recalls the facility finally posting night watchers to stop her constant escapes. Number watches in silence, chilled by the way she keeps counting down the seconds with robotic precision. She notices his hesitation and asks if he's still haunted by the state they left their teacher in. He admits that her expression back then was utterly terrifying, marking a shift he never expected from her. They were both raised on the lie that they were all equally blessed by the mysterious godmother. The rules were simple: never fight or hurt those within the orphanage, maintaining a forced sense of peace. So keeps counting, reminding him that everyone outside their walls is either a fool or a villain. The brainwashing runs deep, as they were taught to never leave and always obey their teacher's every command. So suddenly grabs our boy, catching him completely off guard as he tries to process their situation. She laughs and admits that while their actions were dangerous, she had a very specific reason for it. She questions why the teachers would keep such dangerous drugs in a place where children were strictly forbidden. Number is left dumbfounded, realizing that the sanctuary they lived in was built on a foundation of secrets. She leans in close, asking if he didn't feel that something was fundamentally wrong with the facility too. It turns out his intuition was right all along, which is why he agreed to follow her lead. She compares their situation to a hero like Crow, who isn't considered evil for taking down actual villains. Since the villains struck first, she believes their retaliation is nothing more than a justified response to cruelty. Her expression turns chilling as she explains that the teachers are no different from the trash-tier villains they despise. She concludes that if they are truly dealing with bad people, then any horrific act becomes perfectly acceptable. Our boy is looking completely drained as he processes the weight of the secrets he just learned. So stretches casually, noting they only have 20 seconds left before they need to make their move. She points toward the distant trees, instructing him to sprint there within 10 seconds once she signals. Number agrees, though he's clearly exhausted from the mental and physical toll of this supposed sanctuary. Suddenly, she calls him by his name, catching him off guard with a much more personal tone. She reveals a hidden truth about the facility, mentioning there are more than just the standard classes. Apparently, an elite honors class exists for children who possess specific, dark talents that set them apart. She plans to join that class next year, and wonders if he has the same potential. If he makes the cut, she promises to reveal her true intentions and every detail of her plans. Number is left dumbfounded, realizing she's offering him a seat at the table in her dangerous game. Number's eye sparks with that eerie blue light as he starts to recall when it all began. Looking back at those marked trees, the memories are a bit of a blurry mess for our boy. He wonders if it happened earlier or later while standing there with the woman who changed everything. Trying to piece it together is a headache, and he can't quite pin down the exact moment. So just keeps talking, her cheerful facade masking the dark reality of the honors class she mentioned. Back then, he just rubbed his eyes, convinced the strange blue glow was nothing but a tired hallucination. She points out the scrap pile, her own mysterious energy flaring as she explains the weight of numbers. This facility was the breeding ground, where he finally started to see the world for what it was. A year passes, and our boy finds himself in a classroom full of kids cut from the same cloth. The instructor claps her hands to get their attention, signaling the start of another twisted lesson. The teacher announces that after 6 months in Class 2, it's finally time for some personal counseling sessions. The news sends a ripple of unease through the students, who know these meetings are never just routine. Standing beside her, the science teacher prepares to call them in, his cold gaze scanning for any weakness. Our boy watches as the teacher calls for number 1, signaling the start of Han Gyul's turn. Looking at his official record, it's clear Han Gyul has been grinding in this hellhole for 7 long years. The instructor notes that while his stats aren't top tier, his sheer motivation sets him apart from the rest. Han Gyul simply admits that his driving force is a desperate, burning need to finally feel special. He recalls hearing from older graduates that reaching the honors class is the only way out of obscurity. The ultimate goal is serving the godmother directly, a position of absolute power that every orphan here craves. He truly believes that without this twisted family, he'd be nothing, showing just how deep the brainwashing goes. Han Gyul remembers his trash tier past, where he was nothing more than a punching bag for his deadbeat father. He realizes that without this place, he'd still be shriveling up in that dark corner forever. The science teacher remains cold, his sharp gaze already shifting to the next student in this twisted academy. A girl named Yul steps up next, clearly drowning in doubt about her own lack of motivation. He notes she's a top-tier student in theory, but her actual combat training is a total disaster. He asks if she's simply too scared to punish evil, testing if she has the spine for their mission. Yul flinches at the pressure, desperately trying to claim that her hesitation isn't what it looks like. She admits she wants to be helpful, but feels pathetically small compared to the older, more lethal orphans. Inside the counseling room, the crushing weight of being weak in a world of monsters starts to sink in. The instructor then acknowledges Kang Chan, who looks completely dumbfounded that anyone actually remembers a nobody like him. The instructor notes that while Kang Chan is a total academic failure, he's a beast in physical training. He realizes the boy was personally coached by a certain lethal mentor, explaining his raw, trash-tier academic talent. During the evaluation, he asks if Kang Chan has felt any physical strain, specifically stinging eyes or migraines. Our boy looks completely lost and claims everything is fine, unaware of the deeper meaning behind the questions. The teacher marks his file, noting his status while moving on to the next potential weapon in the facility. Then it's young Daum's turn, and he admits to feeling a strange, regular, tingly sensation in his head. This revelation catches the instructor off guard, his cold expression breaking into one of genuine, shocked surprise. He demands to know when this started, and Daum nervously guesses it's been about a year. The teacher grows intense, frustrated that such a vital detail was kept hidden for such a long time. He leans in and asks the million-dollar question. Has the boy actually started seeing things yet? The teacher leans in, pressuring the boy to admit if he can see the numbers yet. Suddenly, our boy's eye flares with a cold blue light, signaling the awakening of his terrifying gift. It turns out this facility has an honors class reserved only for those with these specific, lethal talents. Soa explains, the requirements seem simple enough, but in a place like this, nothing is ever easy. Daum hesitates, admitting he isn't quite sure if what he's seeing is actually a number. He describes it as a rippling heat haze, making the teacher realize the boy's perception is evolving rapidly. The instructor checks the files, noting that even top-tier candidates like Han Gyul are showing promising symptoms. Since Daum is the final student for the day, the teacher decides to wrap up the session. He orders the boy to gather a few specific classmates and bring them down to the underground lab. With the evaluation over, the teacher prepares for the next phase of their twisted experiment. The science teacher smirks to himself, thinking this year's batch of kids is finally showing some real potential. Their footsteps echo through the cold, sterile corridors as they head deeper into the facility's hidden depths. Our boy Daum leads Kang Chan and Yul through the dark, following the teacher's cryptic instructions. The air grows heavy, and Yul can't help but notice a foul, metallic stench lingering in the hallway. Kang Chan grows impatient, but Daum calmly checks his notes and points them toward the right path. Suddenly, that familiar blue spark ignites in his eye, signaling his supernatural perception is kicking into gear. He looks at his peers and sees those haunting numbers hovering over them like a silent death sentence. It's been a year since these digits first appeared, yet their true, grim meaning remains a total mystery. By now, he's mastered the ability to toggle this cursed vision on and off whenever he pleases. He deliberately hides his growth because the teacher's desperate obsession makes him feel incredibly uneasy. Our boy Daum once thought simply admitting he saw the numbers would secure his spot in the honors class, but he soon realizes his naive judgment was a total mistake as the group enters a room of horrors. The science teacher looms over a bound man, whose muffled groans fill the cold, sterile air with dread. He sneers at the captive, calling him a rat-like bastard who doesn't belong in their world. Turns out, this poor soul was caught sneaking into the forest, desperately trying to record the facility's dark secrets. On the table lies the evidence of his intrusion: a camera, a notebook, and a journalist's identification card. The science teacher warns the students that this is why they must remain vigilant whenever they leave the building. With a chilling click, the science teacher readies a handgun, signaling that the real lesson is about to start. He places the weapon on the table, the heavy thud echoing the grim reality of their next task. The deal is simple. The first student to pull the trigger on the captive earns a seat in honors. The kids are absolutely dumbfounded as the weight of the teacher's twisted ultimatum finally sinks in. The poor journalist just sits there, a hooded sacrifice waiting for one of these children to break. The science teacher singles out Yule, reminding her that she claimed to be fearless just moments ago. He forces the cold steel into her trembling hands, demanding she prove her worth by taking a life. He mocks her dreams of being everyone's strength, calling her out for what he thinks is a lie. Yule is on the verge of a total breakdown, her mind racing as she stares at the target. Her vision blurs and her hands shake uncontrollably, while the captive's muffled whimpers fill the room. Disappointed by her hesitation, the teacher sighs and wonders what on earth she's actually learned at this facility. Deciding he's seen enough of this pathetic display, he reaches for his own weapon to finish the job. The other students watch in horror as he prepares to show them exactly how a real apostle handles business. The science teacher leans in, asking if things feel a bit easier now that she's holding the power. He explains that this trauma is just a stepping stone to making her spirit stronger and more faithful. With the death timer ticking above her, he gives the final order to execute the captive right now. Yule's world shatters as she squeezes her eyes shut, unable to handle the weight of the cold steel. Suddenly, someone else's hands reach out to snatch the weapon away before she completely loses it. Hangul steps up to protect her, while our boy Number watches in pure shock at the sudden escalation. Without a second thought, Hangul pulls the trigger and sends a bullet straight through the bound journalist. As the muzzle flashes, Number can only mask his horror, while the death timer finally reaches its end. The heavy silence returns as the gun clatters to the floor, the deed finally done. Hangul trembles, desperately hoping this nightmare of a test is finally over for both of them. Hangul desperately hopes the ordeal is over, but the look on his face says he knows better. The trash-tier teacher just chuckles, clearly amused by the naive hope radiating from the traumatized students. He slowly reaches for the curtain, preparing to reveal the next layer of this hellish evaluation. With a swift motion, he pulls back the veil to show them the true cost of their promotion. 3 more bound captives are revealed, proving the organization has plenty of lives to throw away. Our boy Number stands dumbfounded as he realizes the scale of the massacre they are expected to perform. The teacher explains it is a first-come, first-served race to the honors class, sending Yule into a spiral. Kang Chan and Hangul are left reeling, forced to choose between their humanity and their survival. As the gun is gripped tight, the weight of the choice begins to crush their remaining innocence. So-ah coldly prepares to lead the way, signaling the start of a test that will change them forever. Kang Chan gasps for air, the weight of the weapon feeling like a death sentence in his trembling hands. Our boy Number is shaking, his breath hitching as he struggles to aim at a living, breathing target. He realizes this isn't a test, but a forced execution meant to strip away their remaining human empathy. Hangul stands firm despite the horror while Yule sobs, realizing their promotions were bought with innocent blood. The science teacher oversees the carnage, ensuring these children are disciplined like animals to follow every lethal order. Their hands are metaphorically stained, a necessary trauma to shape their minds into something the organization finds usable. The science teacher loses patience and threatens Number, ordering him to hurry up and commit the deed. Just outside the door, Soa listens to the clicking hammers and laughs at the predictable cruelty of it. She watches through the window, curious to see if this new batch will survive the organization's mental meat grinder. Soa just smiles and thinks to herself that the teacher's trash-tier methods haven't changed one bit. Soa mutters that things are moving ahead of schedule, but she remains confident that everything will be fine. Heavy boots thud against the cold floor, signaling that a trash-tier obstacle is about to cross her path. She keeps her grip tight on the iron, moving through the dim hallway with cold, predatory focus. As she stalks forward, she realizes her quiet exit is being interrupted by the facility's overzealous night security. She instantly analyzes the approaching stride, recognizing the right foot dominance of a teacher she clearly finds annoying. A massive guard clad in tactical gear stomps into view, looking like a wall of muscle and authority. He pauses for a second, sensing a presence in the dark as he scans the corridor for intruders. His heavy prints mark the floor, leaving a clear trail for a hunter like her to exploit. The man stops and demands to know who is there, his voice echoing coldly from behind his visor. He asks if she is a student and demands her credentials, completely unaware he is a dead man walking. So-ah stands her ground, her expression chillingly calm as she faces the massive guard blocking her path. The teacher demands to know if she stole a training pistol, completely unaware he's facing a natural-born killer. She stays silent, her mind already calculating the exact trajectory needed to end this trash-tier confrontation instantly. With a steady hand, She aims her weapon, while mumbling complex coordinates for the perfect lethal strike. A heavy silence fills the corridor for a heartbeat, as the tension between hunter and prey peaks. Suddenly, she reaches out and clicks the switch, plunging the entire hallway into oppressive, pitch-black darkness. The flickering lights catch her off guard for a split second as the environment shifts into a kill zone. A massive shadow looms through the gloom, signaling that the guard is blindly charging into his own grave. In a blur of violent motion, the darkness is torn apart by a swift strike aimed at the target. She narrows her eyes, her predatory instincts fully taking over as she prepares to finish the job. So pulls the trigger, sending lead into the ceiling to kick off her chaotic diversion. The shots ring out, successfully baiting the facility staff into thinking the situation is under control. The science teacher stops dead in his tracks, completely dumbfounded by the sudden violence erupting nearby. He notices a discarded tactical helmet riddled with holes, assuming the guard met a messy end. It turns out to be a classic bait and switch, as the gear is used to draw his attention. Our girl watches with predatory intensity, waiting for the perfect moment to spring her lethal trap. A massive shadow looms forward, aiming a weapon at where they think the intruder is hiding. The science teacher rushes out, frantically asking what happened to the guard and why shots were fired. Suddenly, a silent dart cuts through the air, launched with the cold efficiency of a true professional. He barely has time to gasp before the toxin hits, realizing he just played right into her hands. The science teacher is completely rattled, demanding to know what on earth just happened in the dark hallway. He peeks around the corner and finds a dark figure looming over a discarded weapon. A thin wire is rigged to the gun, proving this wasn't just some random accident, but a calculated move. Our boy just stares back coldly, claiming that everything is fine and there is absolutely nothing to see. The science teacher tries to pivot, mentioning the upcoming promotion ceremony to the guard standing watch. Behind closed doors, the facility's true nature is revealed as a captive journalist meets a gruesome end. The mentor stands over the carnage, overseeing the traumatized kids as they finish their brutal training session. Yul and the other students look utterly broken, their spirits crushed by the weight of their forced sins. Young Number stands there with hollow eyes, the light of his childhood officially extinguished by the facility's cruelty. He can't even remember the walk back to the dorm, feeling like a thick white film covered his reality. For a whole week after the massacre, the silence between the survivors is heavy enough to suffocate them. Our boy looks like a ghost of his former self, his eyes completely drained of any remaining warmth. Even the mysterious death timers above their heads start fading away as they drift further into the darkness. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes through the derelict halls, signaling that their hellish routine is far from over. The science teacher leads the 4 newcomers toward a classroom, treating them like fresh inventory for his twisted experiments. Number just follows along like a puppet, his mind likely trapped in the trauma of his first kill. They find 3 other apostles waiting inside, making them a group of 7 peers in this honors class. Among them is Soa, who waves with a chillingly calm smile that hides the monster lurking within her. Every step up those stairs feels like a descent deeper into the organization's cold, unfeeling heart. He keeps climbing, knowing that in this place, the only way to survive is to become a perfect weapon. Number steps inside, his gaze hollow as he struggles to process the darkness of his new reality. Up on the rooftop, Soa enjoys the breeze, looking far too serene for a cold-blooded killer. When our boy joins her, she greets him warmly, making him wonder why they are meeting up here. He looks absolutely exhausted, his spirit crushed by the weight of the organization's brutal training. She presents a new volume as a welcome gift, acting like they are just 2 normal students. However, her mention of their 6-year history together triggers a visceral, terrifying reaction deep within him. A gruesome image of the journalist he killed resurfaces, reminding him of the blood on his hands. The trauma becomes physical, and he clutches his face as a wave of intense nausea hits him. He loses it completely and vomits, his body finally buckling under the immense, soul-crushing psychological pressure. Even the mentor is dumbfounded as she watches her perfect weapon crumble into a screaming, broken mess. Number gasps for air, desperately asking why he was even brought to this hellish place. The mentor kneels beside him, softly telling him to let all that pain and nausea out. She urges him to open up and tell her every dark secret weighing on his soul. Our boy freezes, wondering if she somehow knows about the terrifying numbers he sees everywhere. Turns out, she's been aware all along, claiming they both share the same supernatural burden. He can't believe his ears, questioning if she truly sees the same death timers he does. She reminds him of her promise to reveal the truth once he reached the honors class. Her eye glows with an eerie light as she explains her power tracks future lives saved. She claims to see the potential for salvation in others, a stark contrast to his own curse. Number is left speechless, struggling to process that his mentor might be cut from the same cloth. So suggests they wipe out the teachers and burn the entire trash tier orphanage to the ground. She looks completely unhinged while claiming that doing this together will finally make them both heroes. A discarded hero comic lies nearby, serving as the twisted inspiration for her grand, violent plan. Our boy is left utterly dumbfounded, unable to process the dark path his mentor is laying out. He wonders if the numbers she sees really represent the lives they are destined to save. She confirms her vision, pulling him closer to ensure he understands they are cut from the same cloth. So insists their future is bright, filled with thousands of lives they will supposedly rescue through blood. She demands that he finally reveal the specific numbers haunting his own vision. The pressure becomes too much as he realizes her version of salvation is just more murder. He desperately tries to back away, screaming for her to stop this madness before it's too late. Our boy is completely lost, unable to wrap his head around the idea of saving people like some hero. So just smiles, that chillingly calm smile, finding the concept of being a hero almost amusing in this hellhole. Desperate for answers, he demands to know how she could possibly understand the true meaning behind those floating numbers. The mentor actually looks surprised for once, her composure slipping as she realizes something is off with his perception. She questions if he truly hasn't figured out what his own specific number represents after all this time. Scratching her head, she admits this wasn't part of the plan and tells him to think back to the beginning. He starts spiraling into a memory, pinpointing the exact moment those stagnant digits finally began to shift and drop. It takes him back nearly a year, to a rainy day on the field where the countdowns first felt real. The numbers that usually stayed frozen suddenly started ticking down, leaving him and Yule paralyzed with a new terror. From that single moment yesterday, the weight of those decreasing digits began to haunt every shadow in the facility. Our boy's eyes flare with that cold blue light as he struggles to process the mentor's cryptic words. She stares him down, asking if anything is finally clicking in that head of his. He can barely breathe as the memory of calling her his sister floods back into his mind. Back on that rooftop, he's absolutely dumbfounded when she suggests they should just kill all their teachers. She just laughs it off, claiming that taking out the staff might actually be easier than he thinks. She explains the facility's sick game of cultivating loyalty by pretending to be a loving family first. They use those fake bonds to make the kids dependent before the real nightmare begins. Once they're hooked, the teachers force them to kill, systematically trampling over their very souls. He feels sick to his stomach, haunted by the faceless victims like the journalist they've already executed. She insists these teachers aren't gods. They're just trash-tier humans hiding behind a thin layer of authority. She argues that these monsters are just fragile humans who would die instantly if shot while they slept. Our boy is visibly shaken, begging her to stop as the weight of her words sinks in. So stares into the distance, her mind already calculating the bloody path toward their eventual freedom. However, she admits there is one major obstacle standing in the way of their perfect escape. That hurdle is the Night Watch teacher, a powerhouse shrouded in mystery behind a cold, dark helmet. She confesses that even with her skills, taking him down alone is basically a suicide mission. Since she can't do it solo, she begins laying out a meticulous plan for their bloody revolution. The strike happens next November, the only day the helmet teacher actually leaves the facility for vacation. The plan is simple: seize the orphanage first, then ambush the powerhouse teacher upon his return. Finally, they will hunt down Godmother Charlotte and dismantle her entire sick network of facilities for good. Our boy looks absolutely dumbfounded as the weight of the mentor's words finally starts to sink in. So continues walking, admitting that taking down the helmet teacher and the Godmother is a tall order solo. She reminisces about the day they met while he was just a kid distracted by some trash-tier comics. Seeing those glowing blue numbers everywhere made her realize that their meeting was nothing short of pure destiny. She reaches out a hand, offering him a path out of the mundane and into something far more dangerous. The mentor tells young Daum to follow her, promising a life that actually means something in this world. She paints a picture of them becoming heroes who finally put an end to the villains in plain sight. Now, our boy sits there in silence, trying to piece together the fragments of his shattered reality. He starts to wonder if every single move she made was calculated just to lead him to this moment. Turns out, she wanted him in that honors class just to witness the teacher's disgusting nature firsthand. So stares him down, her cold gaze hiding the true depth of the path she's laying out. She tells him that once he's comfortable with murder, they'll eventually hunt down the teachers together. She insists her real goal was for him to master his unique ability within the honors class. Those trash-tier teachers are always hunting for gifted kids to turn into their own personal weapons. Our boy looks up, wondering if they are truly cut from the same cloth regarding their bloody pasts. He wonders if she was forced to kill someone just to survive her own promotion ceremony. She remains silent, a dark shadow crossing her face as the grim reality of their world sinks in. He realizes all those lethal techniques he learned were never just for show or practice. To him, it was just data to get high scores and stay on the teacher's good side. Hez dumbfounded, finally realizing that he never actually believed he'd have to become a cold-blooded killer. So-ah stares into the distance, realizing the cycle of trauma is deeper than she ever imagined. She recalls how Han-gyul, Yul, and the rebellious Kang Chan were once just terrified children. It occurs to her that they were all cut from the same cloth, desperate for any escape. Without a change, these orphans are destined to become the same trash-tier monsters who trained them. Our boy reaches for the book on the ground, his resolve finally hardening against her manipulation. He looks her in the eye and firmly states that they are going to run away together. So-ah is left dumbfounded by his sudden spark of rebellion and the weight of his words. He explains his plan for November 17th, promising to find an opening for him and his friends. He grips the magazine tightly, realizing it is the last piece of his old self he needs. Number hands the book back to So-ah, signaling that his time as her pawn is officially over. Our boy trembles, desperately insisting he refuses to end up like the cold-blooded killer known as Crow. They stand on the rooftop, the distance between them growing as he rejects her twisted path. So-ah remains silent, her back turned as she lets his defiance echo through the cold evening air. He grips the magazine until his knuckles turn white, clinging to the last shred of his humanity. The weight of his past hits him, and he screams out in a desperate attempt to stay sane. A voice in his head commands him to snap out of it before the darkness swallows him whole. The mental pressure mounts, suggesting the only way to end this cycle is to kill So-ah immediately. Rage finally boils over as he realizes the sheer depth of the lies he was fed since childhood. He remembers Yul, questioning why her death timer was so high if she wasn't a future monster. He demands to know why she would claim to protect the orphanage while leading them to slaughter. The blood-soaked remains of Rudy and Hunnel serve as a grim reminder of the mentor's true, heartless nature. He realizes So-ah never truly valued the lives of the children she supposedly led toward a better future. As she stares into the distance, she clutches a book that seems to fuel her distorted view of reality. The illustrations show a hooded figure battling a pig-masked man, a clear metaphor for her black and white morality. She finds it genuinely bizarre that the world doesn't embrace the explosive cleansing she believes is necessary. In her mind, committing atrocities against those she deems trash tier is not just acceptable, but entirely justified. She looks completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why anyone would hesitate to follow her lethal logic. The pressure inside Number's head finally snaps, and he realizes he must kill her before it's too late. He thinks back to January 16th, the day he began documenting his secret plans to defy the organization. By utilizing every trick in the book, he slowly mapped out a path to escape his mountain prison forever. Our boy notes that his relationship with Yuna grew cold, leaving an unbearable, awkward silence between them. By March, Han-gyul was forced into disposal duty, forced to stain his hands with the blood of captives. After Kang Chan finished his shift, Han-gyul's countdown finally hit 0, signaling his descent into the facility's darkness. Standing over the remains, Han-gyul looked completely hollowed out, another soul crushed by the organization's brutal demands. It was then that the true, terrifying meaning of the floating numbers finally clicked for our boy. Seeing the massive count over Yul made him realize just how much blood was destined to be spilled. He tried to shut it all out, desperately wanting to stop caring about the fate of his peers. By July, even his attempts to convince his friends to flee failed as Yul became a listless shell. Meanwhile, Kang Chan's aggression spiraled out of control, his mind snapping under the weight of his mounting sins. It felt like everyone in that hellhole was just a broken puppet, discarded once their purpose was served. By October, the diary entries show our boy was already doubting if So-ah could actually pull off her plan. He spent his few quiet moments sketching, wondering how many children he could realistically save from this nightmare. But those private thoughts were never meant for the facility teacher, who looks on with a chillingly blank expression. She meticulously scans every page, soaking up the secrets our boy desperately tried to keep buried in his mind. Han-gyul stands there dumbfounded, likely regretting his attempt to convince his friend to flee this hellhole. The teacher finally connects the dots, realizing the deep, dangerous bond forming between Da-um and the lethal mentor. With a sharp snap, she closes the notebook, essentially sealing the boy's fate before he can even react. She flashes a trash-tier fake smile, thanking Han-gyul for the information, while the hallway remains ominously dark. Han-gyul is starting to spiral, realizing that his friend was likely just a pawn being fooled by So-ah. The teacher grabs his hand with a sickeningly sweet gesture, masking the predatory intent lurking behind her eyes. The teacher promises to handle Da-um, her voice dripping with that fake, sugary concern. Han-gyul is left trembling, realizing he just threw his only friend under the bus for this trash-tier system. Meanwhile, the mentor is listening in, her earpiece picking up every single word of the teacher's manipulation. So-ah sits perched like a predator in the moonlight, completely unfazed by the facility's growing suspicion. She lets out a chilling laugh, finding the whole situation more entertaining than a sane person ever should. It turns out she's disappointed because that diary was a secret pleasure she wasn't ready to share yet. A heavy presence looms over the facility grounds as the tension reaches a breaking point. A mysterious night watch teacher arrives, looking like he's ready to enforce the facility's brutal status quo. His heavy boots crunch against the dirt, signaling that the time for games is officially over. The clock winds back to November 2012, inside a ruined building where the nightmare first took root. Someone grips a revolver with lethal intent, ready to turn this facility into a literal graveyard. So-ah steps through the doorway with the cold, calculated grace of a natural-born predator. We're diving 12 years back into the infamous number incident that changed everything for our boy. Desperate breathing and frantic footsteps echo through the dark hallways as the hunt officially begins. A facility teacher clutches her bleeding shoulder, realizing she is no longer the one in control here. She is absolutely dumbfounded that a mere student could turn the tables and leave her this broken. In a fit of pure desperation, the woman levels her piece, hoping one lucky shot saves her. But So-ah just walks through the lead storm like the bullets are nothing more than annoying flies. She wears a trash-tier grin while mocking the teacher for thinking she could actually dispose of her. Realizing she is completely outclassed, the teacher bolts. But there is no running from a monster like this. The teacher screams in terror, questioning if the girl really thinks she'll be safe after this betrayal. So-ah ignores the noise, focusing purely on the mechanics of crossing her hands to steady her lethal aim. She wears a chilling smile, treating the act of applying needle-like pressure to the trigger like child's play. A single bang echoes as she puts a bullet through the woman's head, ending the chase instantly. Looking back, she coldly acknowledges that she truly did learn her lessons with terrifying, murderous perfection. The science teacher tries to intervene, but she's already moving, turning the hallway into a high-stakes kill zone. He is left dumbfounded as her lead finds its mark, realizing his star pupil has become his executioner. Bullets shred through the heavy wooden doors, turning the once strict facility into a chaotic, trash-tier slaughterhouse. Our girl remains eerily calm, sliding into cover while meticulously counting every spent round in her head. As she reaches the 7th shot, her hollow gaze proves she's already cut from a different, deadlier cloth. The science teacher desperately clicks his weapon, trying to regain control of the spiraling situation. He aims at the shadow, but he's already lost the initiative to his superior student. A white sheet suddenly cuts through the air, serving as the perfect distraction for her next move. So-ah appears from the darkness, looking like the personification of death itself, as she closes the distance. Our boy experiences a sudden vision, seeing the staggering number of lives his future self will save. So-ah doesn't blink as she levels her revolver, her movements refined by years of cold-blooded training. With a deafening bang, the science teacher is erased, his head snapping back from the lethal impact. More gunshots erupt throughout the building, turning the facility into a chaotic, trash-tier war zone. Young Number and Yule huddle in the corridor, paralyzed by the sounds of their world falling apart. He finally snaps out of it and tells Yule they have to run before the cleaners arrive. Yule realizes they need to smash a window in their escape room to make a clean break. Meanwhile, the cold barrel of a revolver presses against the science teacher's head as his time runs out. So-ah looms over him like a predator, making sure he knows exactly who is ending his life. The teacher just scoffs, calling her arrogant even while staring down the dark path of his own demise. She admits she let him act out for years, finding his rebellious streak somewhat useful for her plans. He is dumbfounded that she would bite the hand that fed her, ignoring the grace of his upbringing. So-ah just encourages him to keep that energy, telling him he is playing his part perfectly. She wants him to stay trash tier, refusing to let him find any peace or admit his wrongs. With a terrifying grin, she tells him to struggle and die like the hideous villain he is. She demands her final moment of catharsis, ready to paint the room red with his blood. Just as So-ah thinks she has the upper hand, a cold blade suddenly presses against her throat. Miru emerges from the shadows to restrain the mentor, while our boy, Number, bursts in with his gun leveled. A dying Byomjan coughs up a final secret, admitting So-ah wasn't the only one seeing the death numbers. The room turns into a powder keg as Number realizes the situation has spiraled completely out of his control. So-ah is left dumbfounded, recognizing the girl as Gayul and realizing her past has finally caught up. Number keeps his weapon trained on the newcomer, his mind racing to figure out her true intentions. A flicker of a memory brings them back to the classroom, where they were all just trash-tier orphans. When So-ah demands an explanation, Miru claims she is only doing this to save her from a worse fate. Miru just scoffs at the idea, telling her that nobody ever asked for her twisted version of salvation. Our boy remembers when his only dream was graduating at the top to serve the godmother directly. Miru keeps the mentor restrained, while So-ah blames the science teacher for ruining her twisted vision of salvation. He reflects on the brutal training sessions where he had to dismantle masked figures just to stay alive. It hits him that every soul trapped in this hellhole has already been tainted by the organization's darkness. These trash-tier orphans were never students, just hollow shells being forged into the godmother's loyal apostles. So-ah grits her teeth in frustration, realizing it's far too late to bring any of them back. Number stares back with a cold, hollow gaze, having long since abandoned any hope of a normal life. The mentor loses it and screams that if they've all been corrupted, then they're just villains to her. The facility looms in the distance, a silent graveyard for the childhood stolen within its concrete walls. A window shatters as a masked magpie lunges inside, signaling the start of a coordinated citywide slaughter. The streets turn into a bloodbath as these trash-tier killers gun down innocent civilians without a shred of hesitation. From a nearby rooftop, Crow watches the chaos and reports that the police are completely outmatched by the magpies. Hawk clenches his fist, refusing to wait for backup while innocent people are being systematically hunted down. He takes a leap of faith, his heavy boot hitting the ledge as he prepares to dive into the madness. Donning his signature coat, Hawk readies himself to uncover the true identity of these masked freaks. Meanwhile, back at the facility, So-ah pauses as a sudden realization hits her like a freight train. She looks at her blood-stained clothes, dumbfounded by the fact that the coat she's wearing isn't even hers. The mentor's cold composure cracks for a second as she tries to piece together this bizarre discrepancy. She turns to see a pristine white coat hanging near the science teacher's corpse, making her question everything. So-ah finally remembers seeing a specific garment before the massacre truly kicked off. She reaches out to claim the lab coat, her mind already drifting toward her next move. As she leaves the room, she playfully ponders what her hero name should be, despite the carnage. The door shuts on a scene of absolute slaughter, leaving only blood and silence behind. In a grim flashback, young Da-um and Yule tremble as they realize they are trapped. They find the windows completely barricaded with heavy desks, making a stealthy exit impossible. Da-um panics, realizing that their every move has been monitored by the facility staff. Heavy footsteps approach as a voice calls out to the two children, cornering them in the hallway. A facility teacher points a gun at them, demanding they stop and follow his orders immediately. He warns the kids that they are being played like fiddles by their beloved mentor. So-ah. Han-gyul suddenly appears, pointing a gun at our boy with a look of pure desperation and fear. Da-um is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe his own friend is the one cornering them like this. Han-gyul explains he already moved the other kids so they wouldn't follow Da-um into a certain death trap. He warns them that the teachers will catch their mentor soon, so they must stop talking about escaping. Despite his tough words, Han-gyul's hand trembles violently as he struggles to keep the weapon leveled at them. Seeing the cold steel, Yule begins to hyperventilate, as the trauma of their brutal upbringing finally breaks her. Da-um grits his teeth, realizing the facility's brainwashing has turned even their closest allies against them. He desperately pleads with Han-gyul to lower the gun before Yule completely collapses from the overwhelming terror. Han-gyul flinches for a second, his resolve wavering as he looks at the friends he is threatening. Ultimately, he hardens his heart, claiming Yule needs to stop being a spoiled brat and face their reality. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded by the sheer weight of the betrayal he is facing right now. He grits his teeth, refusing to let the facility's twisted logic break his spirit or his resolve. Tightening his grip on his blade, he prepares to fight for the freedom they were never supposed to have. He shouts that they are leaving this hellhole no matter what, shielding a terrified Yule from the threat. He challenges Han-gyul, asking if he didn't feel the same wrongness about this trash-tier facility all along. Han-gyul looks like he is about to snap, his mind a battlefield between loyalty and the hidden truth. His hand shakes violently as he realizes he is just a broken tool that failed to fully adapt. Poor Yule is completely broken, desperately clinging to the lie that the teachers couldn't possibly be wrong. Both boys are cut from the same cloth, yet they are forced into a deadly standoff by their upbringing. Finally, Han-gyul's facade crumbles as he screams, questioning the miserable existence they have been forced to endure. Number stands frozen as the weight of their horrific reality finally begins to sink in. He stares at his blood-soaked hands, realizing he has already taken 2 lives in this trash-tier facility. Han-gyul screams in total despair, terrified that they have no way to survive in the world outside. Despite the crushing guilt, our boy tightens his grip on his blade to prepare for the next move. He tells Han-gyul to stop worrying about the future and focus only on the path ahead of them. Han-gyul sobs uncontrollably, lamenting that they are just children who were never meant to carry such burdens. He realizes the real monsters are the adults who forced them into this life of endless slaughter. Number reaches out his hand, desperately trying to pull his brother back from the brink of a breakdown. He pleads for them to escape together, even as So-ah watches them from the shadows like a predator. With a trembling Yule behind them, the boys stand ready to face whatever hell awaits outside those doors. Han-gyul stands dumbfounded in the middle of the wreckage, finally realizing the true scale of the horror surrounding them. A steady hand grips a pistol, the cold weight of the weapon signaling that the talking is finally over. So-ah stares back with a hollow expression, her face painted with the blood of those who stood in her way. She smiles mockingly, identifying the boy as the little snitch who betrayed his friends by handing over the diary. Our boy is visibly shaken, the weight of that past betrayal hitting him harder than any physical blow ever could. High above the city, Hawk desperately calls for backup as he realizes the magpies are actually the mentor's legacy. These killers are nothing more than puppets, former students who were molded into monsters by the mentor's twisted hands. They were kept in total isolation, raised in a facility where the outside world was nothing but a distant myth. Having never learned right from wrong, these children were taught that the only truth in life is a bullet. Now, an entire classroom of brainwashed soldiers has been unleashed on the city to claim revenge for their master. A magpie strikes while our boy drowns in regret, wishing he had stopped the cycle before it began. He realizes that taking action beforehand was the only way to prevent the bloodbath currently staining the floor. He remembers the mentor, smiling like a saint, while claiming she would save him with a loaded gun. That twisted version of salvation immediately paints the room red as the first victim falls in the flashback. Our boy's eyes widen in absolute shock, his mind fracturing as he witnesses the true face of his teacher. He stands among the ruins of his classroom, looking completely dumbfounded by the sudden, violent end of his childhood. A blood-stained hand reaches out from the shadows, marking the moment his innocence was permanently traded for trauma. Standing over the remains of his past life, he realizes there is no going back to being normal. He can only let out a confused gasp, his brain refusing to accept the nightmare unfolding before him. Desperate to escape the madness, he bolts down the dark hallway with his frantic breathing filling the silence. Yule bolts through the dark, her lungs burning as she screams for a miracle that isn't coming. A heavy revolver spits fire, the thunderous bang drowning out the sounds of the facility's dying innocents. Hawk crashes into the scene, putting his boot through a masked magpie who thought he owned the streets. Things get messy when a student is taken hostage, forcing the hunters to weigh one life against the mission. So-ah stares down a trash-tier student, her presence alone enough to make his knife hand shake with fear. She strikes with lethal precision, proving that years of training can't save Kang-chan from a monster's wrath. The mentor looks like a vengeful ghost, her eyes hollow as she prepares to pull the trigger again. Hawk keeps the momentum going, cracking ribs and masks alike, while the city burns in the background. She steps over the fresh corpse without a second thought, her path forward paved with her students' blood. The brainwashed apostles wave and cheer, completely dumbfounded by the reality of the slaughter happening just out of sight. So-ah basks in the praise of the crowd, her lab coat soaked in the blood of her lessons. Our boy number watches from the shadows, his mind fracturing as he witnesses the mentor's twisted justice. The city hails her as a savior, unaware that this hero is just a monster in a white coat. He stands amidst the wreckage, realizing that being a hero in this world means becoming a cold-blooded killer. The darkness takes over as he decides it's finally time to get rid of the trash-tier staff. Meanwhile, Han-gyul and Yule find themselves trapped like rats, every exit locked tight as the purge intensifies. So-ah finds them easily, leveling her revolver at Han-gyul with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Just as she prepares to pull the trigger, a blur of motion cuts through the hallway's heavy tension. Number lunges forward with everything he has, tackling his former mentor before she can claim another life. A shot rings out, the deafening blast signaling that the time for talk is officially over. The impact shatters the nearby windows, glass raining down like lethal confetti as they hit the floor. Our boy's eyes go wide, the reality of the situation cutting deeper than any of those shards. They crash into the ground together, the sound of the gunshot still echoing through the empty hallway. He manages to shove the mentor back, but the physical toll is already starting to scream at him. Number clutches his face as the searing pain of a fresh wound mixes with a sudden, agonizing memory. Blood spatters across the broken glass, a grim reminder that every choice in this place has a price. He gasps for air, his vision blurring as the trauma he tried to bury starts clawing its way out. Suddenly, he's back in that hellish classroom, surrounded by the cooling bodies of the only friends he had. The weight of the massacre hits him all over again, making him wonder if he's truly any different. Seeing the lifeless forms of Luda and Hanwell reminds him why he can never let So-ah win. Number screams in agony, his mind fracturing as he demands to know why this nightmare ever started. He sees the mentor again, looming over a sobbing Yule, while casually gripping her service weapon. So-ah justifies her actions, claiming that since no one else would act, the burden fell to her. Our boy is dumbfounded, as she explains that every student there was already a lost cause. In her twisted mind, these children were destined to become nothing more than heinous, trash-tier criminals. She smiles coldly, convinced that by killing them, she was actually saving the world from future villains. The facility stands as a grim tomb, its windows stained with the blood of those who failed graduation. He remembers the suffocating weight of death as Kang-chan was ruthlessly silenced during the purge. A trembling, bloodied hand reaches out for help, but in this hellhole, mercy is a foreign concept. Even the Night Watch teacher is left holding a cooling body, powerless against the mentor's absolute authority. A facility teacher looks down at the fresh corpses, realizing the graduation ceremony has turned into a total bloodbath. Trails of red paint the stairs, leading toward the dark heart of the facility where the real nightmare begins. The night watch teacher pauses, wondering if the slaughter has already reached the students on the second floor. Our boy is absolutely losing it, his face splattered with gore as he grits his teeth in pure agony. He charges forward with a scream, demanding to know why she would butcher their classmates like trash-tier obstacles. So just stares back with hollow eyes, her revolver ready to silence anyone who dares to question her. She discards the empty gun and searches the room, looking for any remaining sins that need to be purged. Without a second thought, she draws her knife, ready to show him exactly why she is the ultimate predator. Their blades clash in a shower of sparks as Number desperately tries to stop his mentor's cold-blooded rampage. The classroom turns into a kill zone as the two survivors engage in a dance of death and betrayal. Number is struggling, his face a mess of blood as he tries to process the betrayal. Soa justifies her madness, claiming she acted because everyone else was too weak to stop future monsters. Our boy snaps back, demanding to know how she could possibly know what the future holds for them. He mentions the numbers, realizing she can't even see the death timers that haunt his every waking moment. The mentor just laughs it off, mockingly asking if he's referring to some sort of future kill count. He stands there, dumbfounded, realizing his mentor is operating on a completely different, twisted level of logic. She taunts him about his hidden diary, revealing that even his friend Hanjul eventually folded and tattled. The weight of the betrayal hits him hard, leaving him speechless as his world continues to crumble. He remembers Hangul's tear-streaked face, a boy forced to point a gun at his only real family. Hangul was never a traitor by choice, just another broken soul screaming in this trash-tier hellhole. Our boy screams that everything could have been different if she hadn't turned their lives into a total nightmare. The mentor just stares back with those cold, dead eyes, mockingly asking if he truly believes that fairy tale. She challenges him to explain how he could possibly know what a normal life even looks like anymore. Number freezes in place, the harsh reality of her words hitting him harder than any physical blow ever could. Suddenly, a sharp sting of pain erupts as his own hesitation leaves him wide open for a brutal strike. He collapses to the floor, clutching his wound while she questions how kids raised as killers could ever function. She paints a grim picture of orphans who only know violence being unleashed upon an unsuspecting, peaceful city. Without anyone to guide them, these broken tools would be completely lost in a world with different rules. She looms over him, sneering at the naive idea that they could ever just adapt and live normal lives. To her, the outcome is obvious, and their fate as monsters was sealed the moment they were recruited. She claims they will be discarded like trash, left to rot in dark corners, where no light reaches. Eventually, these broken tools will revert to the only thing they know, slipping back into a world of violence. That cycle of blood inevitably circles back, claiming the lives of innocent people, just trying to live normally. Our boy is visibly shaken, his body battered, and his mind reeling from the weight of her cold logic. He can barely breathe as the realization hits, his heart breaking over the horrific path she has laid out. He trembles while asking if she really slaughtered everyone they knew just because of a twisted, baseless delusion. The mentor just scoffs, wondering if he actually values his trash-tier friends over the safety of the world. She looks at him with utter disappointment, calling him a selfish brat for not seeing the bigger picture. Something inside him finally snaps, and he kicks off the ground with every ounce of his remaining strength. He closes the gap in a flash, catching her completely off guard as he lunges for the kill. The gun clatters across the floor as our boy decides he doesn't need weapons to settle this debt. He tackles the mentor to the ground, screaming that his friends were never the villains she made them out to be. His face is a mask of pure fury, as he warns her not to judge people's lives so arbitrarily. He grips her throat tightly, demanding to know how she could possibly predict their future sins with such certainty. He remembers Yul, Chan, and the others, innocent souls who were just kids, caught in a nightmare. He reveals the truth he saw, that their death timers were at 0 for their entire miserable lives. Despair takes over as he shouts that they never would have killed anyone if she hadn't ruined everything. The mentor remains chillingly unfazed, simply stating she ended them before they ever had the chance to fail. Our boy stands there completely dumbfounded, his mind struggling to grasp the depth of her cold-blooded logic. He stares at her in stunned silence, realizing that the woman who raised him is truly beyond redemption. So, remains chillingly cold, arguing those kids only stayed pure because she ended them before they could ever sin. She insists it was her intervention alone that prevented them from becoming the very monsters they were raised to be. Looking at the gun, our boy wonders if his friends were truly destined for darkness, or if they had hope. The mentor just laughs through the pain, mocking his desperate belief that anyone in their world could ever change. His eyes burn with a murderous intensity as he realizes she feels absolutely no remorse for the stolen lives. He grabs the revolver, the heavy metal feeling like the only way to finally end this cycle of madness. A raw, agonizing scream escapes him as the psychological toll of her words pushes him over the edge. He flashes back to their youth, remembering how they once bonded over simple comics and their shared, cursed burden. They were two broken souls who thought the same thoughts, once hoping to escape this hellish existence together. The weapon hits the floor with a heavy thud as he realizes that beautiful dream died a long time ago. Flashbacks reveal our boy never wanted to kill, even when the teachers forced a gun into his hand. The mentor saw the future carnage early on, her eyes already haunted by the lives she would take. Back in the present, they both lie broken on the floor, two monsters cut from the same cloth. The revolver slips away, a useless tool for a man who still clings to his trash-tier hope. She mocks his hesitation, claiming a child who can't harm others is nothing more than a failed experiment. Suddenly, she jams a syringe into him, proving she always has a backup plan for her disobedient student. As the drug takes hold, she whispers that he has no right to play the hero anymore. His body finally fails him, the weight of his trauma and the sedative dragging him into the dark. She stands over him, cold and composed, while our boy can only watch his world fade away. She retrieves the weapon, ready to continue her bloody crusade without any more interference from her former pupil. Soa admits she's surprised he made it back so quickly despite the chaos she caused. She keeps her gun leveled, mockingly asking if he had a nice time celebrating his daughter's birthday. The intruder pulls off his helmet, revealing the stern face of the facility teacher, Mo Hee-hun Cheol. He discards the gear, knowing that formalities are long gone in this blood-soaked hallway. Showing off his snake tattoo, Mo Hee-hun Cheol prepares to confirm the truth about the massacre. He asks if killing everyone was her doing, his cold gaze proving he's just as dangerous as her. So-ah screams in defiance, pulling the trigger as her sanity finally snaps under the pressure. Muzzle flashes light up the dark as the two monsters trade lead in a desperate struggle. The sound of execution echoes through the building, signaling the total collapse of their world. Our boy lies there, forced to relive this trash-tier memory, while the drugs finally take their toll. Our boy wakes up in a trash-tier nightmare, his body broken and the floor soaked in blood. He tries to move his hand, but the weight of the massacre feels heavier than his own limbs. Looking around with hollow eyes, he realizes the silence in the room is louder than any scream. The shattered remains of the weapons used in the purge lie scattered like forgotten toys. Standing amidst the bullet holes and carnage, he wonders how he's the only one left standing. When he finally comes to his senses, he finds himself completely alone in the wreckage. The entire facility has become a tomb, and he's the only soul still breathing in this hellhole. His footsteps echo through the blood-stained halls as he begins to walk away from the nightmare. He looks like a ghost, his mind unable to process the sheer scale of the betrayal he witnessed. Walking past the bodies of his former classmates, he realizes his life as a human is officially over. A heavy boot crushes the blood-stained floor, a grim reminder of the violence that just unfolded. Our boy collapses, his body finally giving out after the mental and physical toll of the massacre. Suddenly, a memory of Hangul flashes back, showing a time before the world turned into a meat grinder. Back then, Number could actually crack a smile, hiding the exhaustion of their brutal training regime. He brushes off his pain, telling his friend they need to hurry before the cafeteria runs out of food. The facility looked almost normal on the surface, with kids playing soccer like they weren't being raised as killers. Even during meals, the atmosphere was heavy, as every student wondered who would be the next to disappear. They were just children wandering these halls, completely unaware of the trash-tier fate the adults had planned. Our boy finds a book on the trolley dilemma, a cruel foreshadowing of the impossible choices he'd later face. He playfully asks Hangul to solve the riddle, never imagining they'd soon become the ones on the tracks. A runaway train screams down the tracks, representing the unstoppable momentum of the facility's trash-tier experiments. 5 people are tied down, their lives hanging in the balance as the metal beast approaches. If our boy pulls the lever, he can divert the tragedy and reduce the total body count. Sacrificing one to save 5 is the only logical way to minimize the suffering in this world. Choi Chang-hyuk weighs the lives, wondering if he has the resolve to make such a cold, efficient decision. Hangul asks what he would actually do, testing if his friend is truly cut from that cloth. Our boy reasons that, while it's grim, saving the majority is the only choice that makes sense. Hangul looks at him with a knowing smile, questioning if his friend actually believes his own cold logic. He wonders why Choi Chang-hyuk didn't just kill the mentor himself if he's so committed to the outcome. Our boy is left dumbfounded, realizing his theoretical logic fails when faced with the weight of his own actions. Hangul reveals that our boy was the only one who truly understood those numbers were future kill counts. That realization hits hard as the count reaches a soul-crushing 137. It wasn't just a handful of people. A massive line of victims was tied to the tracks. Choi Chang-hyuk screams in denial, unable to face the fact that he stood by and did nothing. He desperately claims he never thought the mentor would actually murder their friends and classmates. Han-gyul asks if he would have just ignored the slaughter, if his own life wasn't at risk. Our boy stands dumbfounded as his friend calls him out for being a truly selfish person. A heavy step clicks on the floor, signaling that the lethal mentor is done playing games. So-ah mocks their indecision, telling them they should have acted instead of waiting for the inevitable. Flashbacks show the cycle of violence beginning as a student points a gun at Mo Hee-han Cheol. So-ah reminds him of his past failures while walking through the ghosts of their former classmates. Our boy was just a terrified kid back then, running from the nightmare he couldn't stop. The mentor explains that a choice was always there, but it required a cold-blooded sacrifice. He collapsed under the weight of the truth he tried so hard to ignore. If he had been stronger, the right answer would have been pulling the trigger on the science teacher. They sit in the ruins of their school as she explains the necessity of killing the defenseless. Number struggles to process her words, wondering if she is the monster or if he is. The lethal mentor just watches him with a cold smile, knowing she has already broken him. He wonders how she can make such horrific decisions without even a second of hesitation. Distraught, he admits he can no longer trust his own judgment regarding the lives on those tracks. Whether someone is a saint or trash tier doesn't matter when their lives are just weights on a scale. Our boy is losing it, unable to handle the burden of playing God with other people's lives. The facility brainwashed these kids into believing they were the only ones capable of purging the world's villains. So-ah drops a truth bomb, claiming that even the innocent will eventually rot into heinous criminals. The weight of this twisted logic finally breaks Number, and he starts leaking tears of pure despair. He lets out a hollow laugh as the realization sinks in that his entire moral compass is shattered. If everyone is destined to become a monster, then he realizes there was never anything to worry about. The mentor just gives him a chilling smile, satisfied that her dark ideology has finally taken root. He clenches his fists, realizing that justice is just a label used to justify whatever sacrifice they want. In the end, the godmother just picks her victims and calls it righteousness to keep her hands clean. Our boy looks back at Yul and the other kids playing, wondering if they were ever truly villains. Tears stream down his face as he realizes he should have verified the truth with his own eyes. So-ah just smirks, hearing him lament that he should have ended her before his friends were purged. He regrets not checking the death timers on the survivors to see if they were truly destined for evil. Since he's the only one with the power to see future kill counts, the burden of proof was his. The mentor mocks him, asking if he'd really have the stomach to murder a child if a number appeared. She tells him to just give up already, calling him pathetic and weak for clinging to his fading morality. Something snaps inside him, and he declares that from this moment on, he won't hesitate to do what's necessary. He decides that there can be no exceptions to his new rule, as darkness begins to swallow his surroundings. Discarding his personal biases and trivial feelings, he prepares to become the cold-blooded judge the world actually needs. Yul appears as a fading memory, reminding him of the innocence he lost in that hellhole. Our boy decides that unlike his twisted mentors, he will be a fair judge for everyone. He views life as a cold calculation, where every single soul carries an equal weight. He isn't trying to be a hero. He's becoming a rigid rule that cannot be broken. Gripping his blade, he prepares to execute the very person who forged him into a monster. He lunges at So-ah, the mentor who taught him everything, with a lethal, desperate strike. His gaze turns hollow, as he fully embraces the darkness required to end this cycle. The blade finds its mark, tearing through the woman who turned orphans into cold-blooded killers. As his old world shatters, a new and chilling clarity takes hold of his fractured mind. Standing over the trash-tier criminals, he realizes he must prove these death numbers never lie. Tire tracks mark the path where the world's rules are about to be rewritten by cold, hard force. Our boy recalls a time when life felt normal, long before the facility's twisted standards became his reality. Standing amidst the wreckage of his childhood, he vows to end this cycle before he's completely consumed. He stares down So-ah, asking his mentor exactly how many lives his future path will truly save. As he sinks into a mental abyss, he questions if he's actually helping or just drowning in blood. Despite the darkness, he reaches for a glimmer of hope, needing to find the one who holds answers. His eyes flare with a cold intensity, proving that his resolve is now harder than any blade. Tucked away in a dark hiding spot, Number sits in silence while Yuna keeps watch nearby. The mental strain of seeing everyone's death finally takes its toll, leaving our boy clutching his head. Yuna looks completely dumbfounded as she snacks, wondering how they'll survive the trash-tier chaos waiting outside. Yuna is caught red-handed snacking on something she definitely wasn't supposed to find in their cramped hideout. Our boy is clearly at his limit, the mental strain making his head feel like it's about to explode. He glares at her, demanding to know who gave her permission to touch his hidden stash of snacks. Yuna just keeps munching away, completely unfazed by his terrifying gaze as she fills her stomach. Turns out he had those treats buried deep under the seat, yet she sniffed them out like a pro. He finally loses his cool and shouts, desperate to know exactly how much of his precious food is gone. Suddenly, the exhaustion wins, and he collapses, leaving Yuna absolutely dumbfounded by his sudden, heavy fall. He starts coughing violently while Yuna panics, wondering if her partner is finally kicking the bucket right now. Their van sits isolated in a trash-tier wasteland, far from any help if things go south for them. As he fades, he remembers the brutal reality of his life, where mercy was never an option for him. In his fading consciousness, he remembers standing over the bodies of those who dared to cross them. Yuna was right there with him, her shoes stained by the blood of the trash-tier thugs they leveled. He recalls her mentioning how she had been tracking her death timer exactly the way he taught her. She was just starting to figure out the logic behind the numbers when everything went sideways for them. His memory blurs as he recalls his body failing him even back then, tumbling down the stairs. Yuna's face was a mask of pure shock, seeing the invincible monster finally hit his breaking point. The sound of his heavy fall echoed through the hall as his stamina completely bottomed out. She ended up acting as a human cushion, grumbling about how heavy he was despite the looming danger. In the memory, she frantically asks what is wrong, terrified that her protector might actually be human. But he was long gone, his blood-streaked face showing the true cost of surviving the facility's hell. Number's hand hits the cold floor as his body finally gives out from the sheer strain. Yuna watches in total shock as our boy collapses, realizing her protector is reaching his limit. He looks like a total wreck, blood dripping down his face while he fights the mental static. Yuna is completely dumbfounded, her eyes wide with the terrifying realization that they are now vulnerable. Despite the agony, he forces himself to move, staggering up the stairs while she watches his retreat. Later, safely inside the van, he clutches his head while trying to piece together his shattered memories. Yuna mentions how he was totally unresponsive during the drive, acting like a literal hollow shell. She explains that he just dropped the second they arrived, leaving her to guard his unconscious body. Our boy is stunned to realize he has absolutely zero memory of the last few days. He admits that overworking his death perception eyes causes a total system crash and wipes his memory clean. Number is hit with a sudden, jarring realization that something is horribly wrong with his timeline. Sitting in the back of the van, he frantically asks Yuna what day it actually is. Yuna drops the bombshell that he's been completely out of commission for 2 whole days. Our boy is genuinely rattled, realizing just how much time he's lost to the mental void. The van roars to life as they peel away, the tires screaming against the cold pavement. Despite his condition, he takes the wheel, his face set in a mask of pure desperation. When Yuna asks for a destination, he simply tells her they're going anywhere but here. He knows he needs to find a safe haven to let his burning eyes finally recover. He admits that those bloody tears were a final warning that his supernatural sight was failing. Without his foresight, the path ahead is a tangled mess of dead ends and fatal errors. The police are swarming the blood-soaked apartment, desperate to find even the tiniest scrap of evidence left behind. They finally catch a break when they spot clear, distinct boot prints trailing through the cooling pools of gore. Quan and his partner loom over the scene, realizing they've finally stumbled upon a game-changing new clue. Meanwhile, our boy is sweating bullets behind the wheel, amazed the heat hasn't caught them after 2 days. Yuna is genuinely confused, mentioning she was keeping a close eye on the death timers during their escape. He snaps back that those numbers represent lifespan, and getting arrested wouldn't necessarily shorten her time on Earth. She's left completely dumbfounded, wondering why his acting like their reckless getaway was such a massive tactical failure. He quickly backtracks, clutching his head in frustration and admitting that the blame rests solely on his shoulders. It turns out he's been pushing his supernatural eyes for 40 days straight, hunting for the perfect future. He knew an overload was inevitable, but the cost of playing God with time is finally catching up. Flashbacks of Byung-jun's brutal interrogation haunt him, reminding our boy of the blood already on his hands. Yuna breaks the silence, asking why he insists on pushing himself past his absolute breaking point. He ignores her, his mind spiraling as he wonders if the mysterious albino is behind this mess. Suddenly, he considers if that terrifying Nuna from his past is pulling the strings from the shadows. Yuna innocently mentions the name, So-ah, completely unaware of the psychological bomb she just dropped. The name hits him like a freight train, causing him to instinctively slam his foot on the brakes. Tires scream against the asphalt as the car skids to a violent, bone-jarring halt in the road. The sudden G-force sends Yuna flying forward, leaving her utterly dumbfounded by his explosive reaction. He glares at her with a terrifying intensity, demanding to know how she even knows that cursed name. Yuna winces in pain, clutching her chest as the sheer weight of his sudden bloodlust suffocates her. Yuna nervously admits she wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but he talked a lot during his 2-day blackout. Our boy is completely rattled, realizing his subconscious let slip secrets he never intended to share. She continues, describing how he sounded so vulnerable and weak while groaning in his sleep. He tries to process the fact that his ironclad composure crumbled while he was out cold. When she mentions him calling out for his old comrades, he snaps and demands she shut her mouth. The tension is thick enough to cut as he puts the car back in gear and speeds off. They sit in a heavy silence, the weight of his trauma filling the cramped space of the vehicle. Yuna timidly asks if he is pissed off, but he just gives a short, cold denial. She offers a quick apology for prying, while he struggles to keep his rising temper under control. Finally, she looks at him with genuine concern, begging him to stop carrying everything alone and talk. Yuna wonders why he keeps living like this, her voice filled with genuine pity for his constant suffering. Our boy doesn't answer, his mind drifting back to the hellish facility that forged his broken soul. He can still see his mentor, the woman who turned innocent children into perfect, cold-blooded killing machines. As the sun dips below the horizon, the focus shifts to a much darker corner of the city. Behind the heavy doors of a cold interrogation room, the atmosphere becomes suffocatingly tense and grim. The stolen diary lies on the table, exposing every secret the facility worked so hard to bury. Kwon wears a smug, trash-tier expression as he prepares to break his latest prize for information. The captive sits in silence, realizing that his life is now entirely in the investigator's ruthless hands. Meanwhile, the Insan police station stands as a silent witness to the unfolding conspiracy and hidden agendas. Detective Moon and his partner arrive, completely dumbfounded by the high-stakes drama waiting for them inside. Moon and his partner watch as a heavy hitter from the Special Task Force arrives with backup. Moon introduces himself as the lead from the local violent crimes unit, trying to keep things professional. The two men lock in with a handshake, signaling the start of a very messy collaboration. Our boy Moon doesn't waste time, immediately questioning who the flashy newcomers standing behind Kang Hyun-guk are. Kwon flashes a grin and introduces himself and Sergeant Ju-sol as the anti-corruption investigation team. Moon is visibly confused, wondering why Internal Affairs is suddenly sniffing around a high-profile serial murder case. Kwon just keeps that smug look on his face, clearly enjoying the chaos he is about to stir up. Kang Hyun-guk explains that the Number Task Force is setting up shop right here in their jurisdiction. Moon cannot help but feel that Kwon has an unnecessarily irritating look in his eyes from the start. Despite his trash-tier vibes, Kwon proves he is a pro at playing the social game with the local officers. Kwon acts like a total slacker, lounging on a bench and messing with a yo-yo like he is on vacation. But everything changes when he gets in front of a specific target, shifting into a cold, calculating interrogator. The atmosphere in the room turns heavy as the team prepares to extract the truth from their witness. Moon stands ready to start the session, hoping to finally get some real answers out of this mess. Across the table, Go Junbeom sits stiffly, clearly feeling the pressure of being in the hot seat. Kwon leans in with a terrifying smile, warning the man that lying to him is a one-way ticket to hell. He starts flipping through the evidence, looking for any tiny crack in the witness's story. After reviewing the details, Kwon admits the testimony is specific enough to match the crime scene perfectly. However, he is not satisfied yet, and decides it is time to dig into some much more personal questions. He points out that among 21 victims, Go Junbeom is one of the only 3 lucky survivors. Kwon points out that for a solo job by our boy, the sheer scale is completely off the charts. His eyes flare with a predatory red glow as he questions how only 3 people survived that slaughter. Go Junbeom starts shaking like a leaf, stuttering that he has absolutely no idea how they made it out. Seeing the man break, Kwon just flashes a smug, trash-tier grin and decides to switch up his tactics. He leans in and asks the million-dollar question. Why were those 18 specific people targeted in the first place? While Ju-sol and Moon observe, Kwon notes that the vast majority of the victims were actually scumbag ex-convicts. Turns out there was a clear pattern where the worst criminals were the first ones to get crossed off. Go Junbeom looks totally dumbfounded, struggling to understand what the detective is trying to imply with these facts. Kwon continues flipping through the local files, certain that the truth is buried somewhere in the police records. He mentions that several staff members, including the late Byom-jun, were already well known to the local authorities. Kwon explains how these clubs were just a front for an outsourced security company run by criminals. Our boy Kwon smirks, convinced that the entire number incident is hidden behind this trash-tier disguise. Go Junbeom tries to maintain his composure, but he is clearly feeling the heat from the detective's questions. He claims total ignorance, yet Kwon's ability reveals the man is lying through his teeth. The witness insists the accusations are false, desperately trying to keep his mask from slipping. Kwon's eyes glow red as he demands the one thing the man is hiding, his real cell phone. Moon and his partner watch in shock, completely dumbfounded by how quickly Kwon cornered the witness. When the man points to his submitted phone, Kwon scoffs and calls it a useless piece of junk. He brings up the specific device that contacted Byom-jun right after the late broker was attacked. Go Junbeom finally snaps as Kwon reveals he knows exactly which phone was used for their dirty work. Go Junbeom tries to play dumb about the phone, but the incriminating digits are practically burned into his soul. Kwon's eyes glow with a predatory light as he questions why this secret number is his only regular contact. The witness tries to flip the script, arrogantly claiming he's a traumatized survivor rather than a criminal suspect. He taps the table impatiently, threatening to go silent unless they can produce something more than just scary words. Kwon doesn't flinch, coldly stating there is already enough dirt to bury him under a completely separate investigation. Finally snapping, Go Junbeom slams the table and dares the detective to actually try and prove his suspicions. Our boy Kwon just looks bored, telling the trash tier witness to stop barking and just pick a court date. Detective Moon is left dumbfounded by the intensity, rubbing his face as the interrogation spirals into a total war. Ju-Sol watches the breakdown with a sharp, calculating gaze, knowing the witness is already caught in their web. As the sun begins to set, the heavy silence in the station signals that the real hunt is beginning. Kwon hands over some coffee, trying to take the edge off after that brutal interrogation session. Ju-Sol sips her drink, frustrated that these criminals have stayed hidden for years thanks to internal corruption. Looking out the window, Kwon realizes that simply throwing more manpower at the problem won't break the stalemate. He admits he's grown accustomed to this uphill battle, even with his unique eyes giving him an edge. He compares their job to a rigged mafia game, where knowing the killer's identity means nothing without proof. If he can't manipulate the system's rigid rules to his favor, all his investigative work becomes utterly meaningless. They watch from above as the trash tier witness walks free, knowing he's just a small piece of the puzzle. Go Junbeom leaves with a smug grin, feeling untouchable now that he's back in his own territory. The scene shifts to the docks, where the cold ocean air reflects the growing stress of the mission. Someone prepares for the next move, tightly gripping a suitcase as the real game finally begins. Our boy Go Junbeom stands at the docks, confirming he successfully secured the coin wallet for his higher-ups. His trash tier subordinate calls from the city, wondering why they didn't just snitch on the girl to the cops. Go Junbeom scoffs at the idea, frustrated that anyone would suggest leaving those troublemakers to the authorities. He calls his man a total dumbass for thinking the law could ever provide real satisfaction or punishment. The conversation turns to the mentor, a skilled woman whose lethal abilities are far beyond any common street thug. If they want true revenge, Go Junbeom insists they have to handle it personally and thoroughly their own way. He has zero faith in the incompetent police, who have done nothing but fumble the investigation for months. Suddenly, the line goes dead as the phone slips from his subordinate's hand during a silent struggle. Standing alone on the pier, Go Junbeom is left dumbfounded by the sudden silence on the other end. Back in the city, the phone lies abandoned on the pavement as a dark figure closes in. Go Junbeom grows impatient, wondering why his contact is ghosting him at such a critical, high-stakes moment. He realizes that in this cutthroat business, every second is precious and reliable help is impossible to find. The cold ocean waves crash against the pier, masking the subtle sounds of a sudden and lethal ambush. Before he can even react, a wire cinches around his throat, instantly cutting off his breath and arrogance. Hawk has finally arrived, dragging the trash tier mobster down while the phone clatters uselessly onto the cold concrete. Gasping for air, Go Junbeom is completely dumbfounded that someone actually managed to get the drop on him. Hawk just smiles coldly, mockingly echoing the man's own earlier words about how the police are too incompetent. Pure terror fills the mobster's eyes as he realizes his own philosophy of personal justice is being used. Hawk agrees that the law is useless, tightening the garrote to ensure this scumbag gets his proper punishment. The docks fall silent once more, leaving only the sound of the tide to witness the grim execution. The phone hits the deck with a crack as the sounds of a desperate struggle fill the night. Go Junbeom gasps for air, his face contorting as the wire bites deep into his neck. Hawk leans in close, mockingly agreeing that the two of them finally see eye to eye. He tightens his grip, remarking how useless civil servants are since they only chase dead ends. The trash tier mobster realizes his complaints about human rights won't save him from this slow punishment. He desperately claws at the metal string, but his strength fades as the grim reality sinks in. Hawk stares him down, explaining that using a gun or a knife would simply be too fast. To ensure the maximum amount of pain, he insists on taking his time with this execution. The ocean roars in the background, perfectly masking the final, wet gasps of a dying man. Hawk drags the body toward the edge, ready to let the waves wash away the filth. Hawk is suddenly dumbfounded when his prey manages to slip right through his fingers. Go Junbeom grits his teeth, the searing pain from the wire finally snapping him into survival mode. He throws himself backward, barely avoiding a permanent trip to the afterlife as he scrambles away. Our boy realizes he's not dead yet and sprints toward the containers like a man possessed. Hawk just sighs, realizing this clean execution has turned into a massive, Annoying headache. He reaches down to grab a discarded phone, hoping it holds something more useful than a corpse. Walking away, he grumbles about how he's definitely going to get chewed out for this mess. Meanwhile, the container yard becomes a labyrinth of shadows for a man running on pure adrenaline. Gojunbyum gasps for air, his throat burning as he pushes his body past its breaking point. He disappears into the maze of steel, desperate to find any exit before the Reaper catches up. A rhythmic humming fills the air as heavy boots steadily close the distance through the yard. This trash-tier survivor looks back in terror, his breath hitching as the Reaper stays right on his heels. He curses his luck, dumbfounded that no matter how fast he runs, he just can't shake this monster. Every step behind him feels like a ticking clock, wondering how his pursuer is keeping up so easily. Hawk just strolls along with a chilling smile, humming a tune like he is out for a walk. Suddenly, the footsteps stop, and the silence is even more terrifying than the pursuit for our boy. He frantically searches for an escape, his mind racing as he realizes he is cornered in this maze. His legs finally give out from the sheer pressure, sending him crashing onto the cold, hard ground. A loud crash echoes through the yard, and Hawk simply watches his prey struggle with cold, detached amusement. Leaning against a container, the assassin looks down, knowing the hunt is finally coming to a bloody end. Miru suddenly pins the target down, reminding him that trash-tier runners never get far in this game. She scolds her senior, frustrated that he always lets his guard down during these little stress relief sessions. Hawk just flashes a carefree grin, completely unfazed by the messy situation unfolding before him. He dismisses her concerns with a shrug, knowing she will end up cleaning up his trail anyway. Gojunbyum feels the crushing weight of their strength, realizing he is caught between two absolute monsters. The heavy thud of boots signals the end of the line as Hawk slowly closes the distance. Looking down with a cold, mocking pity, Hawk asks the pathetic man if he actually wants to live. Our boy is paralyzed by pure terror, his mind blanking out as death stares him in the face. Hawk claims he believes in redemption, even for a scumbag who has spent a lifetime in the shadows. He lists off the man's sins, wondering if true repentance is even possible for someone this far gone. Gojunbyum stammers that he finally understands the situation. As Hawk's grip tightens on his skull, he frantically promises to repent for every single sin, swearing he will never touch the underworld again. On his knees, the trash-tier mobster offers to confess everything just to see another sunrise. Hawk just stares back with those predatory red eyes, completely unimpressed by the man's sudden change of heart. Hawk ignores the begging and prepares to deliver a permanent solution to this man's loud mouth. Our boy collapses in pure despair, realizing that his life of crime has finally reached its end. A heavy splash echoes across the harbor, marking the end of a very short and pathetic negotiation. The cold waves swallow the evidence, leaving the pier silent, as if nothing ever happened. A weighted drum plunges into the dark depths, serving as a permanent coffin for a man who knew too much. As the bubbles rise, the organization's secrets are buried deep, where no detective will ever find them. As the barrels sink, Hawk casually brings up the topic of candy like they didn't just kill someone. He realizes he grabbed strawberry, a flavor the target apparently hated, and tells himself to remember that next time. It turns out this cheap lollipop was the only thing left in the dead man's pockets. Our boy Hawk takes a smoke break while Miru stands by, both completely unbothered by the cold harbor air. They wonder about the mysterious woman the victim tried to call, hoping for a lead on their next target. Hawk pulls out the victim's phone, knowing the device holds the key to finding her identity. He smirks, noting that the target was exactly the trash-tier human he needed to find Moji Hyun. Miru warns that time is ticking, and they need to move before things get complicated. Looking at the bloody footprints, they realize Number's vision for a perfect future is already starting to crack. If they want to beat the police to the punch, they'll have to move fast as the sun rises. Miru questions what the actual plan is once they finally track down their targets. Hawk explains he needs to judge their character personally before making any final decisions. Meanwhile, our boy Number broods in the van while Yuna waits in the quiet hideout. Hawk promises to be fair, but if he isn't convinced, things are going to get ugly fast. The surrounding silence is heavy, reflecting the grim nature of the work they have left to do. He just smirks, deciding to worry about the messy details only when the time comes. As the sun rises over the city, the path toward their next objective remains cold and uncertain. Yuna realizes her personal criteria for judgment is something no ordinary person could ever truly understand. She honestly doesn't care about her reputation or if the world sees her as a monster. Whether she's a hero or a villain, she's still just a product of her mentor's violent teachings. Number sits in the shadows of the van, questioning if he can even trust his own sense of justice. He thinks back to the facility, remembering when he and Han Gyul shared meals before the world turned cold. Even small moments of affection from Yul feel like a lifetime ago, back when they were just kids. Now, he struggles with the idea of whether every life truly has the same potential and value. Our boy lives by a grim standard, always choosing the path that saves the most people, no matter what. Outside, the city remains blissfully unaware of the life and death calculations happening in the back of a van. People go about their mundane lives, exchanging polite pleasantries while the world prepares to bleed again. Yuna blends into the crowd, stepping out of a shop while keeping her head down to avoid any attention. She checks her surroundings and sighs, feeling the crushing weight of the mission they have ahead of them. Looking at her digital checklist, she confirms they have the gear, and even a secret treat to stay sane. Yuna is just trying to mind her own business when a random stranger suddenly taps her on the shoulder. Her heart nearly stops as she fears her cover is blown by some eagle-eyed civilian or undercover cop. Turns out, it's just some religious solicitors trying to scout her because they think she looks like a student. Yuna is completely dumbfounded and paralyzed by the social interaction, her social battery hitting rock bottom instantly. She panics and sprints away, shouting about having a boyfriend, just to get those weirdos off her back. After putting some distance between them, she finds a quiet spot to hide and let her heart rate settle. She leans over, gasping for air and thanking her lucky stars that she wasn't actually recognized by authorities. Fixing her cap, she remembers her face was plastered all over a viral stream during their last chaotic mess. She recalls the gritty moment she had to play the heavy, wondering if that's how the world sees her. Thankfully, the trash-tier video quality and the passage of time seem to have kept her identity a secret. Yuna reflects on how 2 weeks in Korea feels like an absolute eternity when you're dodging death daily. She still sees the blade at her throat and that haunting death timer every time she closes her eyes. It has been exactly 14 days since her mundane life was traded for this gritty, underground reality. Staring at their mobile base, she traces everything back to the moment she first encountered the mysterious number. Our boy sits in the back of the van, looking like a man who has seen far too much. He breaks the silence, wondering if his dark history finally satisfied her curiosity about his origins. The gravity of the situation settles in as Yuna realizes just how deep the rabbit hole truly goes. She confesses that the idea of a facility breeding child assassins still feels like a trash-tier horror movie. The memory of the massacre and the blood-stained classrooms serves as a grim reminder of the organization's reach. Sitting outside, she finally asks if he is truly planning to hunt down Soa for some old-fashioned revenge. Number clarifies that his mission isn't fueled by petty revenge or some boring, trash-tier sense of duty. He explains that he only targets her because her death count is high, following a cold, utilitarian logic. If he doesn't value every life equally, he fears becoming just another monster, like the ones he hunts. Yuna looks dumbfounded, processing the heavy weight of his twisted yet strangely consistent moral compass. She realizes that while our boy sees death timers, Soa's eyes focused on something entirely different. In a grim flashback, the mentor reminds him that her gift tracks the number of lives to be saved. Back in the present, Number admits that despite the logic, something about that contradiction still haunts him. He senses a massive flaw in the organization's philosophy, but the answer remains just out of reach. Suddenly, the wail of sirens cuts through the air, sending Yuna into a total panic as they're spotted. With the heat closing in, Number prepares to move while Yuna cowers, realizing their temporary peace is over. Number notes the heat just passed, but insists there's no time for idle chatter right now. He shoves an envelope and a phone into Yuna's hands, leaving her completely baffled by the sudden task. Our boy reflects on how badly he trashed his eyes 3 nights ago, nearly blinding himself for the cause. While they've healed enough for basic numbers, he knows his peak vision is still 48 hours away. He worries about the trail they left while he was out cold, fearing the investigators are already closing in. He visualizes the police net tightening and knows they need to vanish before the trap snaps shut. Number orders Yuna to head downtown for supplies, while he preps the van for their inevitable getaway. He even tells her to ditch her current look and buy a whole new outfit to lose any tails. Yuna hits the pavement, her footsteps heavy with the realization that their lives are now a permanent race. She blends into the bustling city crowd, trying her best to look like just another face in the sea. Yuna's eyes catch the flicker of those yellow numbers, a curse she's been carrying since the very start. Everywhere she looks, the timers are ticking down, marking exactly how much time these random strangers have left. Some have years, but others are walking on thin ice with numbers that are already dangerously low. She realizes her vision is unique, focusing purely on the remaining lifespan of every soul she passes. It's different from our boy Number's kill count vision or Soa's twisted metric for saving lives. She ponders the classic trolley problem, wondering if sacrificing 1 to save 5 is truly the right call. Even if the logic seems sound, her heart just can't fully accept such a cold, calculated way of living. She questions if a high kill count makes someone trash tier, even if they're just soldiers or seeking revenge. If a vigilante only hunts down monsters, she wonders if they deserve to be judged by those same rules. Yuna stares at the ground, doubting if killing based on numbers is actually the path to a better world. Yuna admits the mentor is no hero, especially when she's busy turning traumatized kids into cold-blooded killers. She wonders how any child raised to view a gun as a toy could ever grow up normal. Turns out, those kids just become the next generation of trash-tier thugs, perpetuating a never-ending cycle of violence. If you let one monster slide, an innocent person eventually pays the price with their very life. Even our boy Number and Yuna were once just normal kids before the facility stripped their innocence away. Sitting alone, Yuna feels the weight of the world. Realizing the mentor's twisted logic actually makes some sense. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but she can't help but feel that some people truly are beyond saving. Thinking realistically, Number knows that without a proper guide, these kids are just ticking time bombs. The mentor's screams echo in her mind, reminding her that nobody was there to lead them toward the light. Yuna's eyes widen as she realizes that maybe, just maybe, the world really is as cruel as they say. Yuna remembers the harsh judgment society casts on kids with criminal parents, fearing they'll never stay straight. Sitting in the dark, she realizes how easily a lost soul can drift off course without any guidance. Clenching her bag, she knows that poverty and lack of education force many onto a much darker path. The realization hits her hard, as she wonders why society treats these kids like future monsters. Our boy Number stares back, questioning if it's more rational to stop a threat before the damage is irreversible. Yuna is left dumbfounded, feeling the cold weight of his logic pressing down on her very soul. He stands over her, admitting he'd even put down his own friends if they became cold-blooded killers. Looking back at the facility kids, he knows their fate was sealed long before they held a blade. Looming close, Number tells her straight up that he doesn't regret trying to take her life back then. He explains that her label as a killer wasn't based on guesswork, but on the cold, hard truth. Yuna is paralyzed by the horrifying revelation that she was destined to become a mass murderer of thousands. The weight of her dark future causes a mental breakdown as the world around her begins to blur. While she sits in agony, a passing child notices her distress and calls out to his mother. The mother approaches with concern, noting that our girl looks like she's about to collapse right there. Yuna puts on a fake smile and insists she's fine, desperately trying to hide her internal shattering. Violent flashes of blood and blades tear through her mind, reminding her of the killer she might be. Her head throbs with the constant, agonizing thoughts of the endless cycle of killing and being killed. Standing amidst imaginary corpses, she questions if she truly is the monster that the facility intended to create. A nearby bus schedule flickers to life, announcing the arrival of the next ride into the unknown. Even as the child points out the approaching bus, Yuna remains lost in her own personal hell. Yuna's eyes widen in pure horror, as the reality of her cursed vision finally snaps into focus. She watches the mother and child, horrified to see glowing death timers ticking down above their heads. Our girl gasps for air, realizing that this nightmare isn't just a memory, it's her new reality. Every stranger passing by carries a golden mark of their impending doom, and it's driving her insane. The bus stop is crowded with walking corpses, each one unknowingly counting down to their final moment. She spins around in a panic, but the ticking numbers are everywhere, mocking her with their inevitability. When the bus finally screeches to a halt, Yuna looks like she's just seen a ghost. The doors open at the station, but she stands frozen, too terrified to move or even breathe. As people board the ride, she sees the timers flickering, marking them all for an early grave. Yuna stares into the void, completely dumbfounded by the weight of a world where everyone is already dead. The yellow numbers always manifest in a specific format, showing only 2 units of time at once. They scale from years down to seconds, always prioritizing the largest units to show how much life remains. Our girl tries to stay calm, figuring it's just like reading a clock once you learn the range. But as she grips the bus handle, a timer flickering at 19 minutes sends a chill down her spine. Looking around, she realizes almost every passenger is sharing the same grim countdown to their final moment. The numbers tick in unison, marking the entire crowd for a disaster that is only minutes away. It is soul-crushing to watch lifespans drain in real time, while the victims remain completely oblivious to the end. This synchronization is cut from the same cloth as the stalker case, signaling that something horrific is coming. However, she spots a few outliers whose timers look normal, standing out from the doomed crowd. She eventually realizes the lucky ones are simply the people destined to get off the bus mid-route. Our girl observes the cruel logic where only those staying on the bus are marked for immediate death. A mental flash of the impending wreckage shows exactly what kind of carnage awaits these unsuspecting people. Her knuckles turn white as she grips the handle, the weight of this knowledge becoming physically unbearable. She looks around the cabin, her heart racing as she realizes she is trapped in a rolling coffin. Suddenly, a little boy breaks her trance by offering her a piece of candy to cheer her up. He innocently tells her that medicine is important when sick and candy makes everything better. Looking at his bright face, she feels a sickening knot in her stomach, knowing his timer is almost up. His mother quickly apologizes for his behavior, completely unaware that their lives are measured in mere minutes. Yuna forces a shaky smile and asks the kid if strawberry is his favorite flavor to hide her terror. The boy stares back, dumbfounded by the sudden kindness from the strange, pale lady in the beanie. The innocent kid just smiles and confirms strawberry is indeed his favorite flavor. Yuna tries to keep her composure, but her face is practically screaming with internal panic. Suddenly, a restricted call buzzes through, breaking the heavy silence of her impending doom. Our boy picks up and demands to know exactly what is going down on her end. Yuna clutches the phone like a lifeline, her voice trembling as she finally reaches out for help. She begs him to save her, realizing she's trapped on a bus that's essentially a ticking time bomb. Number listens intently, his cold expression masking the tactical gears turning in his head. Outside, the bus continues its path through the city, completely oblivious to the massacre waiting ahead. He tracks the route on his tablet, noting they only have 17 minutes before everything goes south. Based on the speed, he estimates the disaster will strike in exactly 5 stops. The bus display confirms they are currently cruising between Osal Plaza and the Dosup apartments. Our boy asks for the cause, but Yuna admits she can't see the specific threat yet. To any normal person, this just looks like a standard, boring commute home after a long day. Yuna begs him to meet her at the designated spot while she tries to find a way out. Number remains silent, his mind racing as he processes the gravity of the situation through his earpiece. He pulls up a photo of a suspicious van, wondering if this vehicle is the catalyst for disaster. He instructs her to send photos of everyone on board, especially the driver, to check their kill counts. Yuna freezes as a terrifying realization begins to dawn on her regarding the nature of their special eyes. She wonders if a driver causing a massive accident would actually register as a deliberate murder in their system. Number coldly confirms that using a car as a weapon is no different than using a jagged blade. Yuna stammers into her phone that the passengers don't have a single shred of murderous intent in them. Number counters that when a mass casualty event occurs, the system doesn't care about a person's intent. He preps his tactical blades, telling her that saving them requires finding someone who actually has a number. Our girl is completely dumbfounded by the cold, gritty logic of how their cursed eyes actually function. He explains that in massive disasters like pileups or collapses, the blame is usually far too spread out. Because the cause of death is so messy, those souls don't register on any one specific person's tally. However, if the entire tragedy can be pinned on one single person's actions through a concentrated kill, then, taking that trash tier target out is the only way to rewrite everyone else's destined fate. Yuna scans the bus, realizing the lives of every oblivious passenger now rest entirely on her trembling shoulders. Suddenly, she spots the driver, Kim Chil-yong, and a blue mark finally flares into existence over his head. Number coldly reminds her that if no one on that bus has a kill count, their options are limited. Yuna listens in horror as he explains that once these cursed numbers are set, they never naturally change. While racing toward the scene, our boy breaks down the 3 possible ways this nightmare ends. The first involves him executing a culprit, while the second means a killer escapes his blade entirely. The grittiest reality is the third option, where no villain exists and everyone simply perishes in a freak accident. Trembling, Yuna desperately asks what the actual statistical likelihood is of them finding a target to kill. Number doesn't care about the odds, insisting that even a sliver of hope requires them to take action. He tells her to hold it together and play her part while he handles the heavy lifting. Deep down, even he isn't sure if their interference will truly rewrite the tragedy, waiting for those passengers. Before she can even process the weight of his words, the line goes dead, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Yuna is fuming because her partner is always so prickly, even when lives are on the line. The bus continues its route, unaware that a countdown to disaster is ticking away in the background. More passengers board as she watches, her anxiety spiking with every new soul entering this death trap. Our girl realizes there are only 14 minutes left before the timers hit 0, and everyone perishes. Desperate, she decides she needs to stir something up and force Kim Chil-yong to stop the bus. She spots a sleeping passenger nearby, realizing he might be the key to her chaotic rescue plan. Feeling a pang of guilt, she silently apologizes for the trouble she is about to cause these people. Her hand slips into the man's pocket, successfully swiping a lighter, while he remains completely oblivious. She starts tearing the padding out of her new jacket, prepping the fuel for her desperate gamble. If she can just spark a small fire, the driver will have no choice but to evacuate everyone. Yuna frantically clicks the stolen lighter, but the stubborn thing refuses to spark a flame. She keeps trying, her heart hammering against her ribs as the seconds of their lives tick away. Panic starts to set in, and she wonders if this trash-tier lighter is going to fail her now. It is clearly full of fluid, so she cannot understand why this simple tool is being so difficult. Finally, a small flame erupts with a soft whoosh, casting a flickering glow of hope. She feels a surge of relief, thinking she finally has the means to force an emergency stop. Suddenly, the bus swerves with a loud screech, the violent motion throwing everyone off balance. Our girl is sent tumbling, her eyes widening in horror as the precious lighter slips from her grasp. The tiny beacon of hope clatters across the floor, sliding far out of her reach during the chaos. Yuna is desperate, her eyes wide as she tries to stop the lighter from sliding away. Just as she thinks it's gone, a hand reaches down to retrieve the small red tool. A kind passenger hands it back, completely unaware that this lighter is the key to their survival. Yuna starts to thank her, feeling a brief moment of relief that her plan isn't ruined yet. But fate has other plans when a taxi cuts them off, forcing a violent, bone-rattling swerve. Kim Chil-yong slams on the brakes with everything he has, sending the entire bus into a frenzy. The impact throws our girl forward, her scream lost in the chaotic screech of tires and metal. In the violent jerk, the lighter slips from her fingers once more, spinning helplessly through the air. Her heart sinks as a heavy boot comes down, crushing her last hope into useless plastic shards. Yuna is absolutely dumbfounded as her only hope for survival is literally crushed underfoot. On the other end of the line, Number tells her to just do her best, even if it's futile. Our girl is left spiraling, wondering if anything she does actually matters in this trash-tier situation. A heavy boot hits the pavement as a cold presence begins to move through the city streets. Number stalks forward, eyes glued to his tablet while tracking the chaos unfolding on that doomed bus. Yuna is haunted by the memories of those floating death timers that have dictated her entire miserable life. She sees herself bloodied and broken, the numbers above her head counting down to an inevitable, violent end. Number wonders what his old mentor would do if she were standing in his shoes right now. Meanwhile, the bus continues its death sprint, unaware that the clock is rapidly ticking towards zero.